course, tonight is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelenskyy. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see, you guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved
in its own way.
It's our interests. That was all explained. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelenskyy has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington, and there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create a such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelenskyy took it in that direction, and it ended in a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose, and I think, frankly, sends his country backwards in regards to achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelenskyy apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands that attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker, he's made deals his entire life, you're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelenskyy doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelenskyy was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another year of destruction, and by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelenskyy wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
Well, he was in the Oval Office to sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. You know, again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's directly, basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, you know, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy. That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately, for the Ukrainians, the Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, the Russians, I mean, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, you know, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative is played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table, and the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign. Okay? This is high-stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher. And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Yeah, and at this moment, as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them. And that's usually, by the way, celebrated. I mean, throughout history, I've watched presidents that bring about an end to wars and conflicts, and people celebrate that. They applaud it. I think we should be very proud and happy that we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that, not undermined by demands that he call Putin names or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy, as the vice president said today.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelenskyy wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, you guys, this has been going on for 10 days, and you know, to see things in the press saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians, that's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States, had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the Foreign Minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out, we're not involved, we're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset and maturity can kick in and some pragmatism, because this war tonight, people will die in Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways, you start to wonder. You start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it. So, look, again, let's hope that this can be salvaged, but I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that this can be, you're not sure that this can be salvaged? I mean, can this relationship between Zelenskyy and Trump be repaired, in your view?
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring and lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country, okay, that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should for the
Trump
purposes
on
of
Zelensky.
global
Yeah,
peace
it's
and
just
stability
clickbait.
in Europe and around the world.
Do you think you can make the argument that he hasn't said thank you?
Well, I think the vice president said he hadn't said it today. He hadn't heard it today in that meeting, and we were hoping that that meeting would begin by thank you for everything you've done for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. We wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate a peace without the help you gave us. By the way, without the help you gave us when you were president in the first term, because President Obama refused to provide
He did say that?
defensive capabilities in terms of military hardware. He did
Marco,
provide
he did
blankets,
say
Yeah,
that.
that
did
was
provide
brought up today
humanitarian
during that
aid,
meeting.
and it was brought up, but I was there. In fact, I vividly recall at the time Vice President Biden saying to me in a meeting that we had at the Vice President's residence that the reason why we didn't want to provide them those weapons is because they might use them. That was his exact quote, and that was the attitude. I remember clearly then the Ukrainian leaders saying, we don't need more blankets or MREs. We need weapons to defend ourselves, and they didn't do it. President Trump did. He provided them weaponry, some of it, much of it, which was used at the beginning of this war. And without those weapons being in their stocks, this war could have been over very quickly, 2, 3, 4 days. Another pot shot that Zelensky took today, when the president pointed that out, you know what Zelensky said? He said, yeah, we've heard that from the Russians. That's not a Russian narrative. That was the official position, okay, of the United States. I vividly recall being briefed by leaders in the Biden administration telling us that this war was going to be over in 5 to 6 days. They believed that that was their assessment at the time. And it wasn't the case because of the weapons that Ukraine had in its stocks because of President Trump in his first term. So he should have been grateful for that and grateful for what we're doing now. And one more point. It's not just President Trump. There's news reports out there from NBC News, at least is one of the places I recall, reporting that Biden had a shouting match with Zelensky for not being grateful and not being thankful for everything that was provided back in 2022. Now, that didn't happen in front of the press. That was leaked, but it got out there. These frustrations are not unique to President Trump. There was those frustrations in the previous administration, if NBC News is to be believed.
Right, but obviously we've never seen anything like what we saw today. But the point that Zelensky was making there is that everyone predicted his demise, and Ukraine was able to fight and to survive. Zelensky was able to survive. The Ukrainian people have been fighting for 3 years. You yourself have said previously that the United States should assist Ukraine as long as the Ukrainians are willing to fight. So I think the question coming out of that meeting is what happens next year? I mean, you are the U.S. chief diplomat. Is there a path for diplomacy? Is a ceasefire still a possibility tonight?
Well, number one, you know who else said that Ukraine is very brave and very valiant? President Trump. He said it today. He said it repeatedly. Your soldiers have been very brave. Your fighters have been very brave. Your people have been very brave. He said that repeatedly. And everyone recognizes that. But we're 3 years into a war that has no end in sight and no exit strategy. The EU doesn't have an exit strategy. I saw the comments tonight from the leader of the EU saying there needs a new leader of the free world. I mean, these people are just playing silly games and saying these things. What is their exit strategy? What is anybody else's exit strategy? The only person on the planet who is actively trying to bring an end to this conflict is named Donald Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one that's trying to do it, and we should be helping him to achieve it. And so do I think it's possible? Yeah, I hope it's possible, because that's what we do try to do at the Department of State, is we try to bring end to conflicts, not start new ones, and certainly not extend them.
Senator Lindsey Graham, after having lunch with President Trump today, said Zelensky either needs to resign or they need to send someone over that we can do business with. Do you feel that President Zelensky needs to resign?
Well, that's Lindsey's feeling because he feels very passionately. You know, he's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has been one of the strongest voices for Ukraine. Well, the United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said. I can only go off the words from the president of the United States, and that is today this is not going to be productive any further. When Zelensky's ready to make peace and he's serious about peace, let him come back then. And that's when we'll re-engage with them. And what he means by that is when he understands...
And how will you measure that?
Well, I think it's everything I've said already. And that is, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to a table to discuss even the opportunity, even to explore whether there's an opportunity for peace? You're not going to do it by calling them names. It makes everybody feel very good. You can pass resolutions. You can put out very strongly worded statements. Senators can do it. I did when I was in the Senate. House members can do it. Commentators can do it. And countries that have no real skin in the game can do it. But when you are the president of the United States of America and you're trying to bring about peace the way Donald Trump is trying to bring about peace, the only way to do it is you have to create space for people to come to the table and talk. And that is something we should all be applauding, not criticizing. And not pretending that we can just extend this war forever until and that everybody has unlimited resources to continue to fund it on both sides, by the way.
And President Zelenskyy has said he does want this war to end. He just cares about how it ends. We heard that from the other European leaders who came to the Oval Office also this week. President Trump said to me today, before that shouting match erupted in the Oval Office, that he doesn't believe there have to be security guarantees in place before the ceasefire, that you can come to a ceasefire agreement and then put those in place. Do you agree with that?
That's not what he said. What he said is, why am I going to be talking about security guarantees? Let me get a peace deal first, is what he said. That doesn't mean they can't happen as part of that negotiation, but you have to have an agreement. What peace is there to secure if you first don't have an agreement on peace? Like, what do the Russians need in order to end this conflict?
So you're saying it would happen as part of the negotiations?
Well, again, how do you end a war? You have to find out what the combatants require in order to stop shooting at each other. What are the Russians' needs? What do they need to see in order for them to stop fighting? What do the Ukrainians need in order to stop fighting? And then once you have that in place, then you can decide the next step, which is, and what do we need to do to make sure this never happens again? That it doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think President Trump is interested in a one-year ceasefire. I don't think he's interested in a 6-month ceasefire. He wants this thing to end. He has said that repeatedly. But again, he's not going to use the kind of language that maybe plays well in the public sphere or in the political sphere for people that want to take shots at him, but it's not going to allow us to have a negotiation or even to explore a potential negotiation. President Donald Trump is a man who's made deals his entire life in business, and he's bringing those principles to government, and he's the only one in the world that has any chance. If Donald Trump tomorrow decides, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't care about Russia, and I don't care about this war, and he walks away, I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance of getting the combatants to the table? The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance of peace, he's the only one that has a chance to deliver on it.
Do you still see a meeting happening with President Putin there, President Zelenskyy, and President Trump? Is that still possible?
Well, I think that's premature. I mean, what would they? You first need to make sure that this is even a possibility, and you have to explore it. And look, there's good signs, I think, maybe, somewhat about at least the Russians' willingness to engage. And but we have to explore all that. But that's not going to be done in front of cameras. It's not going to be done in an open ballroom. There's a lot of work to be done before we get to this point. This is a complex war that has causes behind it that go back a number of years. There's a lot to navigate. A lot has been invested on both sides. Gains have been made by the Russian Federation in some places. All of these things have to be worked through, but it's not going to be done through press conferences and in the media. It has to be done through what the vice president said today, the serious work of diplomacy. It's a lot easier to just say, well, we're with Ukraine all the way, no matter what, however long it takes. Well, 15 years, 12 years? I mean, that's absurd. That's not sustainable, and everybody knows it. The president wants to
Marco,
end this
you
war.
literally had that position.
To do it and do it quickly. He campaigned on it. It was a promise of his, and he intends to come. When he says these things, he doesn't just say them; he means them, and he's doing it. And it's the first time we've seen that in a long time in American politics.
Secretary Marco Rubio, thank you for your time tonight and joining us on such a historic day. I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
A lot of people asked me to comment on President Zelensky's meeting with President Trump on Friday, February 28th, 2025 at the White House. Look, right now I'm sick. I went to urgent care yesterday. They said it's not the flu and it's not COVID. I'm stuffy, I've been coughing, I have a fever, so maybe I have some advanced genetically engineered Romanian freaking rhinovirus that I brought back to me from Europe. But right now I feel like I've been run over by a dump truck. And the fact is that my latest novel, The Last Republic, is on deadline. It has to get sent to the editor, so I need to get that done. So I'm going to make this quick because I need to get back in bed and die. I titled this video, Are We the Baddies?, after a sketch from that British show, That Michael and Webb Look.
Our caps. The badges on our caps. They've got skulls on them. Are we the baddies?
This comes at an interesting time because I was just in Poland and Romania visiting NATO sites and talking with NATO members. One of the sites that I visited was JTEC, or the Joint Analysis and Education Center, or Joint Analysis Training and Education Center.
Hey, I know him.
Still
Yeah, we
messed
all.
up.
I mean, we all know him.
It is basically a schoolhouse that's founded by NATO, administered by Poland, and run by Ukraine. The whole idea is that Ukraine has learned a lot over the last 3 years from their war with Russia, and their instructors come to Poland to help teach NATO members what they've learned, things about drone warfare, robotics, unmanned systems. It's a really neat school. It's a great idea for a school, and NATO is learning a lot from these Ukrainian instructors. Sorry. While I was in Poland, I attended an exercise where I watched dudes in ghillie suits attack a trench line. And that seemed to me like one of the stupidest ideas I've ever heard. Like, why are you wearing some hot-ass ghillie suit to attack a trench line? But what the Ukrainians have found is that wearing a ghillie suit not only breaks up your outline while you're moving across the field to hit the trench, it also lowers your thermal profile, so it makes it harder for drones to spot you. And that's something that Ukraine learned the hard way, and that they're sharing with us now that they have this school, this JTEC. Ukraine never really asked for anything more than weapons and ammunition. They have tested their flesh against metal in order to remain free from the yoke of authoritarianism. And at one point during the White House conversation yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance asked if President Zelenskyy had ever thanked the U.S. for our help. And yes, Ukraine has said thank you. They helped found JTEC. And it's where we get to learn all of Ukraine's lessons to see how we can apply them to the next war. So not only have they thanked us, they paid us in information. Also, every time Ukraine fires a Patriot missile, that data is going back to the U.S. So we've learned a lot on how to do air defense from incoming theater ballistic missiles just from that. The funny thing is that while this conversation in the White House is going on, I believe while the meeting was taking place, there was a funeral in Ukraine for a young American, a former Marine, who went to Ukraine to volunteer, and he lost his life in the fighting. His name was Ethan Hurtreck. And this is how Ukraine says thank you. The real winner in this whole exchange was Russia, who seriously can't believe its luck. I mean, when you are handing content wins to RT, formerly known as Russia Today, you probably need to reevaluate your strategy, right? Kind of the scary thing for me was that my Newsmax colleague, Carl Higbee, posted on Twitter after the exchange saying, "America is so back." And while I respect Carl Higbee, I think it's a rather short-sighted view. Mainly because if America is taking the side of Russia in a conflict, it calls into question all American aid. If America could hold back weapon systems because the president feels slighted or snubbed, or the president, the person the president's speaking to isn't doing what he wants him to do, that could put many weapons programs in danger, such as our sale of the F-35 to India. And,
just edit that cough out, bro.
If India has American weapon systems, and with India operating the F-35. But why buy the F-35 from America if just saying the wrong thing to the president could get him to cut off your supply of parts? And I think that's the real takeaway from this interaction. If I were Australia, who just agreed to buy 3 Virginia-class submarines from the U.S. instead of buying some of France's submarines, I would seriously start taking a look at France's submarines again. I mean, yes, ours are quieter, but
if Jack was here.
I wouldn't want to risk a major defense platform on the whims of a man who was looking for what he called good television, right? One of the things that President Trump said to President Zelenskyy was, "You're not winning this." And for almost 3 years, I have said there is no win. There is lose, and there is lose more. Russia isn't going to win, and Ukraine isn't going to win. Russia literally can't win, because the day the war ends is the day their economy collapses. But if America champions the cause of Russia or even takes their side or pursues sanction relief for Russia, then that gives Russia a soft landing and they can lose less. And that's about as close to a win as they're going to get. I think the only way Russia can lose less is if America supports Russia.
Where's Jack on vacation?
America is supposed to stand for freedom
basically.
and democracy, not good television. And the people of Ukraine have made it clear that they do not want to
permanently
control Russia. And yet
no,
we just
he's
handed Russia
like at a
victory,
wedding.
essentially for free. Which begs the question, are we the baddies? If you want to help pay for my funeral expenses, grab the wind machine from Amazon or from Audible. It'll still help keep you busy until The Last Republic comes out. Also grab
Hassan caught glazing a terrorist again, this time the worst. What is this?
Hi again, everyone.
Oh, God.
I'm back with a little update for you guys regarding Hassan. First of all, I want to thank everyone for watching the content nuke and enjoying it. And I'm glad to see that a lot of people have really resonated with the message. One of those people, unfortunately, is not Hassan Piker, who has continued to spread...
I would have never guessed that Hassan was not a fan of the video that said that he was bad for 2 hours. Yeah, I could have guessed that.
Hamas propaganda and even elevated his brazenness. Take, for example, the tragic story of the Bibas family. The dad, 2 kids, and the mom were all taken hostage on October 7th after the grandparents were murdered in their home.
Wow.
The children, 8 months and 3 years old, was kidnapped with their mom, and the dad was kidnapped separately. Hamas murdered the children and their mom in captivity, and recently just returned their corpses to Israel. Let's take a look at how Hassan reacted to this tragic update.
As music blares, Hamas fighters carry the coffins of 4 dead Israeli hostages, 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted on October the 7th. On stage, an offensive propaganda message blaming Prime...
Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message?
Hassan has it in his heart somehow.
Bro, he put him in fucking Hamas gear, no way.
Slain children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization. Yeah. According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death, murdered at the hands of Hamas, likely because they didn't know how to take care of 2 young kids in captivity for 2 years. So instead of taking care of them, they chose to murder them.
The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. What are we doing? There is no lie here. This is correct. The fuck?
Hassan wants us to believe that the only thing wrong with this is that they called him a Nazi, right? Obviously, it's the way that they're parading around this family of these murdered children, these innocent children. Can he really not see the tastelessness in this? The disrespect? Take a look at his chat. It's no better. The truth is offensive. Hamas has the best fits.
To the slain Israeli family, rip bozo. How do I get that poster? They snapped on that. That mural kicks ass. Dude, it was a family. Correction. Settlers. Implying that children born in Israel deserve to be slaughtered. Quote, their home? Lol. It is their home. They were born there. Whose home are they in again? Their home? Yes, it's their home. They were born there. The mom was an IDF spy. They were not civilians, and they used their kids as human shields. I really don't even know what to say about that one. I might call this person schizophrenic, but I'm afraid this is just what happens to your brain when you watch Hassan for too long. Hamas is fucking base, and I'm tired of people pretending they're not. Again,
that's a lot. I mean, like, this is like one comment in chat, right? I mean, he's got like thousands of people in chat. You're going to have a couple of comments that pop off. But yeah, that's a bad comment for sure.
This is just a few examples from the 30 seconds preceding Hassan's statement.
It's disgusting.
And I'll let the chat run for you at the end of the video, and you can take your time to read through it to see just how vile it is.
You'll notice that there is overwhelming support for the propaganda for Hamas. And zero respect shown for the dead children. Notice here, however, that one person says defended Hassan. Watch how quickly this gets moderated out of his chat.
Yeah, including Guardian, BBC, and other Western...
Epic. Epic. That's fucking epic. That's fucking great. That's fucking hilarious.
That was really fast. Wow.
It's gone. Hassan claims he has no control over how his chat is moderated, apparently. Yet, 90% of it is people celebrating the death of these kids. And the one person that has even the slightest bit of pushback is immediately moderated. After laughing over the corpses of slain...
I think that that's a bit of an exaggeration, but overall, I mean, I don't... I mean, these are terrorists, right? I mean, they're obvious fucking terrorists. How is it anything other than that? I don't know. It's not. Now defend him. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, like, if I read the chat and I look at the chat, let me see if I can find it. Fuck.
There it is. It's gone.
Like, what's the problem? Chatter, just stop. These people are innocent. Hamas bombed themselves. What's the problem with the presentation? Israel literally bulldozed the rebels. Yeah, I could see some of them that are negative, some of them that are not.
Moderated. After laughing over the corpses of slain children, Hassan continues to guzzle Hamas propaganda, and this reaction that I can only describe as nauseating. Take a look.
Here it is.
Now let's take a look at how the hostages were released. I wonder if Western media will actually show the release videos, because there was some interesting sites that were disconcerting for the Israeli state and their project overall, but let's see.
Omer was among 6 released by Hamas in Gaza this morning. The 6 are the last living hostages to be returned in this ceasefire's first phase.
Yeah.
The 22-year-old was paraded on stage. He'd been kidnapped from a music festival, and yet remarkably, he kissed 2 of the men who had been...
I hope he said no homo after, bro. Straight up. Hey, Hassan, please give us your take. I mean, it's the same as the dudes who fucking dapped up the...
I saw this. Didn't they make this guy do that? My understanding is they made this guy do that. And
no
they
way
made other
Asmongold has this more
watch
figured
these
out
hostages get
than
released.
Hassan, bro. No way Asmongold has this more figured out
because this
than
is obviously
Hassan.
for PR. It's very clearly
Oh my
for
god,
PR.
bro. How? How is this happening?
The Hamas dudes. The dudes who dapped them up in the first ceasefire, do you not remember? And everybody freaked the fuck out about it, and they were like, oh, they must be drugged. Hamas is giving them drugs, and that's why they're dabbing them up. Hamas gave them the drugs that make you dab up Hamas. It turns out that there is a new, even scarier drug out there that Hamas has in their hands. It's called the drug that makes you kiss Hamas.
That drug is called a gun to your head. And it's so painfully obvious of a concept, I feel nauseated even having to say it.
Here you can see the head propagandist giving the hostage instructions. The hostage looks to his side to make sure he understands. Then the propagandist leans in to explain the strategy to the 2 terrorists on his left. And right on cue, the hostage leans in to kiss not one, but the 2 of them.
Of course, right? I mean, of course they're going to do this. Yeah, obviously.
It's clear to anyone with a functioning brain that this was not done out of affection for his captors.
Well, and even if it was,
Asmongold,
like, this is the other
semi-functioning
issue,
brain confirmed.
Like, there's already the established idea of the, what is it called? Stockholm Syndrome, right? Where people begin to, have a degree of sympathy for their captors. That doesn't necessarily mean that the captors are good people. So, like, I don't see how you could make any argument that this is a good thing at all.
Zelenskyy explain? He didn't. It's a fucking clickbait
Of course,
title.
we don't need to even look at the footage. Just ask the hostage what he thought. Here's the hostage who was kissing him on the head. In Hebrew, it says, I had no choice. The dogs made me do it. Hassan...
Oh, shit. Okay, well, I mean, there it is. They made it. So, all right. I guess that's it.
thought
not
this was
even
such a
Stockholm
great point.
syndrome.
He even took to his Discord to share his thoughts.
Yeah.
First, they had the drug that makes you dab Hamas. Now they have one that makes you kiss Hamas. I'm losing my mind. I don't know who else to share this info with.
Jesus.
A good place to start would be a therapist. The next best place would maybe be the NSA. More excerpts from the hostages say that they were forced to drink seawater, that they were giving rotten food, and that they were held in cages. Or has Hassan...
Well, yeah, because they're hostages. They're hostages from a terrorist organization. I would expect they were not treated particularly well.
Hassan likes to call it hospitality. What gracious hosts they are.
Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
Well, I'm
how
happy
do you
that...
buy into that? I just don't see how you can buy into that whenever the guy, I mean, it's very clear that the guy was told what he was supposed to do. And then the person who did it immediately comes out and says, no, I only did that because they told me to do that. Like, how do you buy into that at all?
The content nuke was able to make its way around and really influence people's thoughts on the matter. I am disheartened to see that Hassan is still spreading without any care in the world disgusting, violent, anti-Semitic Hamas propaganda that dehumanizes Israelis and delegitimizes their suffering. As I said,
I mean, I'll admit, like, I thought it was kind of funny seeing the poster for a second, but it was funny because of how ridiculous the Photoshop was. It wasn't funny because of what it said or what happened. I mean, I think you can say, wow, that's a ridiculous
Wow, I'm
Photoshop
rationalizing with Asmongold. What is
it's obviously
happening?
not good.
Content nuke. We must always keep the plight of the Palestinians at the front of our mind. The point that I've made that is consistently lost on Hassan is that we have to care about everyone. You have to show empathy for both sides. You can't laugh over the coffins of slain Israeli children because they're Israeli. Peace has never felt further away when people like Hassan are turning people against each other, fomenting hate, disinformation, while supporting radical, reactionary, terrorist organizations. Peace happens when both sides see each other.
It is kind of crazy to just go and openly say that the terrorist organization, you know, that's holding hostages is doing so in anything other than an oppressive and terrible way. It's crazy, especially with how many interviews and people that were, like, you know, taken hostage and talked about it afterwards. I mean, like, what is this?
As human, recognize the humanity in each other. That's when we come together and find peace. Hassan is doing the opposite. During this war, Hassan has poisoned the minds of many young people with the idea that Israelis are evil, that they are all valid military targets, that the babies are settlers. And this is the result: laughing over the coffins of slain children, unable to spare a mote of dust of empathy for innocents that were killed in Israel. And just like a radical extremist in Israel that says all Palestinians are valid military targets, which I would condemn a million times, and I cry and my heart bleeds for all the innocents that are dying in Gaza. Why can't you do the same?
Well, there it is. I don't know why. I do not understand.
I do not
what
understand.
The end goal is for glazing terrorists this hard. I don't think this is to
It like hurts my brain.
And I actually think that it alienates a lot of people. I think that it alienates a tremendous amount of people. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, making more terrorists. Well, I think that what I think it does is that people see videos like this and they see somebody talking about, like, oh yeah, like these, you know, like prisoners aren't actually prisoners, etc. And they go unpunished, right? Well, that's another component. I saw, like, there was this clip. Let me see if I can find it here. Like, I do, as I said, I do try to maintain a degree of neutrality with a lot of this stuff. And I try not to go too, like, super hard on it. I'll link you guys the video real quick before I get into it. And we'll go and look at that. Pretty simple. Yeah, there's the video. It's the Ethan video. People are so ideologically captured, it's sad. I think a lot of people are. I saw this the other day, actually this morning. Where is it here? Here we go.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
Okay, I'm back on board with Hassan.
$50 billion estimated that are lost.
That is crazy. That is nuts. And I've said before, there's a statute of limitations, but apparently this was yesterday. Yeah, this happened yesterday even. Oh my God. How's that not against the TOS? It is. And it is an open call to violence. And I would challenge anybody who thinks that it's not an open call to violence to say that exact thing about Donald Trump and then tell me if Secret Service shows up at your house or not. Really. It's very obviously a call to violence. And Twitch doesn't do anything? Well, I don't know if they've really seen it or anybody's reported it or anything like that. The clip's too short. Maybe it's out of context. I hope so. I definitely do. Hopefully it's out of context.
Fucking alpha thing to say.
I will say that this advocating to
what
kill
a charitable
an
chatter, bro.
representative of the government is not good, no matter what, right? I mean, there's no other perspective to have. It doesn't matter what the perspective is. Like you can't say that. It's insane.
Fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Totally indefensible. I'm shocked, honestly. Why can't you come right out against Hassan? Everybody always gets mad at me for that, but I'm literally doing that right now. Like, the thing is that it's so obviously a call to violence. It's so obviously not something that you should say. You're obviously wrong for saying it. There's no justification at all to say something like that in any capacity. Like, that's it. Context matters. I don't see where the context for this would matter or make a difference.
It's just a joke.
Yeah, he was addressing the U.S. government. What one could say means death penalty. Well, I don't know about that. How is it a call for violence? It's a joke.
Thank you.
It's a joke. Would you tell that joke about Donald Trump? Would you tell the joke or not? No sane person tells jokes like that? No, I'm just saying, like, Donald Trump didn't commit Medicare fraud, but yes, if he did, then yes. Okay, so then no. Okay, so the answer to that is no then, right? Because and the reason why is you know why. You know exactly why. Everybody knows why. It's because it is a threat. It's obviously a threat. It is a call to violence. And if he had said that about the president, he'd probably be already visited by Secret Service. That's the truth. It's crazy. Absolutely fucking insane. This looks like satire to me. I don't know if he meant it. I don't know. I hope it is.
Huh?
I certainly hope it is.
What? I don't understand.
Maybe
What's
it
happening?
is.
Why did they need to be blocked?
But I'll tell you this, it's not the first time. This is the second time. No joke. Yes, neither of these, by the way, have resulted in any sort of action from Twitch at all. Your Reddit advocated for killing too. Sorry for spam.
Maybe if he said
but
in
here's the
Minecraft,
difference, right? When did my Reddit advocate for killing people? When did this happen?
Oh, come on.
And also, when did I advocate for it? Because, like, if I'm advocating for it, then that's very different. Like, there's somebody in my chat or in my Reddit community that said something bad. I believe you. I bet that's probably true. I do. I think that's definitely true. But we ban those people who say that stuff. 6 mod actions. Yeah, this is a, give me a minute. Yeah, let me see what this guy's saying. We don't want American companies. Subreddit was calling for violence. Okay, let's find it out. What's the title of the thread? We never advocating for killing anybody on Reddit. What the fuck? No, I have no doubt that somebody in my community has advocated for killing someone at some point in time. Yeah, of course that's happened. Also, people think handing over the wrong corpse as a joke is retarded. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, what's the title for it? Can I send someone to your mods? Yeah, sure. If you want to send it to my mods, that's fine. Yeah, then they can link it. But anyway, so I'm just... I'm kind of shocked that this is happening. And I also want to say that this rise in extremism and this rise in extremist rhetoric will eventually be very, very damaging
bro, it's
for Twitch.
just a joke.
Because eventually somebody will say something.
It's funny. It's funny because it's Rick Scott. Asmongold, it's funny.
And it's going to get mainstream attention to a degree that it's going to damage Twitch on a massive level.
Can we seriously just take a second and think about how funny this joke is?
Distasteful. And I think that
because like as it's been expanded on in chat, like literally the biggest fraud ever, right? So like to say if you care about Medicare you would kill Rick Scott, like that's a good fucking joke, man. That's fucking like that's a sharp political joke that would like go easily on stage with, like, if people, you know, it wouldn't work on stage because people wouldn't know the context of it. But like when it comes to like if you were in a specific political audience, like something like that, like maybe, but like it has the elements of a good stage joke is just what I mean.
Average people see this and they find it abhorrent. And the fact is that if you keep saying stuff like this and you keep doing this, you will eventually, in my opinion, like if I was Amazon and I found out this was happening, I would fire everybody at leadership at Twitch. I would. Because the fact is that the people who are leadership at Twitch have allowed this to happen. And they've allowed it to happen for a long time. It's not like this is just the first time it's happened. There's a pattern of behavior here. And I think that Twitch really needs to look at reining this kind of stuff in. Like, I've said things that were out of pocket before. One of them I said I did get reined in for. And so I don't think anybody should get permabanned for any of this in a lot of cases, but there need to be suspensions for
I generally agree. Permabann's bad.
It's really just not acceptable at all. Like, I can't see it in any other way. I think saying to kill a senator is worthy of a perma. Well, I mean, like, that's up to Twitch. But my point is that, and also, like, I mean, this is, again, like, kind of illegal to begin with, right? Twitch agrees? Well, Twitch doesn't care. That's the problem, is that Twitch doesn't care. And I think that the reason that Twitch doesn't care, this is my perspective, and I know this might be a hot take or whatever, but my perspective is that Twitch doesn't care because Twitch agrees with it. I think that Twitch likes this, like the people that work at Twitch and they work at the, you know, the leadership team, they like this brand of extremism, and that's why they're basically endorsing it by ignoring it.
That's kind of silly to say.
And I find it to be, and
they're still
the problem
capitalist.
is that I think in doing so, they're actually damaging their cause and they're alienating a lot of people. But only one way? Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, Tim Pool can cry Civil War every day. Yeah, exactly.
The opposite. Oh, wait, they did?
Tim
yeah,
Pool's not on Twitch, though.
And by the way, when I got banned, I said I deserved it. That's fine. Right? I went too far. That's okay. People make mistakes.
Okay.
The issue is that when mistakes are only punished one-dimensionally or asymmetrically, that's when you have people that get radicalized. Because I think one of the biggest radicalizing factors that's happened in, like, the last, I'd say, 5 years is the fact that you have effectively two tiers of enforcement and two tiers of accountability. You have in one case where somebody goes and they say something out of pocket or they say something wrong, and then you have in another case somebody says something and then they get suspended for it, right? Either way, that's my viewpoint. I saw this and I think I need to call it out. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely fucking insane. People are openly calling for violence against elected officials.
Well, today was interesting. Zelenskyy went to the White House and met the fashion police.
Pretty close. Pretty shut. He's all dressed up today.
But everybody was getting along fine. Zelenskyy was there to sign the mineral deal and start peace negotiations. The first 30 minutes went great. Even the reporters were teasing the Ukrainian about his clothes.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office.
Reporter. That's not a reporter.
Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I
the
don't have
dignity of this
such-
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like this.
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know.
I do like your clothing, though.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's
Yeah?
a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think
No,
he's
no,
dressed.
I-
I think he's
why?
dressed
I like this
beautifully.
guy. I don't know
I think
him.
he's dressed beautifully.
So,
Everyone seemed friendly, about to eat lunch.
Yeah,
doing what they
Jesse.
do. Then for some reason, Zelensky got an attitude.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to?
Isn't it weird, Jesse? Is that MTG's boyfriend? Yes, it is. Isn't it weird, Jesse? Let's break this down, Jesse. Everyone's making jokes and berating the guy, and he's rolling with the punches and making jokes back and able to turn everything into a positive. Okay? I wonder what happened, Jesse, you know? If he can roll with all these punches, it seems like he was probably actually doing the same type of response, and then it was this piss baby on the couch who started crying because Zelensky said something. Wow, crazy. Seems like Zelensky never actually raised his voice or did anything but joke around, you know, and respond to people normally. And then J.D. Vance is the one who's saying, we don't want to litigate this in front of the press.
It'd be tough. I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending
Yes,
that the
Joe
President of the
Biden
United
sure
States'
thumped his
words
chest.
mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
he killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr.
are
President,
not
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come
see?
to the Oval Office and try to litigate
See?
this in front of the American
Wow,
media.
Jesse.
Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front.
I don't see, I really, people come in here, and it's I don't understand it. It's did we watch the same thing? How can you just be told that, listening, Jesse is literally showing the entire thing and all the important details that should still bring you to the conclusion that Jesse is full of shit here. I don't fucking get it.
Lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president.
What the heck is Zelensky doing giving us a history lesson like we don't know Putin's a snake? We know Putin's violated deals before under Democrat presidencies. What good does it do
Oh my
Zelensky
God,
to call
bro.
us naive? We're not naive. If anyone's naive, it's Zelensky. He didn't even think Russia was going to invade, even when Biden's CIA was like,
Oh my God, bro. Oh, Jesse! Jesse! He was saying that because he wanted people to stay in his country! Capital! Capital! It's about money, Jesse!
they're going in. And if you don't think you can do a deal with Putin, then why are you even here? Joe Biden's in Delaware. This is a new group.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's
I will
respectful
answer.
to come to the Oval Office of the
answer.
United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to
Where did he
prevent
attack?
the destruction?
Where was the attack?
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't know
God
that.
bless. You
Don't-
will not
you
have
gotta-
a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
Don't
We're
tell-
trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I don't
You're
dictate.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You don't have.
Zelensky still calm. Wow. It seems like there's only one party here that's being a piss baby. Crazy.
Actions. What makes America actions? What makes America a good country is
Oh,
America
I pressed my
engaging
key.
in diplomacy. That's what.
4-3. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Is he playing cards or Russian roulette? Who does he think he is coming here in front of the cameras and telling our president that if we don't sign a security pact, we're next? We're not doing a security deal with Ukraine. That's why they're not getting into NATO. NATO doesn't want them in NATO. That's a trap. That's going to trigger World War III. The mineral deal is the security deal, because if Americans are in Ukraine doing business, Russia's not going to start shooting at our contractors.
They literally have
Ukraine's
before.
in no position to negotiate terms. We're in charge. We'll tell Zelensky what the terms are. He can either accept it, fight Russia himself, or go look for another sponsor. And good luck, because the Europeans aren't going to cut it. And I get it. I have respect for Zelensky. His country got invaded. He didn't flee. He stayed and fought. Ukraine fought. They fought hard. They
Gotta
fought
fix
the
these
Russians
fucking
to a
misclicks
stalemate
I
in
made
the east.
tabbing.
An amazing job. But now it's trench warfare, and they're dug in like World War I. And the Ukrainians don't have the bodies.
Gutfeld is. I've told you Jesse's worse than Gutfeld.
Zelensky wants to
You don't ever listen to me.
Europeans.
You never listen to me.
We want to end it, and Russia does too. That's why they're
Jesse is the worst by far.
proxy war that goes nowhere. Is that in America's
There's
best
not even
interest?
like. There's like Gutfeld. There's so much material to make fun of. Judge Ginny, great material to make fun of. You know.
This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October.
Oh, now here's the first time Jesse's not going to show the whole context of Zelensky sitting down and saying thank you.
Trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a
answer?
lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
Don't tell the vice president he's speaking too loudly. He can speak however he wants to in the White House. Have you ever seen a foreign leader come into America and talk this way? And everyone knows if Zelensky had come in, signed the deal, showed some gratitude, it would have gone a long way. And it would have reminded the American people that Zelensky is a victim. We could have sympathized with him.
You mean when he sat down and said thank you?
But we saved Zelensky's life. We saved his country. And it was an honor to save his country. And if you want to have an attitude because war's hell and you're fighting for your survival, I get that. But do it in private. What do you think was going to happen if you're going to do this in front of the press? You think Trump's going to let it fly? So if you weren't ready to sign the deal, why'd you fly here? And if you didn't like the language of the mineral deal, have your team
Tucker's
hash
a
it out
real
with
deal
us.
psychopath
Push the
too,
trip
man.
back a week, and then fly over. Don't fly here saying you're going to sign on the dotted line and then argue about what's not in the deal on TV.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment.
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
Zelensky was already on thin ice, and now he's going toe-to-toe with Trump like this is some kind of debate. We're not here to debate. You can debate behind the scenes. You can debate at lunch. But if you debate in the open like this, you're going to lose because Ukraine has no leverage. The minerals were their only leverage, and without those, you're not getting a peace deal. At a certain point, it didn't even look like Zelensky wanted peace.
You tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
That
what
wasn't
is
with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful.
Zelensky wants guarantees. I would too. But Russia invaded under Bush, under Obama, under Biden. Putin never invaded under Trump. And Trump's saying, I'm the guarantee.
Yes, he did.
And if we have Americans in Ukraine excavating minerals, that's a double guarantee. And if push comes to shove, something tells me that American weapons are always available. Zelensky's not going to get a better deal than that.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay?
Why are you leaving the worst parts in,
They broke
Jesse?
it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Netanyahu might have had it out with Biden, but he didn't come into the Oval Office and point his finger in his face. After World War II, the French and the British didn't dictate terms to the Americans. We said, get rid of your colonies. Here's the Marshall Plan. Here's how you're going to pay us back. This is the New World Order. Do you think Karzai in Afghanistan came to the White House and lectured Bush on live TV? Zelensky really screwed up. Even the...
Out of all the people to fucking pick, Hamid Karzai? Are you fucking kidding me? Hamid Karzai, they ousted him because he was so hostile to the U.S. You fucking moron, Jesse. You're an absolute fucking idiot. Karzai is like I literally like Karzai because he tells people to fuck off the way he did. He was certainly better than fucking Ashraf Ghani. What a fucking dumb example. What an idiot, bro.
Ukrainian ambassador couldn't watch. Zelensky's never done a deal like this in his life. Trump's had a lifetime of doing international business deals, and he's a two-term president. He did the Abraham Accords, renegotiated NAFTA, the China trade deal. He's getting hostages back all over the world. He has his party in lockstep, and he has tycoons from all over flying to Washington to announce billion-dollar investments. And what? Zelensky's jumping?
Well, okay, I guess we could say invasion because they were already fucking like, you know, broken ceasefire is more accurate than invasions, which I guess we could be technical with.
Up and down and picking fights? What's that going to do? What's gotten into this guy?
The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
Trump and Zelensky were supposed to have a joint press conference afterwards. Didn't happen. They were supposed to have lunch together, too. But Trump kicked Zelensky out of the White House. And the White House staff ate Zelensky's lunch.
We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelensky, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up a strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening. I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we...
Zelensky has compared to my brain just froze. There's a bust of him behind Trump. I don't know. Maybe somebody else can help you. I didn't plug into the same thing. I didn't hear the statement or if you're just saying it or something.
Sign up. He's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight. We're not going to keep fighting. You're going to get the war done or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out.
Zelensky messed up so badly, he lost Lindsey Graham.
What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. I think most Americans saw a guy that they would not want to go in business with. The way he handled the meeting, the way he confronted the president was just over the top.
This was a diplomatic catastrophe for Zelensky. Without the White House and Republicans in Congress, Ukraine's toast. Zelensky knows that. But for some reason, he didn't have the emotional intelligence to behave that way. So talks are off for now.
What does Zelensky need to do to restart talks with you?
He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer.
Zelensky was just on with Bret Baier and somehow made it worse.
No, this interview was great.
An apology to President Trump?
I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect president and I respect American people, and if I don't know if I think that we have to be very open and very honest, and I'm not sure that we did something bad.
He just got kicked out of the White House before lunch, and he's not sure he did anything bad. Does Zelensky not understand Donald Trump at all? Was he not briefed before this? Manners mean everything to the president. Thank you means a lot to him. I'm sorry would have really helped here. Our country saved your life. Zelensky owes us everything. He had the same issue with Biden. Biden's team had to coach him before he got on the phone. You need to be more gracious. You have to stop making so many demands. You have to say thank you. And he'd get on the phone and he'd misbehave. And it drove Joe nuts. And it's driving Trump nuts too. In any business meeting, you have to understand if you're the junior partner in the deal. You got to act like it. Obviously, the Democrats saw the president standing up for American interests and took the side of the others.
What we just witnessed between Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and President Zelensky inside the White House was an ambush. It was a planned ambush designed to embarrass President Zelensky in order to benefit Vladimir Putin.
What a complete and utter mess. And this is a gift to Putin. We don't gain anything by acting like bullies. And this is what bullies do. And just because you act this way, by the way, it doesn't mean that you're tough.
The President of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the Vice President of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero.
This is just meaningless sloganeering. What is the Democrats' plan for peace in Ukraine? They don't have one. What's the Democrats' plan to win the war in Ukraine? They don't have one. The Democrats' only plan is to keep doing whatever Joe Biden was doing, which was fight an unwinnable, endless proxy war. Give the Ukrainians
Look,
just
I'm walking
enough
away.
not to lose,
Don't let me
but
forget
not
to
enough
unmute
win.
my mic when I get back.
And if you do give them too much, it starts a nuclear war. How is that strategy in America's interest? Ending the war is in our interest. It'll lower energy prices, give us access to a new market for minerals, pay down our debt, buy us time to build up our own armaments, which we're depleting, force the Europeans to get some skin in the game and pull the Russians away from a deeper alliance with China. Oh, and save millions of lives. American presidents for decades cut arms deals with the Soviets. Does that make us Russian puppets? The whole thing's so stupid. This is just about what it takes to get a done deal.
You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with.
Does this mean Zelensky's been deported and isn't allowed back into the country? No. Sometimes you have to break up to make up. A lot of relationships go through ups and downs and people get back together. A lot of deals blow up before they're eventually signed. Hopefully, this is just a bump in the road.
Welcome to the Contrary podcast. I'm Charlie Sykes. I am going to violate one of my cardinal rules for podcasting, which is never to podcast angry. But I don't know what else to do because we have just been watching an extraordinarily disgraceful scene in the Oval Office with Vice President Vance and Donald Trump berating President Zelenskyy. Joining me on the podcast, my good friend Adam Kinzinger. Adam, deep breath here, because that was as ugly as anything I have ever seen.
I don't think, maybe with cameras off, you could find a meeting maybe like that happened in the past, just like between leaders like that. But there has never been anything like this. It's a shame, shameful. And this we're not even talking about an adversary. This is supposed to be an ally. Yeah.
Well, to put it in some context, this was supposed to be the photo spray before the actual talks. The photo spray usually lasts, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, and they get the press out. And then they get down to actually negotiating. And I'm guessing that some of those negotiations can get heated. But it felt like it was almost a setup. Look, I'm going to set the scene here. Here is the report by Peter Baker from the New York Times. Trump and Vance berate Zelenskyy during testy White House meeting. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance castigated President Volodymyr Zelenskyy of Ukraine for not being grateful enough for U.S. aid. You're gambling with World War III, Trump told Zelenskyy. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance loudly berated President Zelenskyy of Ukraine on Friday in an explosive televised shouting match, unlike any seen in the Oval Office between an American president and foreign leaders in modern time, putting it in context. Trump and Vance castigated Mr. Zelenskyy for not being grateful enough for U.S. support in its war with Russia and sought to strong-arm him into making a peace deal on whatever terms the Americans dictate. With voices raised and tempers flaring, Trump threatened to abandon Ukraine altogether if Zelenskyy did not go along. Talking over the Ukrainian leader, Vance told Mr. Zelenskyy that it was disrespectful for him to come to the Oval Office and make his case in front of the American news media and demanded that he thank Mr. Trump for his leadership. Trump jumped in, told the Ukrainian leadership, you're not really in a good position right now and that you're gambling with World War III. You're either going to make a deal or we're out, Trump added. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. And I don't think it's going to be pretty. Now, Zelenskyy tried at the beginning to explain what's going on in Ukraine to Trump and Vance, tried to explain the atrocities, tried to explain the fact that you cannot trust Vladimir Putin, tried to explain that, in fact, they had negotiated. And let me just give you some of the reaction here, Adam. David Frum, we're watching the on-video confession of the Trump-Russia scandal. Damon Linker. That event in the Oval Office is going to send shockwaves across the world, far more so than Vance's Munich speech. We're the most powerful country in the world, and we are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde from administration to administration. Today, Mr. Hyde made his full debut. Ben Rhodes said that these are not political news cycle issues. Trump is transforming what the United States is as a country in the world into a far-right, authoritarian, transactional, valueless oligarchy aligned with the world's autocracies. Conservative lawyer Greg Nunziata. I am hard-pressed to think of a more disgraceful and damaging performance by a U.S. president on the world stage than what we just witnessed in the Oval Office. Our good friend Tom Nichols. This is the video the Kremlin needed and will celebrate. General Mark Hertling. Some have disappointed. Some have had bad policy. Some made big mistakes, but I have never in my life been ashamed of American leaders until today. And David French, this is utterly shameful. This is Vladimir Putin's best outcome. The U.S. is placing pressure on a free nation, fighting for its life while giving aid and comfort to an authoritarian thug. And Adam Kinzinger, Trump is a Russian agent. I'm sorry, but F you, Donald. So, what do you really think, Adam? I mean, I have to laugh about this because this was if you have worst case scenarios, this felt like that. Your thoughts? I'm sorry.
Listen, and I've been cussing a lot on X, and I don't want to, but I just feel like sometimes, and I don't consider the F. I just kept it to F, and but it's like I feel like it's the only words that can describe the feelings. I mean, listen, let's keep in mind, Vladimir Zelenskyy thanks us all the time. Okay,
all the time.
All the time. You also put him in the Oval Office, where he has two people around him, the vice president and the president, both fluent in English, talking in English. Vladimir Zelenskyy, who did his best, he didn't have a translator. He could have spoken through a translator. He operated in English as best he could, and he was totally. They intended to ambush him, and what you saw there.
It looked like it was set up to fail that way.
Totally, and even if Donald Trump didn't know it, Vance did, and that's exactly when Vance jumped.
Exactly right. That's exactly what I was making breakfast earlier, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Is that like it's still a big risk for Vance to take, though, if that's And like yesterday I was saying, it doesn't matter if it was set up or not. And the reason I said that is because like the event still happened, right? It's just like when I talk about 9/11 and like all the different things that might have prevented it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it still happened. What matters is that it happened.
Jumped in and goes, "You're not showing enough appreciation," because he switched off a subject that they were talking about just to that to try to get, because Vladimir Zelenskyy, and here's the thing people need to realize, he's not subservient to us. Like, he has the same status as the president of the United States. Sure, we're a bigger, more powerful country, but he is a head of state. And honestly, he shouldn't even have listened to what the vice president of the United States was saying when the president was in the room.
The vice president should have been in the
room. The thing that
room.
drives me even more insane is that Russia is truly on the verge of losing this war. They cannot generate offensive combat power anymore. Their economy is an out-of-control inflation. They sold 100 tons of gold to help fund their war machine. They did that secretly because everybody knows when you start selling gold, you're struggling. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are desperate to give Russia a lifeline. And it almost feels like they're scared that Russia's going to lose before they can come in and either get this bullshit ceasefire or, totally humiliate Zelenskyy. I mean, this is America now, Charlie. We're the bad guys right now. I hate to tell you, we are the bad guys.
Well, and we've changed position. I mean, I think there was some concern that Donald Trump would force a less than optimal peace settlement on Russia and Ukraine, but in fact we have switched sides, and this is the week in which you and I are talking on Friday. This was the week in which the United States actually sided with Russia in the United Nations against a resolution that condemned their genocidal war against.
And China
Ukraine.
didn't even side with them. China didn't even side. They abstained at least.
So we start the week with us switching sides, which is breathtaking. And we end the week with the very personal, angry, intentional humiliation of Volodymyr Zelenskyy in the Oval Office. And you can tell it was very, very personal. We won't go through all the audio because people will have heard it. But he is trying to make the case. But he's not willing to do what other world leaders were willing to do, which is basically kiss the ring. Now, Macron of France, Starmer of England, were willing to push back in certain areas with Trump, but they were not willing to be humiliated. And what was interesting was the fact that you saw raw. I mean, the raw emotion was that they did want to. They wanted to berate him. I mean, the language in Peter Baker's article is absolutely correct. And they wanted to do it in public. They wanted to do it where the whole world was watching. And this is in the context of a negotiation. Let's just dial back why President Zelenskyy is in Washington to begin with. He was there, I guess, ostensibly, to sign this mineral deal which was part of the Trump administration
Trump is definitely
shakedown.
gonna
Nice
do something to
country you
help
got
Putin.
there. It'd be a shame if anything happened to it. I was always very, very skeptical about that because, number one, it was not a peace deal. It did not have security commitments to Ukraine, but it was very much kind of a mafia strong arm. If you want us to continue to help you, you have to give us your minerals. And I think there was an assumption that maybe they were going to sign this deal because it wasn't great, but at least it would go on. So he comes in, he's supposed to sign this deal, and instead you have this humiliation. So give me your sense of what happened, because Trump put out a statement, and let me see if I can find it, shortly after this, basically implying that he was done with negotiating with Zelensky. So
yeah, I mean,
what
look,
happened here?
I think Trump wanted to extract everything from Zelensky. He wanted Zelensky to come crawling. Trump wanted to be the guy that gets the ceasefire, but he knows that he can't push back on Vladimir Putin for whatever reason. And I mean, we're starting to get to the Occam's razor of maybe actually Donald Trump is compromised by Russia. Because, I mean, actually that's the only thing that makes sense. And so I think it was to bring him here, to bring him crawling, to have a ceasefire that ends where basically Russia can rearm and reattack. That's because that's the thing that triggered this, is Zelensky was pressing him on security guarantees.
Yeah,
like,
right,
okay, yeah, ceasefire, but you can't just allow Russia to rearm. That's what triggered Vance. That's what triggered Trump. And here's the other thing. You mentioned Starmer and Macron. Keep in mind, those are countries at peace. They can afford to come here, kind of their people understand that they've got to play the game a little bit. When you're a leader of a country at war, you cannot show any weakness and you cannot show any subservience to anybody, because you're leading ostensibly thousands of people into their death to defend your country. So you have to play to that domestic audience as well, which Zelensky was heroically doing, but Donald Trump can't take it. And J.D. Vance, who truly loves Russia, I mean, he said it. He has said this. Who truly loves Russia was there to trigger him and set this thing off. And here's the good thing, if we're going to look at any good thing in this, is I do think you're starting to see on the right a little bit people going, holy crap, this is weird. And then in Europe is starting to see that they're going to have to step up and do something here, because I'm sorry, guys, I hate to say it, as a guy that defended this country, America's not your friend, at least for the next 4 years.
And that's why it's so transformative. I mean, it's not just a retreat into isolationism; it is switching sides. And to Europe, we are not only an unreliable ally. There's the real potential that we are an adversary. Okay, so here is the statement that Trump issued afterwards. We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion. And here it is, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. So basically, he sent him to his room. It's really come to this. As Noah Rothman says, this has been a physically sickening turn of events.
Yep.
And for people who think, well, this is like this, or this is part of the negotiating strategy, or this is the art of the deal, bullshit. This is basically the whole thing here. So.
And listen, I've been sitting around with my wife here, and we're just like, you get that feeling of like, you just want to explode, right? You feel like there's got to be a bigger audience I've got to reach, because this is so angering. And I think there's a lot of Americans that feel that way, but we're stuck with this guy. And this is where, to our friends like Don Bacon, like, the few Republicans left that I know deeply support Ukraine, is this the hill you die on? Or are you just unwilling to die for a cause? And if that's the case, if you're unwilling to die for a cause, then maybe it is better if you don't support Ukraine, because obviously Ukrainians are willing to die for a cause that you're unwilling to even politically die for. So
they're dying for their country.
It makes me physically ill, really, and
don't
especially
bring
as a guy
causes
that
into it.
Spent my time in Congress caring about America's role in the world, and spent my time in the military caring about America's role in the world. To watch this, drop on a dime because of the price of eggs just makes me effing irate.
And of course, eggs are more expensive now than they ever have been. Okay, so
this is a dumb thing to attach to. As we've covered. The one thing that's guaranteed to drop is the price of eggs. Everything else will go up. The price of eggs will actually come down because the avian flu is just destined to like teeter out, but the inflation around everything else is going to stay there. So while the price of eggs is going to skyrocket along with the cost of other goods, that cost of eggs will come down. Do not attach your messaging to this.
Former colleague Liz Cheney has issued a statement in the last couple of minutes. Generations of American patriots from our revolution onward have fought for the principle that Zelenskyy is risking his life to defend. But today, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance attacked Zelenskyy and pressured him to surrender the freedom of his people to the KGB war criminal who invaded Ukraine. History will remember this day when an American president and vice president abandoned all we stood for. And I think it's sometimes we talk about how history will remember, and I do think that people will remember today. Yeah. Today was an extraordinarily dramatic day. Okay, you made a really interesting question. You posed a really interesting question for, allegedly pro-Ukraine members of Congress like Nebraska's Don Bacon. The rationalization for a lot of these folks is we need to stay relevant because we need to stay in the room to stop bad things from happening. And I keep thinking about Marco Rubio and what's left of his soul, because Marco Rubio right now is at the most powerful position of his life, and yet he has never been more pathetic or powerless. Because you can imagine that rationalization in the first term. Okay, and you got this from Lindsey Graham. I need to be in the president's ear so that we don't do something that might be reckless or dangerous. What are they telling themselves now? Marco Rubio is the Secretary of State. He has watched us switch sides in the Cold War, siding with Russia over Ukraine, abandoning much of the rest of the world with cuts in the USAID program that he had supported. And he's sitting there watching this in the Oval Office. He's in the room. But what is he waiting for? What is his rationalization other than, I just want to be in the room because I really want to be Secretary of State so much that I'm willing to abase myself in any conceivable way?
I think it's that. I mean, look, I don't think we're anymore in the position of like people stay because they think they can make a difference. I think by now in the Republican Party, Donald Trump's been on the scene 10 years now. You've had to rationalize his behavior and your behavior to stay. Look, in his first term, there were many of us that are like, okay, well, we'll oppose him when we need to, we'll support him when we can, we'll get through this. This is the Republican Party now. There's no more rationalization. You're in. And so Rubio, he probably felt uncomfortable today. But he is not going to stand up to Trump. Nobody will. This emperor has no clothes, and nobody's willing to tell him that anymore. And the amazing thing to me is we look as a party and say, Ronald Reagan, this shining star on a hill who Ronald Reagan is. And he's the one that said in the speech, the Goldwater speech, he goes, we can have peace tomorrow, surrender. And this is exactly what Donald Trump is talking about. All of a sudden, Donald Trump and the Republican Party, by extension's highest call in the war in Ukraine is simply peace. Dude, we could have peace for eternity with every enemy if we just surrendered. If after 9/11 we said, fine, we'll do Sharia law or whatever you guys want, we would have had peace. We never had to do the war on terror. If Ukraine would simply say, we're not going to defend our country, they can have peace too.
That's not why
and
they did 9/11.
We've forgotten that. And somehow, Marco Rubio, who I bet still has a picture of Reagan somewhere in his office, is now the guy that puts peace at high cost because he's unwilling to stand up to Donald Trump, one of the most flawed human beings, not just to occupy the Oval Office, but probably to ever exist on the face of the earth. And these guys are too scared. They can't do it.
Yeah. Well, and so this week is the turning point. This is the turning point that some of us have been warning of, and yet still when it happens, it is tragic. Okay, so Adam, we wanted to spend a little bit of time on this, get this out, and I want to continue this conversation, which people can hear over the weekend. Okay, stick around. Adam and I have a lot more ground to cover. Thank you.
For the next 3 years and 11 months, you cannot trust this American administration.
Welcome to Shield of the Republic. I'm Eric Edelman, and I am joined by my colleague Elliot Cohen, who is my partner in this enterprise, and this is an emergency episode of Shield of the Republic being taped shortly after the meltdown in the Oval Office between President Donald J. Trump and visiting President Volodymyr Zelenskyy of Ukraine.
I'm taking a picture of this to send it to him.
Elliot, to me, that was one of the low points of American statecraft in a very long time. I can't remember a moment lower than this. Can you think of one?
No, I mean, look, you and I are a pair of American patriots.
Hey, look, Churchill.
And it is a terrible feeling to feel deeply ashamed of one's country, which is where I am now. I mean, it is shameful. You know, the idea that we're on the wrong side, that we're siding with, you know, evil, predatory tyrants, and that, you know, not only are we siding with them, I mean, we've cut deals with actually Russian tyrants before, although in a better cause. But you know, the egregious behavior to this courageous man who's been leading his country through, you know, a crucible that nobody in that room could possibly imagine. It makes you ill. I mean, it makes you ill and ashamed. And feeling, you know, sullied, even though you and I obviously didn't have anything to do with it. And I mean, you and I should talk. I mean, my tendency is to think that this was something of a setup, probably by Vance. Is that your view too?
It was absolutely a setup. I think, you know, I don't know whether it was concerted with the president beforehand, or whether Vance was knowing the buttons to push with Trump, decided to resolve whatever lingering interagency differences there might be among, you know, Rubio and Waltz and Vance and others in the administration. But it was calculated. And I'm appalled that people like Lindsey Graham and others are saying, "Oh, Zelenskyy, you know, rose to the bait. You know, he shouldn't have done that. You know, or this was somehow his fault." This was a kind of calculated ambush. Again, I don't know whether Trump was in on it from the get-go, or whether, you know, Vance did it, as I said, to, you know, for his own policy reasons. But you know, as you and I were discussing before we came on, Neville Chamberlain and Edouard Daladier dealt with greater deference and subtlety with Edward Beneš, the president of Czechoslovakia in 1938 at Munich, than these two, you know, schoolyard bullies did with Zelenskyy, and with Mike Waltz and Marco Rubio, supposedly tough guys, you know, about Russia, looking on. Not only that, piling on, you know, after the fact, Rubio tweeting out, "Thank you, Mr. President, for standing up for America first in the Oval Office." You know, he's also made the point in responding to some of the criticism about the meeting in Riyadh, where Ukraine was excluded, by saying that, well, Zelensky's just not very grateful for everything that's been done for him. Even Joe Biden was angry at him for not being grateful. You and I, on this very podcast, have spent a lot of time criticizing Biden for having been lacking in strategic empathy for a guy who was fighting for his life and for the life of his country. And yet this is where we are now, you know, that people are making these pathetic excuses that somehow this is the fault of the guy who's trying to stop a predatory, aggressive power from stealing his country.
Yeah. Well, I think, I mean, it's even worse for the Rubios and the Waltzes and the Grahams. You know, people who knew better, people who claimed to have some principles. I couldn't bear to be in the same room with them, you know. I mean, people have so completely compromised their integrity. They're contemptible human beings, just contemptible human beings. But I think, I mean, Shield of the Republic, we vent, but we also there's only so much of that we can and should do. I think it's also our job here to be analytic, to talk about what does this mean, what are the implications, If I could open it up just with one observation, one interpretation of the Trump administration is, well, they're sort of isolationist. That's a long strand in American history. The current manifestation, well funded by the Koch brothers, is restraint. And I thought I would, just for the benefit of our listeners, I wanted to quote a very famous couple of lines from John Quincy Adams' July 4th, 1821 Independence Day address. Now, this is the one where he famously says that the United States goes not abroad in search of monsters to destroy. And that's supposed to illuminate what a restrained foreign policy, if not indeed a neo-isolationist foreign policy, is like. But what people miss of the preceding sentence, in which he says there will be, and I quote, contests between inveterate power and emerging right. And then he says, wherever the standard of freedom and independence has been or shall be unfurled, there will her, America's heart, her benedictions and her prayers be. She is the well-wisher to the freedom and independence of all. She's the champion and vindicator only of her own. I mean, the point is that John Quincy Adams fully understood that the United States had to be an advocate for freedom. Now, what he's saying is, we may not fight for it in other places. Fine, we can argue about that. And of course, he was saying that at a particular time. There's no question in his mind that the American view of the world had to be shaped by some very, very fundamental values. In that respect, this administration is a break. It's an even bigger break than the much more sophisticated, nuanced, and in some ways limited break that you had under Nixon, sort of Nixon-Kissinger, where we also, we threw an ally under the bus, South Vietnam, although, we gave them a lot more running room than we're giving Ukraine. But this is a break. This is, and I don't think that much about Trump because he is who he is. I think he's somewhat senile. He's clearly, as you and I have often discussed, a malignant narcissist, a sociopath. I think what's very dark here is the role of J.D. Vance. I think you're absolutely right. He set this up. And I think he wants to take the country to a very dark place. And it's revealed, including in his affinity for people who believe in things that approach monarchy or dictatorship. So I think he's a very, very dangerous man, and I hope Americans wake up to that.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, one more vent before we, get to the analysis. And I'll try and make it a segue into analysis anyway. When people like Senator Lindsey Graham say, "Oh, this is Zelensky's fault. He rose to the bait, and got into a debate or a fight with Trump in the Oval, and he shouldn't have done that." I mean, if you watch the video, it would have been impossible for him to do anything other than what he did. Moreover, the people who are now saying, like Lindsey Graham, that, the U.S.-Ukraine relationship, irreparably torn, can only be solved by Zelensky stepping down, they are objectively pro-Putin. They are objectively hewing to the Kremlin line. And that is, in fact, what Dmitry Medvedev is already saying, on Telegram and other, Russian outlets. They are objectively pro-Putin. I don't care what Lindsey Graham says about how pro-Ukraine he is. He objectively now has signed himself up and aligned himself with Putin.
Yeah, as have all the other Trump apologists. I'm
right.
But okay, let's talk about what happens for you. One thing.
By the way, just to go back for 1 second, I totally agree with your assessment of J.D. Vance and what a dark character he is. And he is channeling some of the grossest, anti-Ukraine, pro-Putin propaganda that people like David Sachs, in Silicon Valley and others have been pumping into the internet and poisoning the sort of discourse in the United States, by repeating essentially Russian disinformation.
It is a very dark form of authoritarianism, but obviously extends beyond that. I think, at some point the psychohistorians will explore, what made him tick. But let's talk about Zelensky. You know, one thing that's of course was very striking is when Trump was going on about, well, you know, he hasn't had an election.
Can you give us your opinion on peaceful resolution? I mean, when you say the left, I mean, it's more like these people, if we talk about the very, very, you know, they always tokenize the deaths and things like that. I mean, yeah, they're pushing for what Trump's pushing for, sure.
In a number of years, and he's a dictator. There was a resolution, which of course they ignored, and Trump probably doesn't even know about, in the Ukrainian parliament, which was virtually unanimous, saying, no, he really is our president, and we do have a law that says we're not going to have elections during wartime, you know, for actually quite understandable reasons. And I, you know, you were saying before we got on the air that it's not clear that this will make him any less popular in Ukraine. I'm not sure it will, because the truth of the matter is that although some of this is personal with Zelensky, some of this has to do with Trump's affinity. Most of it has to do with Trump's affinity for Russia, his desire to cut deals. And I think, you know, if it was, you know, the mayor of Kiev who was in that room, I don't think he would have been treated any better. I mean, may have been a little bit more afraid of him because he's a big guy and former boxer and could probably flatten all of them. But I you know, it wouldn't be any different. So I think there's that, and I think it's also important, you know, for us to remember that Ukraine is doing, in certain respects, it's doing much better than people think. I mean, the Ukrainian defense industry has taken off. It's being fed a lot of money by the Europeans. Hopefully, it'll be fed a lot more. Technologically, they're actually doing quite well against the Russians, who, by the way, are not doing very well at all. So this is not the end for Ukraine. I mean, this is going to make things harder, unquestionably, and it makes you and me and others like us sick to our stomachs. But I don't think it's
literally.
Yeah, quite literally. I mean, would you agree with that assessment?
I agree totally. Look, I don't know exactly how it will play in Ukraine. As you say, he did get a bump, actually, in the polls from Trump calling him a dictator. All of his, you know, prospective opponents in the election came out and said, yeah, we're under martial law. You know, we can't have an election in those circumstances. Well, half the country, or 20% of the country, is occupied and couldn't participate. I think there were also a lot of reservations about this mineral deal he was going to sign under duress. It was not the kind of deal he initially proposed, which was meant to be a kind of collateralization of, of future U.S. support. It was supposed to have some kind of security guarantees attached to it. Obviously, none of that was happening. You know, this was all coming from, this was all going to be forward-looking. Trump has turned it into a, no, you have to pay us back for all the assistance we gave you before. And he talked about $300 billion. He reiterated that number. I think he said $350 billion in U.S. aid to Ukraine. Now, we all know that number is not the real number. So where did that number come from? How did that lodge in Trump's brain is an interesting question. There's reporting in the Ukrainian press that suggests that this came ultimately from Kirill Dmitriev, who was the head of the Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund, U.S. educated, very smooth, went to Stanford, Harvard Business School, worked at Goldman Sachs, speaks pretty good English. So, of course, you know, stupid Americans think that anyone else who's a foreigner who speaks English must be smart. That's one of the defects of, you know, sort of amateur.
And a good guy.
Yeah, amateur diplomacy.
What do we think?
Steve Witkoff, who is the negotiator,
more books.
I think got that number.
Actually,
from,
it's empty books. He just makes it look like he's got a lot of books by stacking all these books on the outside.
Opportunity cost that you could have had all this business in Russia that you gave up to support Ukraine, and that was fed back into Trump, whose brain it's lodged in, and that became the kind of occasion for all of this demanding a repayment for $300 billion in assistance. So I mean, I think this is, I think maybe going to go down pretty positively for Zelenskyy in Ukraine. That in the end of the day, he didn't sign this agreement.
Let's talk about. I mean, the Ukrainians will fight on because this is really about life. I mean,
right. Survival.
It's survival. And by the way, people say, well, you should have been nicer. If you were in the room sitting next to somebody and they're talking about the guy who raped your daughter and they're saying to you, well, he's actually a really pretty good guy. See how many of them could have been restrained. I think that, the big question is, I think the Europeans are finally waking up or woken up.
Woke?
And I think this sort of seals it. I mean, there was the Hexes speech. That was rough, but, it wasn't totally out of the norm. As I said, it was kind of Bob Gates with bad manners at a certain level. The Vance speech definitely shook them up. This has to convince them, if anything, is that you cannot trust the United States under the Trump administration. And they will be absolutely right to think that. Now, the question is, can they mobilize the resources and the power to sustain Ukraine throughout that? And I don't know. I mean, I think that it is striking that Ukraine has this big defense industry, which they are pumping money into, which is doing well. There's been a lot of stuff that's been happening quite quietly, particularly with the Nordics, the Brits, and some of the others. There have been interesting moves. One thing that I thought was really interesting is Tayyip Erdogan said, yeah, we're willing to put Turkish troops into Ukraine, which, I mean, I know...
As part of a peacekeeping operation.
I know you're not the biggest fan of Tayyip Erdogan, but the truth of the matter is Turkish troops in opposite Crimea, I think would be a good thing. I mean, because like the Poles, they're willing to kill Russians. And they have a genuine kind of strategic stake in not letting the Russians dominate the Black Sea.
I agree with that up to a point. I mean, I would want them to be part of a European multilateral force, not the only force there.
Of course.
But yeah, no, I agree. Look, I completely agree with your point about the Europeans, and so there's been an outpouring on Twitter of support from the Prime Minister of Finland, Prime Minister of Sweden,
do you need a Liquorny?
Baltic Prime Ministers, Prime Minister of Belgium,
didn't call
Danish
him a bitch.
Prime Minister.
But also, if
Kaja
he did,
Kallas,
good.
The EU Foreign Affairs Commissioner, former Prime Minister of Estonia, who, by the way, Marco Rubio snubbed this week and refused to meet.
Outrageously. I mean, she was already here.
Yeah, disgusting.
Scheduling problems.
Disgusting, short-sighted, bad, not only bad manners, bad diplomacy.
It was a lie. I mean,
yeah, all nonsense. So yes, so that in the first instance, that is, a good thing. As you say, the question is, how will they translate that into real support, and what can they do? And here I'm a little worried that, this is going to get caught up in this debate that the German election and the victory of Chancellor to be Merz has kicked off about how will Europe, pump up its own defense, and in particular, are they going to create, a bank like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development that they set up after the fall of the Berlin Wall to help rebuild the former Soviet bloc countries of the Warsaw Pact that were becoming members of the EU? Will they create something like the EBRD for defense? Or will they create some other special purpose vehicle to fund defense?
What's happening to my
loans,
special
et cetera,
purpose?
et cetera? They don't have time for this, in my view. I mean, that's fine to have that discussion and go ahead and do it, but the Ukraine piece of this is going to have to be on a much faster timeline, not the sort of very sedate Euro bureaucratic timeline that work in Brussels sometimes can take on.
So, Eric, let me ask you this question: if you were talking candidly to American allies now, and they were to ask you, does this mean we should get nuclear weapons? What would you say?
Well, I did have a talk with actually a mutual friend of ours who comes from a allied nation, who I won't name and won't specify. He may have reached out to you. And I basically said he had given a presentation about his country's relationship with the United States, and then the fourth part of it, four-part presentation was, what's happening here. And I told him, your presentation, and he put it in terms of, well, it's not clear which direction the Trump administration is going to go. There are these isolationist, strands, but on the other hand, there's also, they want to contain China, and there are these more hawkish elements, and the Republican Party in the Congress is a bit more traditional, blah, blah, blah. And I said, this is all very nice, but, way too optimistic, and that this is going to be very bad 4 years, that you guys are going to have to think about going, what I suggested was not nuclear weapons. I don't think we're there yet, although that is clearly, I think, a long-term issue. And we should not forget that Sweden had a nuclear weapons program until the 1970s.
Yeah.
Germany was debating and is now talking about nuclear sharing in NATO again, as it did in the late 50s and early 1960s. Debate in South Korea is very real. Australia had a nuclear weapons program until the 1970s.
There is a quiet debate in Poland right now.
Yeah, and that's going to continue. My recommendation to people is continue to try and preserve as much as you can of your connection with the United States that goes on through more formal bureaucratic channels that have not yet been disrupted and may not get disrupted by all the churn, at the top, while also working as closely with other allies as you can on the assumption that the United States might not be there when you need them, and that you have to be able to defend yourselves.
Yeah, I guess, I would be only somewhat more blunt and say, for the next 3 years and 11 months, you cannot trust this American administration.
Trump will not get a Nobel Peace Prize if this is how he goes about it.
In a fundamental way, that no matter what their treaty commitments are, no matter what they tell you, even if you get it directly from the president, you cannot be sure that they're not lying to you, or they won't sort of turn on a dime and align with the bad guys. And there's a follow-on question for that, which is, will we ever recover from this? That we'll be talking to Michael Beckley about this next week, and I'm looking forward to that. My feeling is, no, we're not going to completely recover from this. After this, I think you'd have to be a fool to really trust the word of the United States. And I can't tell you how much it grieves me to say that. Now, there are probably plenty of people around the world saying, actually, we've known that for quite some time, thank you very much. And they have some reason to say those things. So I'm probably getting a bit too much of my high horse, but I do think this is qualitatively different. This is it is so egregious, such a reversal of our values. It's such an abandonment of our values and of our policies that is something's broken, and you can't. This is not one you can put back together again.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts on that. One, I think this is now going to be a huge test for the American people, who, by and large, don't pay much attention to foreign affairs, as our bulwark colleague, JVL, always points out. This is not, this is not something people spend a lot of time worrying about. But this is really going to be a test, because we've changed sides, essentially. And you were quoting David Frum before we came on, and you might want to repeat what David said about this, but I don't think, I could be wrong, I could be misjudging the American public. I've misjudged the public before. I've been wrong about a lot of election results in the last decade. It staggers me still that Donald Trump won the popular vote. I thought he might win the election. It never occurred to me he would actually win the popular vote. So I could be wrong about this, but I think this is going to stick in their craw. I don't think this bullying of someone who, manifestly has thanked the United States in front of the entire United States Congress
repeatedly,
that somehow he's the villain here, and these objectively pro-Putin people are, not the sponsors of this moment, and lining themselves up essentially with evil. I also think that they believe that, or some of them, are persuading themselves that this is really a very sophisticated, Bismarckian or Metternickian move, that this is like, as some of them have described it, the reverse Kissinger. We're going to pull Russia away from its embrace of China. And there's a terrific leader in The Economist that just went up a day or so ago, which points out the folly of thinking this is a strategy, or B, that it has remotely much chance of success.
Yeah. Well, and whatever these guys are, miniature Metternichs and wannabe Talleyrand's, they're most definitely not. The David Frum piece that you mentioned was a very short piece that just dropped. At least it's called "At Least Now We Know the Truth." It's David Frum, and the last paragraph I found very powerful. The good and great America that once inspired global admiration, that good and great America still lives, but it no longer commands a consensus above party. The pro-Trump party exposed its face to the world in the Oval Office today. Nobody who saw that face will ever forget the grotesque sight.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I think that's true. What does this mean for people like you and me? I mean, we just rage for 4 years.
Well, as we've said before on this podcast, keeping one's balance, in this time is going to be very, very difficult. I think a lot of people have been trying not to respond to the outrage. I think today actually did break something. I mean, I'm not sure about your phone. My phone just blew up. And it blew up with a lot of former officials, going, what the fuck? I mean, just from a lot of different quarters, including quarters one might not have expected it.
I heard from a very tough-minded political scientist I know, who's sort of right of center. He said, "This one broke me."
Yeah.
And I think it's, it is the spectacle of us being on the wrong side. No, I agree. It's going to be a struggle for us to keep our, stay level-headed. But I think that the problem is also this, together with all the other lunacy that these people are embarked on, is we're going to be in an extraordinarily turbulent time.
Yeah.
Extraordinarily turbulent. I mean, something that you and I have not seen in our lifetimes, and I will include, all the upheavals of the late 60s, which you and I both remember, even though we were a lot younger then.
Yeah, and I had more hair. In 1968, I remember thinking that the country was having a kind of national nervous breakdown, which I think it did to some degree. And I've been thinking about that quite a bit recently, because even in the midst of that, I never felt quite as much despair as I feel right now about the way things are going, in part because we're only 5 weeks into this. I mean, which is, hard to believe. And because there's so much damage that can be done. And I know people are waiting, for the next opportunity that people have to go to the ballot box, and that's the remedy, which it is to some degree, for what's going on. But, we're, sort of 5 months out from an election in Virginia, which I'm fairly confident Abigail Spanberger will win, and that will be good. But, she's a governor. She's one lone governor. And, even if Mikey Sherrill, who is sort of her, analog in New Jersey, wins, That's just 2 governors, and it'll be another year before the Democrats have a chance to take at least one of the houses of Congress back. I'm just not sure how much damage can actually be sustained by the country over that time. I mean, I really worry that we're going to see violence. I mean,
I think we will.
You've seen the assassination attempt, the assassination of a healthcare executive, and the attempt on another healthcare executive's life. I'm fearful that we're going to see more of this.
Look, I am too. I mean, I just think of all the federal employees who've been sacked, and have been sacked in a particularly cruel and egregious way. And some of those people will go off their heads and probably begin gunning for the people who did it, and then you're off to the races. I think for myself,
they're also being recruited, by the way, according to the intelligence community, by Russian and Chinese intelligence. That's another.
Yeah, good.
Well, of course. I mean, I'm sure we took advantage of
good.
Unhappiness about the invasion of Ukraine, and now they're doing the same to us. For me, you and I are at the end of our careers in many ways, but for me, the most important thing, I think, is that it's really important to use clear language about this and to call evil, evil. And I think particularly for those of us who are in Washington, I mean, I'm sure, I know, we both know the kinds of people who will say, well, you've got to talk to them, and you want to sort of keep your lines open to the administration, and more talk to the reasonable people. I think, and in general, there's always a kind of subtle pressure to talk in very neutral, policy-oriented terms. And while there's some role for that, I think this is really a time that requires some moral lucidity. And Václav Havel, in actually much worse times, let's face it, than we're experiencing, said, live in truth. And I think that's what we got to do. And, really be very forceful in depicting the truth, and not accommodating ourselves to these people. I mean, it's a hard thing for those of us who, live in these circles where you're going to be seeing these people. I don't want to be in the same room with them.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, my own personal view of this is anybody who calls me and asks for advice, I'm happy to give it, but I'm certainly not seeking anybody out to try and help them or advise them or flatter myself that if I, whisper the right thing in the right person's ear, it's going to have much of an impact.
It'll have no effect.
Well, frankly, it won't have much effect because you can already see that this is such a personalized regime, and I've been U.S. ambassador to one of those, so I know how that works. The only voice that matters ultimately is the president in this instance, and we've already seen him release a video this week. Did you see that video of the Trump Gaza video?
Oh, yeah.
The AI generated Trump Gaza video with the gold statue of Trump in the middle of Gaza City.
The thing is, look, even the halfway reasonable people in the administration, people we would normally think of as halfway reasonable, first they had to compromise themselves in order to come on board because they had to say things which they had to know were not true about the 2020 election and about January 6th. But they're working for morally corrupt people. I mean, all of them. Every last one of them. Morally corrupt. You can't do that and keep your soul. And honestly, you can't do that and hope to do good. You really can't. I mean, it's the argument of the Vichy bureaucrat. Said, well, maybe I can do some good. No, you can't. All you can do is you can make things worse. That's all.
So let me ask you this. You and I think, have had a slight disagreement about whether Trump might consider running for a third term in 28. You think he's trolling when he says that. I think he I think he's testing the waters.
I think he's perfectly capable of doing that, but I think so. He's perfectly capable of doing it. You know, does he have any compunctions about the Constitution? No. Does he even know what's in the Constitution? No. Do people like Vance respect the Constitution? I don't think so.
No.
No. But I also think that this is a guy who has a very limited attention span, who gets an idea and kind of runs with it, and then gets another idea and runs with it and free associates. I do think he's in the beginnings, and maybe not even the beginnings, of a real senile decline. I mean, I expect him to be absolutely as gaga in his own charming way as Biden was at the end of his term, when he'll be in his early 80s. And he will be kind of babbling and incoherent, even more babbling and incoherent than he is now.
All right, so let me ask you one other question, and this was, with my tongue only partially inserted into my cheek. Having watched the Trump Gaza video with the gold statue, what do you think the over-under is that he declares himself a god by the end of the term?
So here's the book that if you want to make which is a great read, but if you want to make yourself really miserable, read Robert Harris's 3-volume set of novels about Cicero in the Republic and the end of the Roman Republic, because that's what's happening.
I read Conspirata. I haven't read the others.
They're actually, if you listen to my books on tape, because it's a great reader, and he's such a good storyteller that. There's something about hearing a story orally. That's the kind of world you're in. But that, to your earlier, more serious point, there you're talking about violence. I don't think we're going to come to civil war if that's it. But I do think you're going to get political violence. Absolutely. I will not be surprised. And it'll go in both directions. I think that's, sometimes I think like the MAGA types think they're the only ones who own guns. And I assure you they are not. And they will find out the hard way if they try things. So I do think there's probably going to be political violence, which is appalling. And at a time when the country, you could almost sort of understand it over the Civil War, but over this, I mean, it's...
Right.
Meanwhile, here's what I'm doing. I'm clutching.
So what was that Marx said about all history happens twice? The first time is tragedy, the second time is farce.
Yeah. So this is my mug. And if you're on, those of us who are seeing us on YouTube should be able to read it. It says, "Freedom is in peril. Defend it with all your might." So this is everybody's familiar with the "Keep Calm and Carry On" posters. So actually, that was one of 3 posters. That the British printed up during World War II, but that they never actually distributed. So "Keep Calm and Carry On" was not seen during World War II. These 3 posters, there's that one, there's this one, "Freedom is in peril, defend with all your might." Then I think the other one says, "Your courage, your cheerfulness, your resolution will bring us victory." They were only supposed to be put up in the event of an invasion. That's where "Keep Calm and Carry On" was going to be. You were going to see that when the Germans invaded, or this one. So I'm keeping this mug out because I think it's time to put up the posters.
All right. Well, I think that's where we'll leave it for this emergency edition of Shield of the Republic. Elliot, thanks for joining on short notice. Thanks for sharing, my moment of hate that we were able to indulge in.
We'll always have our hate together,
And look forward to seeing you on Monday with Michael Beckley. And I don't know if you've got Alex Vindman's book yet. You should have it shortly. I just got it today, and I think we're going to try and have Alex on soonish.
Good.
You're not acting grateful enough. You're not being thankful. Donald Trump to the leader of Ukraine. Joining our ongoing coverage, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, former National Security Advisor to President Obama, Ambassador Susan Rice is here. Ambassador, your reaction?
Well, Nicole, obviously it's a very sad day and an embarrassment for the United States on the world stage. But let's step back and analyze what's happened here. I think there's no question that this was a setup. You heard Donald Trump say at the end of that clip you played, this is great television. This was a setup. Volodymyr Zelenskyy was compelled to agree to a horrible deal that would have sent Ukraine's minerals to the United States without any concrete security guarantees. And yet, because he was trying to improve a relationship with Donald Trump, he came to Washington, he came to the Oval Office, and sat down for a meeting, hat in hand.
Or were you just kidding?
And soon after he got there, the Vice President of the United States lit into him and started a confrontation. Now, I've been in countless Oval Office meetings with heads of state, presidents and vice presidents, as National Security Advisor, as UN Ambassador, and in other roles. I can tell you that the Vice President or the Secretary of State or anybody else, they don't jump in, hijack a conversation without the express blessing of the President of the United States. So J.D. Vance did that deliberately. Donald Trump knew what he was going to do. And I think, as he said at the end, because he can't, help himself, this was a setup for the cameras. It was a play to his base. But above all, it was a play to Vladimir Putin, to show fealty to Vladimir Putin, and to try to humiliate Zelenskyy. But Zelenskyy didn't play along with the script, because Zelensky's got dignity and guts, and Zelenskyy has people that he democratically represents. And as a result, he couldn't sit there in silence as lies were being told about how the war was started, whose responsibility it was, et cetera, et cetera. And he tried to explain what is in fact the case. To suggest that he was not thankful, I can't count the number of times that Zelenskyy has thanked the American people, the American government, the President of the United States for the critical support that we've provided. It's not about gratitude. It was an effort to humiliate him, to scuttle the U.S.-Ukraine relationship so that Trump no longer feels any obligation to provide support, and to hand U.S. interests and Ukraine and potentially Europe to Putin on a silver platter.
Why?
That's a great question.
Susan, we're gonna unfreeze you. I want to play some more of the president in the Oval Office if we have more of that. We're trying to Ambassador, you're unfrozen?
I hope so.
I say why, and I'll add this. Trump had so much to say about everything he and Putin had been through together. It was like a dictator's version of We Can Do Hard Things, if you're familiar with that podcast. It was insane.
Yeah, Nicole, I think we have to understand that what happened today is really a piece of a larger puzzle. We've seen this building, frankly, since before Trump returned to office. But literally, so much of what he has done in his first 5 weeks in office have been to the benefit of Russia and China. So let's review the bidding. Threatening our ally, Denmark in Greenland. Starting a trade war with our closest allies and partners. Trying to, create a conflict with Canada and trying to pretend to relegate it to the 51st state. Vance going to Munich and basically trying to blow up the NATO alliance. Pulling the United States Agency for International Development 100% off the map. and
Isn't
retreating.
it great that like all our
proposing
chats
to
can
cut
be integrated so
8%
everyone
a
can see each
year
other regardless of the
from the
platform?
Department
Except I
of
still can't
Defense,
get it on my
literally
screen.
dismantling the federal government and eviscerating it. That is not in any way, shape, or form in the national security interests of the United States. We are not only alone and alienated from our closest allies in Europe and Asia, as we heard from Turnbull, but worse, we have aligned ourselves completely with Russia, who is aligned with China, North Korea, and Iran. So in 5 weeks, we flipped the script, and we are dangerously isolated and cast our lot with adversaries who truly do not have our interests at heart.
I mean, Andrew Nastios, who was the head of USAID for George W. Bush, was on the program and made the argument that USAID keeps us safe from, it kept us safe from another 9/11 in the years after 9/11, because by stemming catastrophe and human suffering, you also counter extremism in some of the most brutal and hostile corners of the globe. That aid isn't just philanthropic, which seems to be Donald Trump's misunderstanding of it, that aid is one of our most mighty soft power tools, not just for ending human suffering, but for keeping us safe here. Another person described this as the worst 24 hours in modern American history, that we dismantle programs to spare children from dying of malaria and measles, mumps, preventable deaths and diseases, and we dismantle the World Alliance. What is Trump's end game if you're an adversary or an ally looking at everything he's doing?
I think his end game is to undermine the security and stability of the United States. And that brings us back to the question that you asked earlier, why? There's no other way to look at this in sum, Nicole, than to see that this is a deliberate and comprehensive weakening of the United States in very short order, from a security point of view, from an economic point of view, from a diplomatic point of view, all to the benefit of our principal adversaries, Russia primarily, and China. And so I think the sooner the American people understand what this is about, what this is what's at stake, the clearer we can be. Now, Vladimir Putin is not popular in the United States. 80% of Americans understand him to be the vicious, cruel dictator that he is. But I'd love to hear more than one Republican in Congress stand up and say that this is not who the United States is. This is not what we signed up for. And more importantly, this is not making America safer. It's, in fact, making us weaker and shrinking in the world. And it is going to make every American less safe.
I mean, before the Oval Office ambush, Republicans were on the record as recently as last week criticizing Putin, calling him what he is, and praising Zelensky. At least one Republican senator, I think it's Mr. Wicker, deleted a tweet today and got in line with almost the same. This is Senator Wicker deleted a tweet highlighting the meeting with Zelensky and the bipartisan group of senators this morning, which he said went swimmingly. It went great. Zelensky was impressive and courageous and brave. And Democrats and Republicans left that meeting with high praise for Zelensky. He deleted this tweet praising Zelensky after Trump and Vance berated him in what you described as a setup. What does that send to the world, that message?
Well, it's tragic. Senator Wicker knows better. So do many of the senators on both sides of the aisle that participated in that meeting earlier.
Get this lady a better internet connection.
There's that tweet up on the screen again. This was from this morning's. Republican Senator Wicker tweeted, today, several U.S. senators had the opportunity to meet with President Zelensky to discuss Ukraine's future and the mineral deal brokered by President Trump. This is a huge step forward in securing mutual prosperity and peace for Americans and Ukrainians. Senator Wicker tweeted that and then deleted it. Susan Rice.
And deleted it knowing better, as do so many of his Republican colleagues, as well as Democrats. And they are just kowtowing to a leader out of fear and cowardice.
Don't let
and
me
selling
forget to
out the
unmute my
national
mic.
interests in the process. For all this talk we've heard for decades about how strong and muscular Republicans are on national security and defense, how they stand for freedom, as Ronald Reagan did, and up for democracy. They have just folded, and they are complicit in the undermining of our national security and our national interests.
What are your worries about what happens now? Now that Putin and Vance have done this, we're at the hinge point, right? It will forever be for Ukraine what happened before that meeting and what happens after. What is the risk now for the Ukrainian people?
Well, I worry about the Ukrainian people. I worry about Europe, and I worry about the wider world. For the Ukrainian people, they have no choice but to continue to do all that they can to defend themselves. They are facing, an extremely powerful and hostile aggressor who now twice has invaded their country, and they're right to believe he'll do it again if given the opportunity. So they're going to have no choice except to continue to defend themselves. And one can hope that there might be some path to patching things up, but I think that's very hard to envision. I don't think Donald Trump wants that. I think he wants the outcome he got today. And that means that Europe and our other democratic allies or erstwhile allies will need to do as much as they possibly can to continue to support Ukraine. People don't recall that Europe already has provided more, billions more in assistance to Ukraine than the United States has, economic and military. They're going to need to continue to carry the load while the United States casts its lot with Vladimir Putin.
Didn't lose any weight. That's good, buddy. Now I have to wash out this syringe to give you the medicine that you hate. Listen, Zapata, I need you to know that this is happening because I love you. Okay? I love you. And that's why you have to be tortured, okay? Just trying to work the crust out of his head. Poor baby. Poor baby. Come here, Stinky. It's okay. We're just helping you, okay? We're just helping pull the crusty fur off of you. By pulling apart every individual strand of hair until the crusty one comes loose. I think we'll wash your carrier next too, because it's kind of stinky. At least he's like cooperating with this. Pulling the mat out, because it's on his head. Well, it's not even a mat, it's just crusty fur. I'm working it out the best I can, but I don't know if I can get it all. Oh, poor baby. You know, I'm pulling your hair and it hurts. Oh, poor baby, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make you less crusty. See, it's already so much better on top of your head. Your chin, still a mess. I wish I could like actually get like a decent close up of like how dense. Okay. Okay, pal. It's time for meds. Oh. Oh, poor baby. Oh, poor baby. Here he is. The poor baby. The poor baby. I know, pal. I'm just trying to see if you have crust belly. It's okay, pal. It's okay, pal. I know. I know. The crust on your chin is doing a lot better. You've already took so much hair into my nose. You've already took so much into my nose. I love you. Okay. Okay. Buddy, we gotta take our medicine. We gotta take our medicine. Don't give me the pushy paws. I know, it's disgusting. Nailed it, though. I nailed it. You want your chin clean? You don't. I know, because it's water, and you hate water. Come here. Okay, pal. Come here. Okay. Come. Let's clean up your whittle chin. Your whittle, itty bitty chin, huh? I know. It's so torturous for just a little guy. I know, pal. I know. Look. It's like, I don't know if it'll come up on camera. You can see it's like literally brown. So we are getting some of the gookie off, huh? Too bad Bijou can't help. Bijou would clean you right up. I know. You're scratching the fuck out of me. And there, now he get the dust. Wait, do you need eye drops 2 times a day, or 1 time a day? One drop every 12 hours. Okay, we also need, I'm sorry, we also need to give you, we already put you in the bath. It's too late. We've gone too far. Okay. I am gonna mute, so don't let me forget, but I will now play video.
We need to update our nuclear triad on land, in sea, and on air, but that also includes the Iron Dome. Iron Dome or Golden Dome, whatever you want to call it, we have embraced the executive order of President Trump. We're going to ensure it's included in reconciliation money, in the FY26, all our budgets going forward, to invest in the ability, Maria, get this, novel idea, to defend our homeland. That's why we're focusing on our southern border and the invasion there, the 100% operational control, and then our skies.
And that was Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with me yesterday on Sunday Morning Futures discussing the modernization of the Defense Department and President Trump's executive order for the construction of the Iron Dome for America, a missile defense shield similar to Israel's Iron Dome. Joining me now is U.S.-Israel Education Association Senior Policy Advisor and rocket scientist Ari Sacher. Ari, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. You've worked in the Israeli defense industry for more than 30 years. You've served on the core team of many groundbreaking systems, including that Iron Dome. President Trump told me he's probably going to call it something else, something like the Golden Sphere or Golden Dome. Tell me how this works and a little about the Iron Dome that is used right now in Israel, sir.
So let me tell you at the outset, the president is using the term Iron Dome as a metaphor. Iron Dome, as you had on the previous slide, that defends small areas, city-sized areas against threats that are launched from about 40 miles away. So it's perfect for defending Israel from Gaza, Lebanon. It is not something that the United States needs very much. The United States has a small number of batteries of Iron Dome, and that defends deployed forces. But to defend the U.S. homeland, as the president wants to do, you need something completely different. You're defending against rockets not launched from Canada or Mexico, or not that I know of, but you're defending against rockets that are launched from North Korea, from China, from Russia, potentially. And you need something far more complex than Iron Dome to shoot it down. What the president is looking at is something that probably would be called space-based intercept. You bring up a whole bunch of interceptors into outer space, and the whole intercept would take place outer space. So if you want to call it Iron Dome or you want to call it Fred, doesn't make a difference. It's not Iron Dome. But the chances of it succeeding are excellent. The U.S. has a tremendous amount of engineers and gumption.
That is amazing. Thank you for that explainer, Ari. So when you look at what that would be able to handle, you're talking about something that would be able to protect America from rockets as far as Korea.
We're talking about Korea and points west. China's even farther. That's the threats America has to look at, are near-peer threats. Things like Gaza and Hezbollah, that's just too small. That's minor league, United States of America.
And do you think that the U.S. has the capabilities to come up with something to handle those threats as far as China? You said that, you know, it would be much different than what Israel has for those very reasons. Tell me about the engineering that goes into something like that.
Well, I'll tell you, I worked together with Raytheon. I was actually the manager of Raytheon from our company, and in a project called David Sling. And Raytheon did a whole bunch of meaningful stuff. They designed a computer. They designed a whole bunch of other stuff. They have a tremendous cadre of scientists there. That was about 10 years ago. I don't believe anything has changed. The United States has some amazing scientists. And if the government decides to fund this to how much is necessary, then you guys are going to do something that's going to blow everything out of the water. I have absolutely no suspicion otherwise.
I love it. Wow. You know what I'm thinking is whether or not this is going to spawn a whole new group of investors investing in, you know, related things, related technology. We've talked a lot about drones, and we will watch the drone industry. Anduril Industries is, of course, an important American drone maker. But with regard to the actual other defense items or technology that could be used around something like this, Ari, tell me about that. Do you think this spawns a whole new investment on the public side to invest in defense technology?
Oh, absolutely, because there's a whole new slew of technologies that are needed to do this sort of thing. Most difficult one is, believe it or not the interceptor. It's not the launcher. The most difficult thing is even not getting it into outer space. The most difficult thing is controlling everything, is understanding what we call a sky picture. You got to know when you're shooting an Iron Dome, you got to know who's firing on you, how many, which is a good guy, which is a bad guy. What's that 777 landing at the airport? Can't shoot that down. Imagine doing all of that in outer space. And there's so much more to take care of, and there's so much more that could go wrong, and you have to take account of all these things. If you can solve that problem in outer space, and you can use it on the ground for a whole bunch of other control problems, controlling fires,
controlling note that you all hate
controlling everything. That's the secret.
I love it. I love it. And when you look at why, you know, companies like Palantir have been so successful, this is why, because they have been able to find the right investments into defense technology that have become incredible growth stories. So thank you for that assessment. I love all of this and where we're going. We're going to keep a spotlight on this program in terms of investing around this. But let me get your take on what went on over the weekend. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is praising President Trump as the greatest friend that Israel ever had in the White House. The two leaders, of course, met in Washington last week, and President Trump's State Department notified Congress on Friday about its plans to sell more than $7 billion of new weapons to Israel. Ari, talk to us about the impact of this arms sale, the impact on Israel, as, of course, we saw 3 more hostages released on Saturday. What a story. They look emaciated and horrible after all of their time in captivity. We hope that these talks are not stalled between Israel and Hamas and we can get the rest of the hostages home. But give us your thoughts on the impact on Israel with this $7 billion arms sale.
So let me tell you, someone asked me about a week ago, is the United States giving Israel all the arms it needs in order to defend itself? And my answer was yes, but Israel will not win a war only getting defensive arm. The United States, since October 23rd, has been providing us with everything we need for air and missile defense. We had, at the beginning, a lot of weapons for offense, bombs, precision-guided munitions, missiles. That petered down as the war went on. There became caveats, and we heard a lot of, if you guys don't go into Khan Yunis, then such and such will happen, and if you don't go to Rafah, such, and there, if you do, there will be penalties to pay. What the Trump administration is doing is it is enabling Israel the weapons that it needs in order to win the war, because there is a difference between not losing a war and winning a war. You win a war by imposing force against the enemy. You impose your will. What we did in Gaza, what we did in Lebanon, we pushed the terrorists away. We created a buffer. We cleaned it out. People are moving back. It's a totally different kettle of fish than it was before. And how did we do that? Using large American weapons to clear large areas. We had D9 bulldozers, American, that led the charge, pushed away IEDs, pushed away people. And with this kind of weaponry, only with this kind of weaponry can we win the war. That's why I'm so excited about what the Trump administration is doing.
Well, you're right. I mean, look, I don't know what the goal was from the Biden administration, you know, putting all of these limitations on Israel. And by the way, after saying don't go into Rafah, luckily Israel went into Rafah because that's where the terrorists were. Ari, it's good to see you. We have a spotlight on all of that, and we so appreciate your expertise. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, shut up. Why are you there? Who's this man? Who is this guy? Does anybody know who this guy is? I don't know who the this guy is. Who the is this guy? What? Some of the more dramatic moments of this back and forth.
We know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about
replay.
Should have never.
Oh, did this end? I thought that they were doing a press conference. They were continuing the press conference. Okay, well, we'll get started here. Okay, he left early, live early, and watching the Zelensky-Trump fight. Oh, they canceled the press conference? They canceled the press conference? Oh my God. Okay, well, sorry, I apologize. I didn't know they canceled the press conference. And Trump actually kicked them out. I knew they fought. I didn't realize he just got kicked. Oh my God, this literally just happened. Okay, I thought I was actually paying attention to what oh my God. 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 I'm behind. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I understand why people were like, no personal news. God damn. Bro, what the hell? What a crazy way to start the day. Holy moly. It's bedlam. But yeah, TrueAnon on later to discuss MAGA, Epstein, Fallout, and more. Get in now. Holy moly, what a crazy day. Okay, let's watch.
Situation the same.
So Trump meets Zelensky. Okay, Disney comes in. All right, he comes in, and for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna set the stage for all of you. Okay, I'm gonna set the stage for all of you. So this is supposed to be coming off the heels of weeks and weeks of Donald Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, saying he sucks, saying he ain't shit, saying Zelensky's got no constantly talking about how Zelensky's short, you know, all this stuff. Okay, he's like, you got no money, no bitches, no job prospects, and you're a dictator. That's what Donald Trump is saying over and over again. And in the process, there's also this mineral deal that's, being floated around where Trump is like, I'm going to take all your raw earth. I'm going to hit that earth raw. He just keeps saying, I'm going to hit the earth raw. I have your minerals. I'm going to take it. Okay, I'm going to take all of your minerals.
And
there's nothing you can do about it. And it's weird because, like, we don't even know if there's a lot of minerals or whether or not they are even rare earth minerals. They're certainly raw, but I don't know if they're going to be rare earth minerals or not. And regardless, he's like, Trump is saying, like, I want the minerals because we gave you so many weapons. We gave you all of our old busted ass equipment, and that was like $300 billion. Like, it's time to pay up, which is, pretty honest in terms of how American foreign policy normally works, but like obviously optically speaking, probably not a very good deal. It's probably kind of a raw deal for Ukraine, but it was always slated to be a raw deal regardless. But now after all of this, there's still this back and forth where there's this suspicion where Donald Trump, dials it back and says like, no, did I call Zelenskyy a dictator yesterday or the other day or every single day since then? Ooh, was that me? I don't know. So like that's basically the last thing that happened before this this Zelenskyy conference was supposed to happen. He linked up with Keir Starmer, also known as Keir Stalin. He talked to Macron. Macron touched him in the leg, maybe even touched his heart. He's been talking to all the European heads while constantly talking about how he's going to tariff the shit out of our European allies, right? But when he did the whole "did I do that" thing, I thought to myself like, okay, he's probably going to go back on this stuff. He's just playing hardball. He's going to give them more old weapons and tell them like they can continue fighting or whatever. Until they just I guess inevitably come to a ceasefire negotiation, a bargain, going along with the other side of the Brandonian policy, right? And boy, was I wrong. I didn't think that this would happen. Okay, I'll admit, a lot of you look to me and say, Hassan, you apply the scientific dialectical materialist analysis to things that are happening all around the world, and you are at least relatively knowledgeable when it comes to issues like Israel, Palestine, and seemingly this is very helpful in making accurate assessments or even sometimes predictions. But when it comes down to Donald Trump, especially in the way that he's dealt with this Zelenskyy stuff, it is utterly unpredictable. Okay? It is completely unpredictable. This is the Nixonian madman theory in action, but this time it's actually a madman. Like there is no IR interpretation for the way that Donald Trump operates. I'll say it. Okay? There's no he has redefined the genre. Okay? He has redefined the entire genre. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like ain't nobody can make there's no real politique, okay? There's no real politique here. There's no there's no constructionist the way of approaching it. There's no Marxist interpretation for international relations here. It's just Trump, okay? It's just Trump, and he might say some shit. He might turn back on it. But yeah, let me explain to you to the best of my ability, because it's virtually impossible to truly come to terms with what the happened here. So after Zelenskyy comes over to the White House and we're like, okay, there's gonna be a mineral deal. Is this going to end up with more weapons for Ukraine, or is this going to end up with like a finalized, ceasefire bargain or anything like that? It turns out, no. It's a secret third option. Okay? It's a secret third option that virtually no one could have seen. Okay? Like, what the hell, bro? Let's watch. Truly a nutty moment in American politics, okay? All right, so they come in.
What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous...
Bro, there is nothing funnier than the camera panning over to Zelenskyy. He's like, you can't... I don't like the guy. But what are you gonna do? He is a victim here. He's a hostage, like the January 6th hostages. He's held a hostage. The entire world has been so unfair to Vladimir. They've been so unfair to him. All he wanted to do was denazify Ukraine. He wanted to do a special military operation to denazify Ukraine. I tell you, folks, Nazis, not very fine people on both sides, okay? Let me tell you, he just wanted to denazify. Also, Slava Ukraini, that's a hate crime. Let me tell you, everybody knows 14,000 people died in Donbass. All the people in LPR and DPR, all they wanted to do was maintain independence. They had Russian roots. Alexander Dugin. What accent is that? I'm so hopped up that I can't even do a good Trump right now. Okay? Many people are saying I'm a Duginist. What's wrong with that? He's got some good ideas, folks. They did the Tsar. They did the Tsar so wrong. He had great ideas. He was going to fix the Russian Empire. All these peasants, the Bolshevik Revolution, very unacceptable. Don't we hate it, folks? That's why I like Putin. He's going to restore it.
And this hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe.
With the world.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me?
Wait, it's at 120? What do you mean? Like you want me to go more? Why do you want me to go further? Like, it's fine. I want to hear the rest. I want to hear
I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years.
Okay, shut up. Why are you there? Who is this man? Who is this guy? Does anybody know who this guy is? I don't know who this guy is. Who the is this guy? Why are you in the room, dog? The is your purpose? Excuse me. Where is the real president? Where is Elon Musk? Why is Elon Musk not in the room? Who the frick is this guy thinking he can have a moment in the spotlight? Like, don't try to clip farm, okay? You're not FaZe Ronaldo, little bro, okay? You're not Lacey. You can't. You are not the clip. Don't come in here to be like, oh, let me get a couple licks in on Zelenskyy so that people can talk about me too. Like, get the frick out of here, dude. Anyway, sorry.
Years in the United States of America, we had preferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
He admitted Putin invaded Ukraine. Yeah, he has. That's why he's there, by the way. He's the moderating voice. He is the moderating voice. He put his freaking eyeliner on this morning thinking to himself, I'm really going to have my moment here, okay? I'm going to play both sides here. I'm going to say the truth about the matter while Donald Trump says insane stuff. But just wait, because Donald Trump doesn't like this, okay? He doesn't like being around beta men, okay? Beta males. He is not a fan. He is not a fan of beta males, and now he's surrounded by two, okay? Donald Trump, the GOAT, Mr. MAGA, Mr. Alpha Dog, okay? Surrounded by not one but two.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelenskyy.
Wait, why don't I want to see what Zelenskyy says here, and then
Sure.
Trump's reaction.
Yeah.
Okay, so he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014
2014.
and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was,
he killed.
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president, in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people.
He does not want to hear any of this, bro. He's like, bro, stop talking. He's like, stop talking. Like, you ain't even, he's like, you ain't even funny. He's like, you ain't even funny. I've seen your comedies. I didn't like them. I didn't like your comedies.
Of Ukraine.
All right, let's watch this. This is like the full vid, okay? This is the chaos.
Been working.
He does
very
not
hard.
want to hear even a second, okay?
Very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries. I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something.
This isn't funny to me. I am too woke. Brother, there is virtually nothing we can do about American foreign policy decisions. Okay? Nothing.
True.
Do you understand? Nothing. It is
True.
not a democracy. Please make no mistake. There is no democratic process here. There is no morality here. I'm using this as an opportunity for everyone to recognize the reality. Okay? Recognize the reality. There is a reason why American foreign policy has left behind so many countries in rubble, which then turn those American weapons formerly used against American adversaries on America. Okay? How do you think 9/11 happened? Like, what do you think was 9/11? 9/11 is literally the precursory to 9/11, but this time happening in an Eastern European country. Straight up.
What?
And I've been this is
9/11. They used airplanes, bro.
You remember that tweet from that one journalist who was like, "I've been investigating this story for years and years," and he just tweeted it. That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I watch these things unfold. Because for years and years, I have been critical of American foreign policy for being so violent and so cruel and not even caring remotely about the humanity of the people that we just use like a dish rag, okay? Only to have those people understandably develop resentment towards us or even other allies, expressions of American empire, and then eventually turn around and turn the same weapons that we gave them on us. Okay? That's it. This is exactly what happened with Operation Cyclone. There's a reason why this meme exists, you know? The whole, eventually they'll turn on you, the meme that I used on my blast off tweet as well. Okay? Whether it be Manuel Noriega, from U.S. friend to foe, whether it be Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Muammar Gaddafi. You know, this is how it works. This is the most consistent, most coherent American foreign policy.
Yes.
You understand? That's why I always say, hey, listen, if you're leftist, you're right, just too early. Okay? Joe Biden fucked over Ukraine? Of course Joe Biden fucked over Ukraine. Yes. And Trump is basically just full tilt, finishing the job.
Very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States. And we appreciate working with you very much. and we will continue to do that.
Sean
We
Raid,
have had
thank you for the raid,
some
Sean.
very
Hope you had a good stream,
discussions
brother.
With Russia, I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. We're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop, and we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding, and we're going to be working very hard, but we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters, and you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So
yeah, so it starts off relatively normal, from what I understand. Relatively normal. Okay, there's like a little bit of like pushback. Okay, there's a little bit of a history lesson from Zelenskyy. Of course, the entire press conference that's taken place here, this entire meeting that's happening here, is happening on the backdrop of Donald Trump's insane actions in terms of foreign policy, voting alongside Russia and North Korea and Belarus to say they're not condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was already a symbolic gesture to begin with, right? Those are symbolic votes in general, but they matter when America obviously completely changes its alignment. Donald Trump, a dictator, over and over again, saying he sucks, over and over again, saying like we're gonna take all your minerals, all this stuff, and then seemingly it falls apart.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you.
It's so bad. Even most of Asmongold's chat is saying Trump L. Yes, because Asmongold is pro-Ukraine. He's pro, I think, what is it? Like he's on Ukraine, on the issue of healthcare, on the issue of like some left-wing populist sentiment. He is not on board with Trump, but it's not enough to like be a spoiler for him. That's it.
We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch, and we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things, and we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the invitation. And really, I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees, because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, I what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone, but about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the license.
Look at this asshole, by the way. Every moment of his life, like we know who this demon is, okay? And we know who this demon is. He's just a brown noser. But this demon is still very much an old school American war hawk. 99 votes in the Senate, including Bernard Sanders, by the way. Remember, that's how uniparty American foreign policy is, okay? He has an image to project. He has an image to maintain. And he's just sitting there being like, I really hope that this doesn't get out of hand because Donald Trump is a little crazy, And he's just sitting there, okay, pants riding all the way up to his goddamn knees like a little boy.
Licenses for all our drones with you, of course, with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that these crazy Russians, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big dream, task and goal for me and our warriors. By the way, Mr. we exchanged.
Not a great day for the Zelenskyy was installed by the Americans crowd.
From Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share
that too.
Some images.
They're not going to win that stupid war. Russia's going to win. No, nobody. Only America wins in this situation.
To understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they, it's a lot of bad things.
By the way, I do want to mention something here, but like this is like Israel stuff that he's doing here, but these guys don't care. They don't care. You can literally show the brutality in and the previous administration didn't care either. They just used it to, keep saying, no, we're on the morally correct side here, but also give us the minerals, please. Like that would be sick. But that's it. They didn't care either, but they at least operated on the boundaries of caring. They didn't care, but they at least would use it as a way to explain why they were aligning with Ukraine in the way that they were aligning with Ukraine. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does not give a fuck. You could show him open graves from Bucha, and he would just look at it and be like, I don't care. You shouldn't have had people there. You shouldn't have had people there ready to be invaded and killed. Like, he just does not care. He is an animal, okay? What? Libs of TikTok, Lamau.
That are lost every year in Medicaid.
Hassan Piker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. senator. If you care about Medicaid, no, I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying that if he did, he would apply capital punishment to Rick Scott. Yes, at FBI. I can't even respond to this because this dumbass blocked me. I guess I could. Anyway, let's continue.
Things
at FBI.
So out of even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that. 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. And, I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yeah, it's tough stuff.
I wanted very much to give you You see it?
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank
Wow,
you very
he
much.
does not
We want to
care.
get that entered, right?
Yeah, of course, we
And
will.
I think we will. I think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, is there, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and.
Yeah, so the raw earth, raw earth. Oh my God, why am I saying raw earth now? I love that he says it like he. Why has no one stopped him from saying this?
It's so funny.
It's now official lexicon. I'm saying it too. Oh my God, raw earth. The raw earth. Earth is raw. God damn. You doing okay, brother? I mean, I'm doing fine. I don't know how anyone could be doing okay in these circumstances, but raw earth. Okay. Anyway, he's talking about raw earth. We're going to extract the raw earth. Initially, I thought the way Donald Trump presented this, I thought that he meant, you know, he's getting 50% of their minerals, rare earth minerals, not raw earth minerals, specifically for all of the weapons that they've sent thus far. Now, it seems like it is for the additional weapons that they might send to Ukraine, except according to Caitlin Collins, who was in the room, no deal was signed. So we don't even know if that's currently on the table.
Sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil.
Yeah, I know. He ate it.
Gas,
he ate it big time.
But we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all.
He keeps going. He just keeps saying raw earth. Why is nobody? Okay, whatever. How are you going to even what? That's not even the most significant part of this conversation. Sorry, it's just. Let's just keep going. Sorry, I apologize for caring about this. It's so stupid. It's so stupid to care about this.
I think they're going to have great luck. I think
Look
once
at
we
the
make the agreement,
boom
that's going to
poles.
be
They're
95%.
really trying to get in there.
They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it.
But
and we
Mr.
want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to. This is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they.
Like him starting with the Russian soldiers, it's also indicative of what his position is. But it's kind of funny where he goes, what Biden did was terrible. And why what Biden did was terrible was not because like he didn't force Ukraine and Russia to come to the table for a ceasefire when Ukraine had more leverage. What Biden did wasn't terrible because he didn't actually, you know, hastily bring forth enough weapons that Ukraine could defend itself with initially when there were more people in Ukraine, when they had more of a standing military that hadn't been destroyed. He didn't, like, those weren't the reasons, right? Those were not the reasons why Biden was terrible. It was because he didn't get assurances for the old-ass weapons that we dumped into fucking Ukraine that the military-industrial complex was able to get an incredible return off of. Like, those, that's the real reason. The real reason is he just didn't, like, farm Ukraine harder, which he did. Of course Biden farmed Ukraine as well, just like Donald Trump is doing, okay? The only difference here is he didn't actively come out and regularly be like, Zelenskyy sucks. That's the only difference. That's it. But for him, the biggest crime for Biden wasn't he wasn't aggressive enough with Ukraine, which is a crazy thing.
They had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do that.
But Mr. President,
will you continue?
Sorry.
Sending military aid.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just add, yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really good will for this. LNG terminal.
This is a disgrace that the U.S. is extorting an ally for its minerals while we are under attack from a brutal dictatorship. You're suggesting that Biden and Trump are essentially the same? That's a gross mischaracterization of reality. Brother, what are you talking about? Biden and his team also were quietly, like, read reports on this, please, from American news outlets. Biden and his team also were trying to do the same exact mineral deal. Okay? The only difference between Biden and Trump is that Trump is a fucking psycho and will actively undermine Ukraine, even though they are not only the wronged party here, but also the ally in this equation. That's the major difference, okay? But in terms of, like, the mineral deals that we're talking about here, it's do you still believe American foreign policy is uniparty? Yes. The broad strokes of American foreign policy is uniparty. Republicans, and this is something that I consistently explain to you guys, and I think it just, like, gets lost in translation or something. American foreign policy is uniparty. However, Republicans are the accelerant. They come into power and they just pull it all the way. They just go crazy mode with it. The direction is still the same. Republicans just accelerate. And then Democrats, when they come into power, don't actually reverse that trajectory. There are very rare exceptions for this. But beyond, like, the denuclearization agreement with Iran that Barack Obama put in place, or normalizing relations with Cuba that Barack Obama also did, there are very few instances where the Democratic administration, Biden's administration, that came in after, for example, Trump's administration, Biden's administration did not actually reverse the trajectory of every single thing that the Trump admin had done prior, especially as it pertains to Israel, for example. Okay? This is open. Like, this is open in broad daylight. How does this not come across as even remote? Like, how does it not shock you when he's doing it? Yes, there's a big difference between trying to use a little leverage for a mineral deal, sitting down with Putin without Zelenskyy there. I think the goals are the same, but the method of execution matter. No, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that at all. I think optics when it comes to soft power and diplomacy are profoundly important. I think at the end of the day, the outcome was still the same for Ukraine. Having said that, however, the optics do matter, because if America does not even care about presenting itself as, like, a peacekeeping nation, then all of a sudden our European allies are going to look at that and go, oh my God, these guys are saying it. These guys are going to fuck us over. They've been fucking us over, as a matter of fact. People are going to catch up to that reality. Okay? This is what I've been saying since day one, since Trump took office. His mismanagement on the Ukraine side of the bargain has been ridiculous. He could have Zelenskyy there at the table every day of the week. He doesn't have to undermine Zelenskyy at all. Whatever he says goes regardless. America holds all the cards in this equation. Having said that, however, he could just as easily bring Zelenskyy to the table in front of Vladimir Putin. The choice not to do so is important. It is definitely different than what Biden would have done if he ever actually wanted to put forth a ceasefire negotiation. He should have, okay? That was my big problem with Biden's administration when it came to Israel and Gaza. That is exactly my big problem with the Biden administration when it came to Ukraine and Russia. A lot of people yelled at me at the time, but Ukraine had significantly more leverage in the initial phases of the invasion to actually get put together a much more comprehensive and much better ceasefire proposal, and the Biden administration was not even remotely interested in it. A competent, it's not benefit of hindsight either, for the record, because it wasn't hindsight at the time I said it. And plenty of other people said it too. That's why I get so mad when people go, this is hindsight. It's like, what do you mean hindsight? Ukrainian channel and account yelled at me and said I was fucking dick riding Vladimir Putin. I loved Adolf Hitler. And it wasn't just me. There were plenty of people that made this exact same call. You called Ukrainians Nazis? Brother, there have been 7 quintillion moments where I have actively noted that the denazification argument from Adolf Hitler was not even remotely appropriate, okay? Shut the fuck up. Yes, the existence of Azov Battalion does not change that dynamic. Shut up. You called Ukrainians Nazis. I didn't call Ukrainians Nazis, you dipshit. You just got fucking clip farmed because you're a moron. And right now, things are happening and unfolding in front of your eyes that you can't contend. So what do? You lash out at me, okay? Dog watched one clip 3 years ago. And even before then.
For us, it's very important.
There's nothing funnier than Donald Trump basically exploding the ceasefire negotiation that he himself put into place, and there's still sex pestiny dick riders in my fucking chat trying to get a clip out to be like, you called Ukrainians Nazis. Ukraine is literally fucking collapsing, and these guys are more worried about trying to get a clip off. Okay? Oh, I hope he responds to me so I can farm an out of context clip. Like, how you lock in, please? Holy shit.
Of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. You use it for LNG. You use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President.
They did.
Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
But Mr. President, Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, think of whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly. They came forward. Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President Trump,
will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelenskyy, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side, that President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
All right, warning, when this game launches, it's loud as fuck.
States on our side from the very beginning of occupation.
5 minutes from now,
I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall. And
we've had very, very good talks.
Mr. President,
what about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelenskyy just said that there'll be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelenskyy is going to have to make? And President Zelenskyy, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer or bring to the table? For example, elections. Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile. To put it mildly, they've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's
a poet,
level. That's why,
a real poet, dude. Trump is a real poet. Okay, flatland. Only thing that stops a bullet is a human body.
Farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody.
I'm fully on his side. I don't think he said anything was wrong, but do you feel like, given how important U.S. aid is to Ukraine, Zelenskyy should have acted differently, glaze Trump/USA more? There is nothing. I just tweeted about this, actually. Interesting question, but there is literally nothing Zelenskyy can do. Nothing in this equation that will stop Trump and his admin from humiliating him. Obviously, our proxies are always powerless in these circumstances, but the decorum is totally broken. No care for diplomacy. The end of American soft power. He did. He literally glazed them. He, at 11:30, 30 minutes ago, Zelenskyy still posted a tweet being like, "Thank you so much, Mr. America. Thank you so much, at POTUS, for kicking me out. It is okay. We love America." Like, it does not matter. He was glazing him. He was glazing him the whole time. He was. What do you want him to do? What more can he do? He could literally get on his hands and knees and suck Trump off his dynamic. Look, this is basically the proverbial getting on your hands and knees and sucking Trump off. He said, thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, POTUS, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that. What do you think this is? This is after he got kicked out, bro. This is after he got kicked out. This is literally a man who is on his hands and knees. And the reality of the matter is, the power dynamic has always been this way, okay? It has always been this way. The difference here is Donald Trump is not even trying to maintain any sort of
here it comes,
like optical illusion that we are here, we're in it for defending Ukraine, we're in it for helping Ukraine, okay? We're in it to help Ukraine out in any capacity. He's just actively saying, nope, not even a little bit. No more carrots, only sticks, okay? Understand that in terms of the power dynamic between America and Ukraine, this has always been the case. Oh my God. Breaking NBC reports of the U.S. State Department. It is so insane. It is so insane. Are you pro-Ukraine regardless of this? Just curious. What do you mean pro-Ukraine regardless of this? I've always been pro-Ukraine. The Ukrainian people are the ones who are getting fucked over no matter which way this goes. They're either going to get fucked over by Russia or they're going to get fucked over by America. Right now, they're getting fucked over by both at the same time. And in ways that even I did not foresee. Like, this is beyond what I think, beyond what I foresaw happening. Like, it's unbelievable. It is new levels of depravity. Unbelievable shit. He is actively telling our European allies, especially, he's actively telling our European allies, like, you're next. You're fucked. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to help you. You better nut up. You better buy more American weapons pronto. You know, you're on your own. I don't care. This is a change in the trajectory of American foreign policy where we're not going to stop dominating the rest of the planet, obviously. But the ways in which American foreign policy is operated in perpetuity, whether it was the George W. Bush administration or the Obama administration or the Biden administration, American foreign policy has at least always had the...
Oh my God, there was a whole nother hour of him. I do want to see him react when they finally freak out, though.
Is a change in the trajectory.
Spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary.
Putin, and then say...
That's pure projection of strength, sir. Survive getting shot or getting shelled? Like, is that what the problem is here? Like, how are you going to get mad at this dude, bro? Beyond the fact that it's pure partisanship, okay? That's it. Ukraine backed the wrong partisan horse in this process. And for Trump, who is a simpleton, it is not seen as like a uniparty objective for the State Department and for the military-industrial complex. For him, it's just like Ukraine is a libtard shit, okay? Ukraine is liberal nonsense. I don't care. And they also did not help me when I demanded that they give me blackmail on Joe Biden. So now you're cooked. I will never forgive and I will never forget. That's his assessment here. But I think that is, yeah, Kissinger quote moment, Hassam is right, okay? What did Kissinger say? It's bad to be America's enemy, but it's really bad to be America's ally. Doors open. It's fatal to be America's ally, some along those lines. To be America's enemy can be quite dangerous, but to be America's ally is fatal. It wasn't Henry Kissinger that said that, but it's the shit that they attribute to his foreign policy. Obviously, he would never, I don't think he would openly say that. Kissinger is the reason why the quote is true. I think Kurt Cobain said that. Wait, I don't know who actually said it, but Kim Jong never getting done like this. I'm dying. Brother. This is, I think this is all theater for Trump to justify giving Ukraine weapons, but then he looks cowardly. He looks like he backed away. He got pushed aside by Zelenskyy. You will feel in time, is Zelenskyy threatening the U.S.? No, I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to do the Israel line. You know, Israel is the first line of defense against scary Muslims. Okay? That's why it's a very important ally for us. Same goes for Ukraine. Ukraine is the first line of defense against scary Russian forces overtaking the entirety of Europe. Communism, that sort of thing. Okay? It just doesn't work this way. It doesn't matter when Donald Trump sees it as a purely partisan issue when it's not. It's a bipartisan process for America. Like, under normal circumstances, this conversation would not be as contentious because the contentious moments would be behind closed doors. It would not be in front of a press pool. Okay? I need you to understand this. The major difference here is Donald Trump is actively being like, I don't give a fuck about soft power. I don't give a fuck about diplomacy. I don't even care about making it seem as though I'm in line with like Ukrainian emancipation or any of those interests. I don't care about the morality of it. I'm America. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to do my bidding. Okay? JD misunderstood his point and thought it was a slight at him, and now he's trying to be a tough boy. Because like he was already doing ass kissing. He thanked over and over again the Trump administration. Like, what more can he do? What more can he do? Under normal circumstances, these contentious moments, like Nikki Haley would never call Zelenskyy a dictator. Nikki Haley, President Nikki Haley, wouldn't have this moment. But if you think President Nikki Haley would not also actively work on the mineral deal, okay, and actively work to seize more Ukrainian assets, you'd be wrong. That's precisely the reason why Biden was also trying to cut those deals as well. But this difference in attitude, this openness about American ruthlessness, this openness for American brutality is a change of pace, and it's not simply left alone on the optics front. This actually means that America is just no longer trying to even do soft power under the Trump administration.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will...
Bro, they're going to kill him. They're going to kill him, dude. Dude, I'm telling you right now. Okay, look. I think... I think he's gonna go back and some fucking Azov freak is just gonna kill him with a black sun tattoo, and then they're gonna be actively aligned with the Trump admin. I don't know how that allegiance works, but this is insane, dude. This is actually insane. They're just gonna let it happen. First of all, I need you to understand. Right now, the entire coalition forces within Ukrainian boundaries are kept together because they all want to actively fight against Russia. Okay? Understandably. But it's not like these guys are all fond of one another. Zelenskyy is Jewish. Okay? There's a lot of fucking neo-Nazi forces out there who have gotten even more radicalized in the process, understandably, as when you get invaded, as I correctly predicted, you don't end up denazifying a country, you end up Nazifying the country. The most nationalist paramilitaries will be seen as the bravest bully forces. I'm worried that one of them is just gonna fucking murk this dude. Like, all you're doing in this circumstance by undermining Zelenskyy this way is making him lose his position of prominence on the Ukrainian side of politics. It's ridiculous. Literally everyone is uniting because of this. Ukraine is fully behind him. If everyone kills him as Putin with USA intel, literally everyone is uniting because of this. We'll see. I hope not. Putin never said he was denazifying Ukraine. Yes, he did. What are you talking about? He said it over and over again. It was fucking bullshit.
Speak very loudly about the war.
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I answer?
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for your
are brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if,
West
if you didn't
You
have our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like.
God damn. This is crazy. This is the craziest shit. I think this might be the craziest moment of the Trump administration so far, and it will most likely be topped tomorrow or the day after. We're a month and 8 days in. We are 1 month and 8 days in to the motherfucking Trump admin, dude. This is insane. We're not even 2 months in. This is 1 month in, dude. I don't think any heads of state has been put through anything this humiliating since Genghis Khan put kings in cages while fucking their wives and daughters in front of them. I mean, this is
Raping.
a shockingly bad display. A shockingly bad display. It is an active cuckening happening in real time.
Like this.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand,
over
sir.
there. I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running low
I
on
know.
soldiers. Listen,
Don't
you're
please,
running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I wanted this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take.
Like, even if this conversation was taking place behind closed doors, where Ukraine basically got geared up with all of the European support that it got into thinking that there is like still a process where they can continue defending the existing Ukrainian territory, and maybe even cut side deals with European allies to forcibly send back the Ukrainian men, like the refugees that live in Europe, in an effort to, basically bring up their ranks so that they can utilize the existing weapons that are being shipped in from the pre-existing security cooperations, pre-existing weapons deals, okay? Even if that was the case, even if there was a back and forth for that reason, behind closed doors, the fact that this is happening in broad daylight in front of a fucking press pool, live streamed to the entire world, is legitimately shocking. Now, every single European leader, understandably, is going to come out against Donald Trump and come out in favor of Zelenskyy in this process. But ultimately, considering America's position as the leader of the Western coalition, the Western forces, as the hegemonic superpower, all of those leaders have actively said, we will defend Ukraine, but it doesn't really matter, because if America doesn't actually follow through on security commitments, then us sending forces will not do anything. Keir Starmer has said that. I don't know if the EU in and of itself, especially when Trump is also looking to make Europe poorer with its fucking tariffs, is going to be able to have active security commitments that they follow through on with Ukraine without American military support. Do you understand? Like, all of this stuff makes it seem as though, if you guys have a bit of guts, you would say something to Trump and Vance. No, exactly. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is, like, I don't know how Trump is gonna dig himself out of this in terms of, like, American standing with the rest of America's vassal states in Western Europe. Like, how do you fix this? How do you go back and if all you do in the Trump admin, the reasonable heads in the Trump admin, the reasonable hawks in the Trump admin, are constantly playing catch up and playing defense for the insane shit that Trump says, you can get away with that when it's in the direction of American foreign policy in terms of saying like, no, I'm going to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza. You can say that if you're Trump, and then Steve Witkoff will come out and be like, he didn't mean it. What he actually meant was, we're bringing our Arab allies to be more active participants in the rebuilding of Gaza. Like, look, that's why he said that. Like, you can kind of defend that because the Gazan population is voiceless, vulnerable, and being ethnically cleansed by Israel, our ally. But when you turn around and renege on all of the economic harm that you put Europe through by forcibly telling them to cut their existing energy deals that they had with Russia as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, okay? And then turning around and being like, actually, fuck all of that. Fuck you guys. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to say about it? Like, what is Europe going to do? What can Europe do? Let's say they want to rebuild their own militaries. There is so much runway. There is at least a decade of industrial buildup that must happen for them to actually get to a point where they can competently defend Ukraine or even themselves without the United States of America, okay? They've existed under the security blanket, under the American security blanket, and have, existed as functionally vassal states. It would at least take 5 years, if not a decade, okay? Like, the second largest standing military in NATO after the United States of America is not France or Germany or any number of different countries. France's NATO allegiances have always been on shaky ground regardless. It's fucking Turkey. It's not Poland. It's Turkey. That's the second largest military in NATO. It's Turkey. And we all know the Turkish-European relations, okay? It's just like, this is totally insane.
Take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop.
Of course, war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire
with guarantees.
because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you
that wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with
Bro, I'm serious. I'm serious right now, straight up. If I'm a European leader, I'm learning Mandarin, okay? Straight up, as quickly as possible, okay? Ursula von der Leyen, time to learn Chinese, buddy, okay? Straight up. Like, how the fuck would I'm learning Mandarin pronto, okay? It's time to go to the Chinese league, all right? The NBA is not cutting it. You're not cutting it in the NBA. Get ready to learn Chinese, Ursula von der Leyen. EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, says, Ukraine is Europe. We stand by Ukraine. We will step up our support to Ukraine so that they can continue to fight to back the aggressor. Today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take the challenge. Hassanavid Doctrine, Part 2. I will cop to this. I will cop to one thing. I did not think that Donald Trump would actually actively undermine NATO. And I think he is doing that, okay? I think this is... And I think he's not even doing that because he just has like a legitimate plan to dismantle NATO piece by piece. I think he's doing that because he just keeps flying off the fucking handles here. And he does not know how to behave like a normal politician. Straight up, pure ego. And also dick riders that are supposed to be the normalizing voice in the room. But even he's got the long red tie. Look at him. He looks like it looks like Bring Your Child to Work Day. He just looks like a fucking fatter Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr. in the room and not coked out.
President, it was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama.
I've often made fun of France because obviously, they deserve it. But goddamn, dude. Making sure that you have your own nuclear arsenal and pulling out of NATO before and having a consistently contentious relationship with NATO. What did they know? What did they know? Okay? Yeah. What did they know?
Obama gave you sheets
In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that.
By the way, low key, Hasanabi doctrine, don't give up the nukes, is literally the reason why this is happening. I know that you'll say, oh, those were USSR's nukes. They didn't have the active launch codes or anything like that. Yada, yada, yada. Doesn't matter. Okay? Don't give up the nukes. You know what the Hasanabi doctrine is. But I will repeat it for those of you who do not know. Okay? Don't give up the nukes. Don't ever give up the nukes. And if the United States of America says you have nukes, then you better fucking find nukes immediately. Okay? Rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up the nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Straight up. Hasanabi doctrine, a guide for nation building. Yeah, do not give up the family atomics, dude. Yeah, also the other Hasanabi doctrine that I'm that I'm putting on here is time to learn Mandarin. Learn Chinese. Don't give up the nukes. Get the nukes. Learn Chinese. Can you elaborate on the third rule? Yeah, it's called the Libya rule, okay? It's called the rule of Libya. Look at Libya. Look at the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You will understand the difference between the two countries, okay? I call it the Libya rule.
What are you saying?
She's asking what if...
Or Iraq, but like, that's a little different, you know? Also referred to as the WMD rule, exactly. Weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake scandal. But it's not, you know.
Russia breaks the ceasefire.
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia.
I'm sorry, what is going on? Ah! Dude! What is happening? He's crashing out. But look at him. Marco Rubio's face. Bro, Marco Rubio hit the blinky, okay? He hit the Antonio Blinken face fucking 35 days into the administration. You're supposed to get to this stage when the decrepit carcass old man is constantly going, I saw dead babies, Jack. He's hitting fucking levels of Blinken that I did not think you would get this fast. That's crazy to watch, dude.
Agents. The whole thing was a scam, and he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he did, maybe he did. I don't know what happened, but he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy, and I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right.
That is 49 minutes of Kino in terms of watching America almost single-handedly over the course of like a 90-second back and forth completely completely changed the trajectory, okay? We have accelerated. Here's what happened after on CNN. Trump huddled with his key advisors immediately afterwards inside the Oval. According to a White House official, Trump consulted Vance, Rubio, Bessent, etc. That was when Trump decided that Zelenskyy was not in a place to negotiate. He directed Secretary Rubio and his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, to deliver the message. It was time for Zelenskyy to leave. The Ukrainians were holding nearby in a separate room. That's standard for foreign visits. Typically, they reconvene for lunch, but the Ukrainians would not be dining at the White House. As the prepared food sat nearly on carts in a hallway, the Ukrainians were instructed to leave. The White House official said that the Ukrainians wanted to continue the talks, but they were told no. Zelenskyy left shortly thereafter. Here's what one White House advisor said, by the way, to Dave Weigel. What did y'all think America First meant? Vibes, papers, essays? Now, what's crazy about this is that they're still trying... One, they're fucking memeing through it, which is insane. But what is crazy about this is that not only was this spectacle incredibly embarrassing for the United States, okay, but it also is not... I wouldn't say this is in the interest of the American military-industrial complex, okay? Like,
oh my God.
The trajectory
Everything he says has
the
to be so
Ukrainian
cringe.
ceasefire process is dictated on the battlefield, okay? So some of the things that Donald Trump was saying, which he's not supposed to be saying out loud, he's supposed to be privately conveying by way of Marco Rubio, and I can't believe I'm saying this, maybe Pete Hegseth, but who he is also not the right guy to convey this message, though, is supposed to happen behind closed doors in terms of...
Wow. Terrible edit for whatever, guy in Myanmar edited that together.
So thank you very much. So I just want to say we're going down to Florida. We have a big event tomorrow night, a big MAGA event, Make America Great Again. And it's setting records, and otherwise I'd rather be right now at the White House. But we're doing the big event tomorrow night. We had some big news this week, as you know, because Apple is investing $500 billion. Think of that. And
this is he doesn't even bring up what happened. It's so weird that he's just like
in the country at one time. But they're going to be investing a lot of money, $500 billion. We have many other companies have just announced they're coming in. A lot of it's because of how
nobody
we're doing.
cares
We've
about
done
this.
A great turnaround in a little more than 30 days, but the country's really doing well. Really doing well. We're respected again all over the world. If you look, we had the Japanese Prime Minister. We had the Prime Minister yesterday of UK, as you know. We had the Prime Minister of India. We have another 20 Prime Ministers and Presidents wanting to come. And very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelenskyy, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great from his standpoint. I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up a strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening I'm looking for peace. We're not looking to go into a 10-year war and play games. We want peace. And it was just my impression that if we do that, if we sign up, he's looking for something that I'm not looking for. He's looking to go on and fight. We're looking to end the death. 2,000 people died this week. Soldiers, more than that, but 2,000 approximately people died this week. Young Ukrainians and Russians. And somebody would say, why do you care about Ukraine and Russian soldiers? I care about them. I care about everybody. And we're not doing that. Now, if we don't do anything, he's going to have to make peace, but he's dealing with a very weak set of cards. If we sign, he's dealing with a very strong set of cards, and then he doesn't want to make peace. So that's where we are. It's very simple. I'm not looking to get into anything protracted. I want immediate peace. President Putin is going to want to make, and he wants to end it. And you saw what I saw today. This is a man that wants to get us signed up and keep fighting, and we're not doing that. Not for this country. So we're setting a lot of records. Economically, we're setting records, and I think every way we're setting records. One of the best is the right track, wrong track. You saw that. We're on the right track for the first time in over 27 years. People are impressed with that. The other thing is the feeling about our country. The feeling is great. It's up 48% on feeling on business. And that's the record we've never had. There's never been a record where we've ever gone up that much in such a short period of time. So we're doing really well. And I guess some of you are coming with us, and if you are, I hope you're going to have a good flight. What? He's got to say, I want to make peace. He doesn't have to stand there and say about Putin this, Putin that, all negative things. He's got to say, I want to make peace. I don't want to fight a war any longer. His people are dying. He doesn't have the cards, just so you understand it, okay? I could tell you.
Did you tell Zelenskyy to leave the White House?
I don't have to tell you that. Go ahead. I think you know the answer to it. What? Wait. Look, I don't trust or distrust anybody. I just want to get a deal done. And if the deal happens, good. But you can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards, and all of a sudden that person says, oh, well, now I can keep fighting. We're not going to keep fighting. We're going to get the war done, or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out. I want anybody that's going to make peace. If he's capable of making peace, which he may or may not be, but I want somebody that's going to make peace. Again, he doesn't have the cards. When we sign up, he's got all of the cards. That doesn't mean he can fight. He's got to stop the fighting, stop the death. He's losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's time to stop the death. Say it? Well, he says he wants it now. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that. They should have an immediate ceasefire. That was the other thing. He didn't want to do about ceasefire. A ceasefire could take place immediately. A contract, if you want to end the war, you sign up an agreement. That's going to take a period of time. It takes time. I want it to end immediately. And I think if you had a ceasefire, it would be a ceasefire, a real one, that would end it. But he doesn't want to do that. That's fine. Do a better deal. I want it to end immediately. I want a ceasefire now. He says, oh, I don't want a ceasefire. Well, all of a sudden, he's a big shot because he has the U.S. on his side. Either we're going to end it or let him fight it out. And if he fights it out, it's not going to be pretty. Because without us, he doesn't win. Let me tell you. It doesn't matter what I'm considering. I'm just telling you. You saw what I saw today. That was not a man that wanted to make peace. And I'm only interested if he wants to end the bloodshed. Thank you very much. We had a meeting today, as you know, with President Zelenskyy, and I would say it didn't work out exactly great.
From visits with heads of states to further restrictions on the press corps, we now turn to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart. That is New York Times columnist David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart, associate editor for The Washington Post. Great to see you both.
Yeah, no.
So you were both watching, of course, everything at the White House today in the meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelenskyy. We've talked about it a lot today, but I do want to play for you a little bit of the interview we know President Zelenskyy gave soon after that meeting. He sat down with Fox News and Bret Baier, and Baier asked him if Zelenskyy thought that the public spat there served Ukraine in any way. Here's what Zelenskyy said.
I mean, this is not good for both sides anyway, and I'm very open, but I can't, change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality.
Jonathan, what did you think when you were watching this unfold in the White House? And what do you make of the way Zelensky's talking about it now?
I thought the low point for America on the world stage was the Trump-Putin press conference in Helsinki in 2017, when the President of the United States sided with the president of Russia against his own national intelligence apparatus. What we saw in the Oval Office was travesty, horrendous, despicable. There aren't any words to describe what we watched, where we saw a vice president who's never been to Ukraine lecture a wartime president who was clearly summoned to the White House to humiliate him on the world stage, either on behalf of or for the benefit of Vladimir Putin in Russia. And look, I give President Zelenskyy major points for standing up for himself, for standing up for his nation, and standing up for his people. He is in there fighting for America's backing, which, I'm sorry, it should not even be in doubt, given the stakes that are involved and who he is trying to protect his people from.
David, from that Helsinki meeting in 2018 to this meeting today, what do you make of it?
I'll stick with today. I have enough to say about today. I was nauseated. I just nauseated. All my life I've had a certain idea about America, that we're a flawed country, but we're fundamentally a force for good in the world. That we defeated Soviet Union, we defeated fascism, we did the Marshall Plan, we did PEPFAR to help people live in Africa. And we make mistakes, Iraq, Vietnam, but they're usually mistakes out of stupidity, naivete, and arrogance. They're not because we're ill-intentioned.
True.
What I've seen over the last 6 weeks is the United States behaving vilely to our friends in Canada and Mexico, vilely to our friends in Europe, and today was the bottom of the barrel. Vilely to a man who was defending Western values at great personal risk to him and his countrymen. Donald Trump believes in one thing. He believes that might makes right. And in that, he agrees with Vladimir Putin, that they are birds of a feather. And he and Vladimir Putin together are trying to create a world that's safe for gangsters, where ruthless people can thrive. And we saw the product of that effort today in the Oval Office. And at first I was thinking, am I feeling grief? Am I feeling shock, like I'm in a hallucination? But I just think shame, moral shame. It's a moral injury to see the country love behaving this way.
You heard Congressman Lawler, who would not criticize the president necessarily, but is a Ukraine supporter, say we're further away from a deal. They have to get back to a deal. The war has to end. You also heard Nick Schifrin report earlier, his European sources are saying there's a fundamental transatlantic break now. Is this the realignment, Jonathan? Has this happened? The U.S. is now closer to Russia than to its European allies?
Undisputed. Yes. And the fact that the Europeans are already looking at it as a break, I think they have to do that. They can't depend on the United States now. After what happened to President Zelenskyy in the Oval Office,
What happens to the Baltic states? What happens to Estonia if Russia rolls over the border? What happens to Poland if Russia rolls over the border? What happens if any of the NATO countries are attacked by Russia after what we just saw? They cannot depend on the United States anymore after more than 7 decades. I'm sure the Europeans are probably even more in shock than we are at this table. And I'm glad you used the word gangster, because that was the thing when President Trump got into it with President Zelenskyy. You know, you don't have any cards. Without us, you know, you have no deal. That was gangster rule there. And between him and the vice president, it also felt like watching a wrestling match where Vance jumps in the ring and then taps in the president, and then they gang up on a man who is literally fighting for the survival of his country.
David, is there a way to get any kind of deal back on track? Is there a way to repair what was clearly broken today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Trump is transactional. He'll bash people, he'll hate people, and then he will do a deal. We've seen that in the past. I just wonder where his values are. If he clearly has a thing for Vladimir Putin. We've seen that for 8 years. And he's not going to lean on Putin. He's going to side with Putin, as Timothy Snyder said today. And so maybe that's just his belief system. And J.D. Vance has a value system, which is a belief in performance art. What he did was not the act of someone who is a diplomat. It was not the act of someone who's a statesman. It was not the act of someone who has the faintest hint of responsibility to edge on his president, to just try to do a mano a mano against a man who's 10 times the man he is, frankly.
You gonna come?
There's a lot to overcome. But I do think it's got to be in America's interest not to let Vladimir Putin take over Ukraine. Surely everybody sees that. And so I have some hope there'll still be a possibility for a deal somehow.
We did hear in that exchange at the end, President Trump, as it was sort of coming to a close, he said, well, this is going to be great television. Sort of acknowledged this is all unfolded on live television for the entire world to see. And for better or worse, this is a president who really understands the power of the media and how to harness it and how to leverage it. And I know we've talked about some of the changes before, his continued attacks on the press, blocking the AP's access from some White House coverage as well. You saw him take control, the White House take control of the press pool that covers the president full time, make sure everyone else knows what's happening with the president. Peter Baker, of course, longtime Russia correspondent, said it reminded him of the Kremlin press pool takeover. And I just want to get your takes on where that sort of attack on the press stands and whether we're in much more sinister territory now.
I do think we're in more sinister territory because you've got to look at what's happening with AP. In light of his lawsuits against CBS, against ABC, threats threatening the licenses of other broadcast entities, this is all part of a pattern of roughing up anyone he views as not either insufficiently loyal or people who have wronged him. And he looks at the press as an entity that has wronged him. But what I would say is, you know, it's sort of inside baseball that, you know, AP is not allowed in the pool, which means they can't get into all these places. To me, it just says that the White House press corps, which already does hard work, they're just going to have to work a little bit harder, reporting on an administration that already leaks like a sieve.
David?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump does everything he can to destroy things that would restrain his power. And so that's the attorney generals he fires, that's the inspector generals, that's the JAG officers, that's the leadership of the military who doesn't like. And the press is a potential restraint on his power. And so he is trying to dismantle the idea of the press. And if I could bash the press a little, or at least the owner of Jonathan's newspaper, we're helping. Jeff Bezos, when he says we're gonna have an opinion section in the Washington Post that does not brook dissent, that's just not journalism. And I've seen this again from entrepreneurs who say, why would you publish something you disagree with? They just don't get it, some people. That's what we do. That's what democracy is. Your loyalty to democracy is higher than your loyalty to one ideology or another. And so the idea that we're not have a major newspaper that doesn't publish dissent, that can't be.
David Brooks, Jonathan Capehart, thank you both for being here, for engaging always. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Simon.
It is very dangerous to be America's enemy, but it is even more dangerous to be America's friend, has been confirmed once again. Correct. Because effectively the Biden administration led the Ukrainians down the garden path. They made the promises that they were never willing to fulfill. Trump doesn't have this mentality. For Trump, the Ukraine war was a big strategic mistake. It cost a lot of money. It was never going to be won. It was always going to lead to yet another American defeat like Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, now Ukraine. And it was a major distraction to what his number one priority, which is a war with China.
This is Yanis Varoufakis. He is one of the most outspoken economists in the world, the former finance minister of Greece, and a key figure in Europe's fight against austerity. Varoufakis is known for his outside-the-box thinking and common-sense solutions to the geopolitical struggles our world is currently facing. Professor Varoufakis is a founding member of the Democracy in Europe Movement 2025 and the author of several books, including Techno-Feudalism, a groundbreaking book where he argues that the modern economy is increasingly controlled by a handful of tech giants, reshaping society in ways that resemble feudalism. In today's interview, Yanis and I dive into the European role in the negotiations surrounding the end of the war in Ukraine. As tensions rise, European leaders find themselves sidelined, with no clear voice in negotiations between the US and Russia. We'll discuss why Europe's lack of leadership is leading it to act as a vassal to the United States and how tariffs from Donald Trump could result in Europe shifting closer to China. Later in our interview, we focus on China specifically and discuss the latest breakthroughs in AI, which are changing the world faster than anyone could have imagined. Finally, we end our discussion debating the future of BRICS and the seismic shifts in the global order and trade alliances. I'm so excited. Today's interview is one of the best geopolitical conversations I've ever had, but make sure you watch to the end, as Professor Varoufakis delivers an incredible call to action for every citizen of the world. If you want the best geopolitical insights in 2025, this is the video for you. Let's begin. Well, everyone, I'm very honored to welcome into the studio Professor Yanis Varoufakis. Professor, thank you so much for joining the show today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Professor, I want to start off discussing the status of Europe right now, because we have seen some very interesting developments in the past week. We've just had this Munich Security Conference. There are so many stories going on. Take us into your mind here on the status of this Russia-Ukraine war, and will Trump be able to end this effectively within the next few weeks or months or sometime in 2025?
Ukraine has lost the war. Putin has not won it, but Ukraine has lost the war. It is exhausted. Its people's morale is below zero. There are daily defections from the Ukrainian army. They fought magnificently, and all kudos to them for having stemmed the initial push by the Russian army. But now, 3 years later, they are done. It's clear that even Zelenskyy understands that. Biden knew that. Kissinger's dictum that it is very dangerous to be America's enemy, but it is even more dangerous to be America's friend, has been confirmed once again. Correct. Because effectively the Biden administration led the Ukrainians down the garden path. They made the promises that they were never willing to fulfill. They were never going to introduce them to let them into NATO. Right. It was simply in the interest of expanding U.S. hegemony. I remember a former chief of staff of NATO, an American general, many years ago, in 2011. I was asking him, why do we still have NATO? What's the point? He said, right. There's no point for you Europeans, but we need it. And I said, Bob was his name, why do we need it? Or why do you need it? And he said, for 3 reasons. To keep Russia out, to keep Germany down, and to keep ourselves in.
Wow.
So that's,
oh my God,
I think
bro.
you're completely right. But,
I love the wow smile from the guy. Like, bro, like, this is the fucking line.
Mistake.
We've all heard it.
It was never going to be won. It was always going to lead to yet another American defeat, like Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, now Ukraine.
Like, the dude providing hidden knowledge there. Oh my goodness.
Which is a war with China. Cold War, hopefully, not a hot war. But he thinks that there is one game in town on the planet, and that is the containment of China. So what on earth are we doing? Wasting our resources and losing a lot of soft power worldwide with a war in Ukraine, which essentially is pushing Russia into the embrace of Beijing. Kissinger and Nixon did their utmost to keep those two forces apart. Correct. And now Biden has pushed Ukraine into the embrace of Beijing. This is how he thinks. Personally, I think he's completely wrong, and it's extremely dangerous. It's a clear and present danger for humanity to want to contain China. China is not an imperialist power. It's a regional power. It wants to control its region. There's no interest in building Chinese bases in Tijuana opposite San Diego, or patrolling the San Francisco, Los Angeles coastline. They just want to do business with everyone else. And to try to contain China in this way, risking a thermonuclear clash, is highly, highly toxic on the part of Trump. But I do hope that he concludes this pointless massacre in Ukraine quickly. And I think he's right to do it simply by talking to Putin, because the Europeans are non-existent. Who is he going to bring along from Europe? Von der Leyen. Nobody elected her. She has absolutely no legitimacy whatsoever.
Correct.
You know, a local town mayor here has more legitimacy than the president of the European Commission. France doesn't have government. Macron is a lame duck. The new government that will emerge from the federal elections in Germany this weekend will take months to come together. It will be a silly coalition again, just to keep the idea out. And even if they did have a government, the Lithuanians and the Poles would veto anything the Germans say and expect the Germans to pay for the outcome that the Germans will not have a say in. So if I were Trump, I also would leave the Europeans out, and I would try to come to the most
just kill the
important thing
sectoid.
freeze the conflict.
Jesus Christ.
If we can
That's a
save
93% chance of hit with a flank
we
there.
have a moral duty to save them, because their death is utterly pointless.
For many decades, obviously, Europe has been very close to the United States because there's been a security guarantee, right? Obviously, the United States, after World War II, has always guaranteed Europe's security. It's been a great blessing to have the U.S. military as that security guarantee. Do you see that shifting in the near future? Where do you think, within the next 4 years, Donald Trump is going to completely, move away from that? I have read some articles, for example, saying that Europe needs to prepare for this, that Trump is just so vulnerable that we don't know what he's going to do. And do you see a shift away from that for Europe in the future?
When people say that they think Trump is very fickle and they have no idea what he's going to do, they have not been paying attention. Trump does what he has been telling us he will do for years now. Right. Why are they being surprised? He said he's going to impose tariffs, he imposed tariffs. He said that NATO is pointless and that he is not going to be paying for European security. He's pulling the rug from under the Europeans. Why is he fickle? You may not believe your ears because you simply are in deep denial. But that's not Trump's fault.
Right.
I don't want to support Trump here, but what I'm saying is that the guy is utterly reliable. He does what he claimed, and when he didn't, under Trump 1.0, do what he was planning to do, that's because Congress wouldn't let him and because he was not well prepared in his first term. But allow me to have a very different view of why Europe is so wedded to the so-called security umbrella of the United States.
Sure.
It's not because we need the American military to defend us from the Russians. Under the Soviet Union, maybe, let's not go that far back. But since 1991, Europe does not have any enemy that can actually invade Europe with any degree of credibility and military prowess. Putin has been trying to create this military capability, but you can see that even when he unleashed an all-out war against Ukraine, he's struggling to get a few villages in muddy plains in the Ukraine. And, thousands and thousands of Russians are being sacrificed for a few yards every week or so. There's no way that even if Putin wanted to invade Poland, even if he wanted to invade Germany, there is no way he could do it. And I think our leaders know that. So what is really behind this monomaniacal commitment to the Atlanticist umbrella?
Right.
Well, if you are a German manufacturer of chemicals or of steel or aluminium, your viability depends on the United States because you're running, and Trump is right in this, you're running a large trade surplus with the United States. Essentially, the American trade deficit is like a vacuum cleaner that sucks into the United States your net exports.
Right.
You get paid with IOUs called dollars. Because the United States is a deficit country. Any other country having the deficit of the United States would have gone bankrupt by now, except that the United States has the exorbitant privilege of the international reserve currency, the dollar. So they can print as many of them, of those as they want, to maintain in perpetuity, almost, this trade deficit. But that trade deficit is the German capitalists' godsend. It is what keeps him in business.
Right.
So when, for instance, you remember a couple of years ago, Nord Stream 1, which is this large underwater pipeline bringing cheap Russian gas into Germany, powering German industry. This was blown up. Now we know that it was the United States and Ukraine behind.
Correct.
With the help of Poland. They've more or less admitted, okay? Now, you are the
More or
German
less
investors.
admitted.
They just blew up your supply of cheap gas. They are selling you at 10 times the price Texan liquefied natural gas, which takes ages to come, and you have to pay huge quantities of money in order to build terminals.
Right.
Whereas you had this pipeline that was bringing you, dirt cheap gas from Putin, right? So they blow this up, and you don't say a word. Not a word, not a peep, no criticism whatsoever. Why? Because you rely on the United States trade deficit to keep selling stuff. That is the reason for the vassalage of Europe on the United States. It is the US trade deficit, which of course Trump wants to eliminate.
Right.
And when you are sitting in the boardroom of the large German corporations and you hear that Trump wants to eliminate the US trade deficit, you think, oh my God, let him fail, please.
Is the European Union, are they going to have to move closer to China to survive these new sanctions and tariffs from Donald Trump?
Let's step back from Donald Trump. Under Biden, a directive came from Washington to Brussels. Stop trading with the Chinese. Impose tariffs on electric vehicles from China. It's not that the tariffs imposed upon Chinese electric vehicles were the idea of the Europeans. They were not imposed in order to save the German car industry from Chinese competition. Indeed, it is Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Stellantis, who are against the tariffs that Europe imposed on Chinese car imports.
Right.
Because they're doing a lot of business, especially Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen. They're doing a lot of business in China. And the last thing they want is for the Chinese to reciprocate, to retaliate. So you have a Europe that's effectively a vassal of the United States under Biden. But in the context of the subjugation of the European Union to NATO and to the idea of the transatlantic alliance with the United States, European leaders, they held their nose and they imposed sanctions on Chinese imports. They started pressurizing their businesses to invest less in China in the context of the American plan to decouple from China, in the context of the American-led new Cold War against China, against the interests of Europe. So Europe was acting against the interests of Europe to decouple from China just in order to be America's effectively good boys and girls. And then Trump comes in and says, I'm going to treat you like enemies. What will the Europeans do in response? I don't know. Clearly, Europe's interest is to turn around to the Americans and say, okay, if we are your enemies and you're if you're going to treat us like dirt, forget, we are rescinding all these tariffs we imposed on the Chinese and all these restrictions on capital investments by European firms in China that we imposed simply because you told us to. Right. So, it's a new sheriff in town? Fine. There are new rules in Europe as well. But that will take a smidgen of, how shall I put it, courage on behalf of the Europeans, which they have shown no evidence of so far.
Right.
So let's see. It is perfectly possible that, they will simply recoil and, bow their head to Trump and say, whatever you say, our glorious master.
Right.
Now, if they do that, then the already pre-existing dynamic of stagnation in Europe is simply going to be made worse.
Let's bring in China to the mix here because, the biggest story, I think, in 2025 so far certainly has been this invention or, the breakthrough of DeepSeek. I think DeepSeek AI has come through. It's obviously open source. It was developed for 90% less cost. I would like to ask you, how much do you think this open source DeepSeek and the Chinese breakthroughs threaten these tech monopolies and the oligarchs inside the United States, or the cloud capitalists, as you like to call them?
Well, let me just make the point as a preface that it was a bit of a Sputnik moment for the United States big tech sector, because just like in the 1950s, when it was the Americans who were completely and utterly convinced that they were decades ahead of the Soviet Union, suddenly the Soviet Union is in space before they are. So there is this similarity. Now, of course, that Sputnik moment made the United States go crazy in investing in the space age, and the result was that they not only caught up, but they surpassed the Soviet Union. I don't think this is going to happen now with big tech. But allow me to make the main point. The main point is this, and I think this is the main point of your question. Google, Meta, Amazon, they have nothing to fear. OpenAI is destroyed. And the reason for that is OpenAI has a business model which is really very old-fashioned capitalist model. They are selling a service at product, a commodity, in a market. So, they're asking you to pay $200 a month for the good quality chat GPT.
Right.
And you buy that in the same way you buy a subscription to a cable channel, you buy gas to put in your car. It's a standard capitalist enterprise.
Right.
And here comes DeepSeek and offers the same product, even better actually. I've been looking into it recently and comparing and contrasting. Actually, DeepSeek is more impressive than ChatGPT, at least in my brief experience, for free. So essentially, that's it. The market of GPT has gone. But you mentioned my concept of what I considered a mutation of capital, a new form of capital, which I call cloud capital. It's the algorithm of Amazon, not just of Amazon, of Uber, of Airbnb, of Google, and so on. But let's stick to Amazon as an example. It's going to be made much better with AI. It's going to be made more efficient. But even before AI came, if you had an Alexa, and this is the interface that you can buy very cheaply to connect you to all your appliances, of course, to Amazon.com. And it's an Amazon product. It's an interface which presents itself as your slave. You tell it, Alexa, switch off the lights, order some milk and honey for me from the supermarket, buy me a book, play me some music. So it sounds as if it is your slave, but it isn't, of course. What it does, it trains you to train it, to know you, to give you good advice, then to capture your attention through this good advice. And the advice is good. When Amazon recommends a book for me, I usually like it. There's never been a case when he recommended a book for me that I didn't enjoy reading. Once, it captures your attention and gains your trust, then it has enormous power. It actually say, it hears you talking to your wife or to your husband or to whatever, and it hears you talk about an electric bike, and then comes up with a suggestion, maybe you should consider this electric bike. Previous proposals, suggestions were good. They will then, the probability that you'll buy that bike is much higher. And that gives Jeff Bezos, who owns Alexa, who owns Amazon.com, an opportunity to do two magnificent things. Magnificent in the sense that they are historically pioneering things that had never happened before.
Correct.
It allows you, firstly, it allows them to sell you the object of the desire it has implanted into your soul outside of any marketplace. You don't have to go to a shop. Amazon sends it to you.
Right.
And the second thing is that Bezos retains 40% of the price. That's a rent. He hasn't produced this thing.
Right.
This is a rent very, very similar to the ground rent that feudal lords used to extract from peasants, from ironsmiths, from artisans who lived and worked on their fiefdom. But Amazon has to be thought of not as a market, but as a fiefdom. That cloud capital, which creates Amazon, bestows upon its owner, Bezos, a remarkable capacity to extract rents from you, me, customers, and the producers of the electric bicycles.
Correct.
Capitalism. It's not a marketplace. It's a digital fief, and it's not profit that accumulates wealth. It is rent. Well, that's feudalism. That's why I'm talking about techno-feudalism. And that kind of business model, that techno-feudal system, is enhanced by AI. And they don't have to worry about the Chinese because the Chinese have their own techno-feudal system. The equivalent of Amazon is Alibaba. And they have the same capacity to enclose within its digital cloud walls their own population.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the rise of China in that capacity. And do you think that there's any difference between these cloud capitalists in China versus America? Or are they more or less the same thing?
Well, individually, they are more or less the same thing. They're neither good people nor bad people with enormous power. You give exorbitant power to normal people, you get very abnormal people in the end. So there's no comparison. There's no difference there. But there is a fundamental difference in the political system. Because when the Chinese Amazon, Alibaba, reached a level of rent extraction, which was detrimental to the interests of the rest of the Chinese social economy, in the same way that it is happening in America and in Europe with Amazon, Uber, and so on. The Magnificent Seven, who are really extracting so much rent from everybody else. It's pathetic. Right. In China, the Chinese Communist Party grabbed the Jeff Bezos of China by the scruff of the neck and said, Jack Ma is his name, you overdid it. No. We'll give you the opportunity to enjoy huge riches, but not that much. So they put him in the sin bin for, 8 months? And when he came back, he had his wings clipped. And the rent that Alibaba extracts from the rest of society has been thoroughly circumscribed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that we see a different we certainly see a different model. Obviously, the United States is very profit-driven, and China is really going for more of the, the socialism, aspect, certainly embracing capitalistic forms. But there is certainly that goal from the Chinese Communist Party to, a rising tide raises all boats. So they certainly want to see more of all society, try to improve. At least that's that is the stated objective for them. And I think this transitions well into my next question, because we have seen China rise, providing this enrichment for the whole society, raising 800 million people out of poverty. And they have certainly done this outside of the Western form of democracy that we always hear about. And, China describes this as a dictatorship of the working class. Obviously, democracy is rooted in Greek conditions and a vocal point of your work. How has the Chinese success using this different system, outside of our Western views of democracy? Can you explain a little bit more about this and your thoughts about China's system and how it's risen and, its role in the world?
Cyrus, you will allow me to not resist the temptation to say a few words about democracy. Because, we all wax lyrical, and we Greeks, of course, are very flattered by that, about the continuity between ancient Athenian democracy and our democracies. There's no such continuity. This is an absolute myth. The ancient Athenian democracy was very flawed because women didn't vote. Metics, that is, migrants didn't vote. I think Trump would have been happy with that. It was a small section of society, of men who were citizens. But interestingly, the majority of them were poor. So in that sense, it was democratic, not aristocratic, that the poor were in the majority. And they could actually, for 30, 40 years, if that's how long it lasted. It didn't last much longer than that. Right. They had the opportunity to pass laws and make decisions that peeved the aristocrats, the wealthy, the oligarchs. So that was a genuine democratic experiment for 30, 40 years. But whereas our democracies, and I think the Republican Party is correct to say this is not a democracy, it's a republic. Our democracies hark back not to ancient Athens, but to the Magna Carta. And what was the Magna Carta? It was nothing to do with democracy. It was a pact between the king and the barons. And the barons had enough of the king looting them. So they had a little war with the king. And then in the end, the king agreed to the Magna Carta, a concord, which said what? That the barons have the right to retain their slaves, their peasants, to do what they want with them. And the king wouldn't be able to steal the value produced by their peasants from the barons. In other words, this was an oligarchy. What we have in the West today, not just in your country, but in my country, in every country in the West, under the auspices of constitutions that read beautifully. Your constitution is a work of poetry. There's no doubt about that. In reality, what we have is an oligarchy with periodic elections, which is not the same thing as a democracy. As a friend of mine, when I was very young, used to say, if democracy ever threatened to change anything, it would be banned. And we've seen that. How it was banned. I experienced that in 2015 when people voted in the referendum in July 2015 in one particular way. The system made sure that that very night the people were overturned. Similarly, in the United States, if you read the Federalist Papers, you discover that very objective of the American Constitution is to keep the hoi polloi out, to make sure that representative democracy impedes the demos from making decisions. So that's not that dissimilar to the view of the Chinese Communist Party. I'm a Democrat, so I'm not favoring the Chinese Communist Party over our system in the West. But what I'm saying is that we in the West, we have an overinflated view of how democratic our system is. It isn't. It was not meant to be. It was designed to be. It was just much more clever than the Soviet or the Chinese system because it appears more. But in China, there is a very interesting experiment going on. If you go to the municipalities, recently I was in Shanghai, and I walked into the Shanghai municipality, which is a huge building, and there's a ground floor of many different assembly rooms, and there are boisterous debates happening in there because each room represents the citizens' assembly from some neighborhood, and they discuss the laws of their neighborhood.
Right.
There's you should see them, the manner in which they debated, they shouted at each other. There was a very dynamic democracy happening at the municipality level. Similarly, at the prefecture level, you have elections where the party's favorite son, usually son, or sometimes a daughter, is voted out, is booted out. So there is a very interesting democracy happening at the grassroots. There is no democracy at the national level. That's whatever Xi Jinping says. But even at that level, in the Central Committee of the Communist Party, which is a very large body, a bit like a Congress, you have clashing interests. You have members of the Central Committee that represent workers, other members that represent farmers, and you have representatives of big capital. capitalists, producers of aluminium or cars or electric vehicles. And then you have big tech being presented there. And there is a big class war happening within the Central Committee of the Communist Party.
Correct.
But what they do have, which is absolutely extraordinarily helpful in terms of the developmental energy of China, is that they have a capacity to combine private ownership of the means of production, which is not socialist, totally capitalist, but with state-directed investment, that which the West is not good at. Because in the West, we have a lot of money which is not invested in productive capacity. So in the United States, you have the greatest accumulation of money in the history of the universe.
Correct.
Okay? But you still can't build a fast train between Washington and Boston. You cannot invest in the things that the things that Congress has set money aside to do. Like, for instance, things I would love if they were never constructed, like nuclear submarines.
Right.
But Congress wants nuclear submarines, pays for them, and you can't build them because the industrial foundation of the country has been atrophied as a result of the failure of the market system, which is a very oligopolistic market system, and completely dominated by rentier capitalists who are not interested in producing stuff. They're simply interested in making a buck quickly from shuffling, pieces of paper, like, derivatives and so on. They are not converting the existing money into productive capacity.
Thank you for breaking down the Chinese government level, because I think that's what a lot of people actually don't understand in the West, right? We just think of it as one man ruling whatever Xi Jinping wants, but actually when you do go down to the municipal level and to the local level, I think that's where a lot of actually democratic movements are happening. There's a lot of representation for the people and their voices. And, I've lived in China for over 10 years, and I think that's an interesting point that a lot of people need to understand, is that there is a lot of autonomy on the local level. Professor, I've got one more question I'd like to ask you, and I want to talk a little bit about, what we're looking at around the world. I want to talk about BRICS, de-dollarization, blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies. This is an interesting thing with Trump, because he has effectively said that the BRICS alliance is dead, right? We're going to put 100% tariffs if anybody shifts away from the US dollar. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on the BRICS alliance and de-dollarization, and what are the trends of this going to be happening in 2025?
Well, the Chinese, who are the real power behind the BRICS, are creating the infrastructure for a new monetary system that replaces the monopoly of the dollar. They are not going to be stopped by Trump's threats of tariffs. The greatest ally of the hegemony of the US dollar at the moment is Beijing, because Beijing has not decided to press the button. BRICS Pay, which is based on a blockchain technology, and it's magnificent technology and very, very interesting. It's an alternative to SWIFT, a way of making payments from one another. It's not, however, an alternative currency. Right. And it's not because the Chinese have not decided to go for it, because the Chinese have at least 400 billion US dollars in savings. So if let's say you had your money in a Swiss bank account, you would not want to undermine the Swiss banking system. It would be silly to do this.
Right.
So they've not decided to do that. As I said before, if you are an aluminium producer in Shenzhen and you're selling to California, why would you want to undermine the hegemony of the dollar? You live off dollars. But if the United States continue to pursue the new Cold War against China, especially the way that Biden turbocharged it with the CHIPS Act, effectively telling the Chinese, you are not going to become a technologically advanced society, which of course didn't work because they have so many good engineers that devised their own microchips. And then at some point, they will be absolutely determined, they already are determined, to have a monetary system which is ready for action. They need to have it, at an arm's length, at a push button length, so they can press it when they decide that enough is enough. But they have not decided to do this yet. They will make the system ready, but they will not energize it until they give up on the possibility of a decent agreement with Trump and with the West. So, Mr. Trump, stop hyperventilating and threatening the Chinese. They are your best friends at the moment. And if you push them too much, then the dollar is toast.
Appreciate your thoughts on that. One final question here,
for sure.
Professor. What as we're looking forward in the future for 2025 in these geopoliticals, what is one thing that you want?
It's going to happen.
Kind of your message to the world. I mean, that you want people to really understand. I think there's a lot of confusion, whether in Europe, whether the United States, about the status of the world. What is your key message that you really want to put out there so that people can better understand the geopolitics around the world right now?
Look, Cyrus, if this was 1938 and it was the morning after Kristallnacht, the pogrom against the Jews in Germany, you and I and the rest of the world would have only one duty. That is to protect the Jewish people from the Nazi pogroms.
Correct.
Today, we all have, similarly, one duty: to end the genocide of the Palestinians. Because what started in Gaza does not stop in Gaza. This sheer brutality and the way in which they are, the powers that be, the Western powers that be, are effectively murdering international law, just completely rubbishing international law,
Correct.
setting it aside. This is going to stigmatize our generation if we let this happen. That is my very simple message.
That's a brilliant message. I couldn't agree with you more. It's very hard for me as an American citizen to watch the way that our government functions, and again, a very stark contrast to how we want to call Putin a war criminal, try him, but yet Netanyahu comes to the United States and is treated like a king, and even Donald Trump pulls the chair for him and makes sure that he's comfortable. I mean, it's incredible the amount of corruption with AIPAC and how they control Congress, and I love that message. It's the perfect way to end our conversation today. Where can we find your work? Where's the best way that we can connect? And I want our fans to really be able to continue following your work. And just thank you for the work that you're doing. Obviously spreading peace and a great message, and certainly appreciate everything you do.
You can find me on X at Yannis Varoufakis, or on the internet, yannisvaroufakis.eu.
Okay. Perfect. We're going to put the links down in the description for everybody below. Make sure you drop some comments here. Professor Varoufakis, thank you so much for your time, and we'll look forward to spending more time with you in the future as we discuss these global trends and everything.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, sir. Everyone, thank you as always for your incredible support. I'm really grateful to invite guests like Yannis Varoufakis on the channel to help us all understand the shifting dynamics in Europe and how it's navigating the complex negotiations over the Ukraine conflict and its relationship with the US and China. If you enjoyed today's discussion and made it to this point of the video, please make sure you subscribe to my geopolitics newsletter to stay up to date on the latest developments around the world.
So you can be wrong about everything. Wow.
Fox News Alert, President.
Florida Republican Congressman and newly announced candidate for the Florida governorship, Byron Donalds. Representative Donalds, let's just start with the blow-up. It's this one right here. I don't know where it ranks in the annals of President Trump's, greatest hits, so to speak, but it's going to be up there in the top 2 or 3, I think.
First of all, good to be with you, Charles. I agree, and look, I think that the president is absolutely correct. First of all, you can't have another leader come into our Oval Office and disrespect our president.
Oh, my
Just
goodness.
unacceptable, not going to happen. You could disagree however you want, but you do that behind closed doors. You don't do that in front of the world using the press as your vehicle. And so I think President Trump and Vice President Vance were absolutely correct to throw him out of there. And I know some people might be like, well, that's just not how these things are done. Let me tell you how this really works. You cannot have people disrespect you and then you still walk in and do a deal with them.
He literally
The
never
truth of the matter is
disrespected them.
that this deal's been on the table for about a month or so now. Vladimir Zelenskyy is the one that's slow walking the deal. And look, we want peace. We want to end this conflict. We cannot continue this conflict. And to be very blunt, Ukraine can't continue this conflict. It's unfortunate what happened, but, FAFO, Vladimir Zelenskyy realized that Donald Trump's not playing games.
Yeah, he messed around and he found out the hard way. And the thing is, we know that the people of Ukraine want to find a resolution to this.
God.
And it really bothers me because for so long we were told, hey, they've got a chance to win, they've got a chance to reclaim land, and we always hear about the casualties and on the Russian side. But we know it's been an unmitigated disaster for both sides, a humanitarian disaster for both sides. And I'm glad, to your point, that President Trump really was standing up for the American people. We want to help, but at the same token, it's getting very dangerous. This is going to lurch into a point where desperation sets in if we don't find a way to nip it in the bud now. Isn't that right?
I agree, and I think, let's talk about the deal itself. All that President Trump is saying is we have placed our treasure in to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty. And if you actually go back to the Budapest Agreement, that's what America, the UK, then Russia, under Boris Yeltsin, and Ukraine agreed to. So we upheld our end of the deal, trying to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty. And all we're saying is We have $36 trillion in debt. We're running $2 trillion budget deficits. How about we help you get your country on track? We'll mine those critical minerals. We'll help you do that. We'll go into partnership. That's a win-win. And by the way, the war comes to an end. So I don't know what Zelensky's looking at, but I will tell the American people that Donald Trump has the interest of you at heart, first, second, and third. And I think even the American people are becoming to get weary about what's happening in Ukraine. We can't keep going down the same policy framework that Joe Biden took us down, because all that did is take you to a never-ending conflict that puts American dollars and then potentially American troops at risk.
Yeah. And to your point, a lot of economic data out this week. The Trump presidency inherited an economy far worse than the media told folks, although the people knew that's why they voted the way they did. But there's a sense of urgency to get our house in economic order as well. I want to switch gears here. Your run for governor, you talk highly of making Florida a financial hub, and at the center of that, Bitcoin playing a very big role. Talk to us about that.
Well, I think if you look at just what's happening in the global economy, digital assets are key to that, especially considering the home organically they've made in South Florida. And so, you know, my vision is that we build upon that. We start looking at potentially having crypto be a part of our state's portfolio, and then also doing some really important things, maybe looking at tokenization and some other things and having Florida be the hub of that. And look, let's be perfectly clear. We also know that a lot of people are leaving New York because the New York Assembly and New York government is a mess. And so there is a better way to do things. We do that in Florida. And so, yes, there's no reason why Florida can't become the financial capital of the world going forward.
Yeah, the only problem you're going to have really is keeping people from sneaking to the beach too early. In New York, we don't leave because there's nothing to go outside to except a lot of congestion, crime, and cold weather. Before I let you go, this tax situation, the big one bill, the beautiful budget, I think the markets have been under a little pressure in part because of uncertainty there. What can you tell the American people about getting this part of the Trump agenda in full gear?
Well, I think we're going to get tax policy done, and it'll be done probably sooner than people think. I think we're probably going to be done around June or July, barring some unforeseen circumstance. I will also add, and I want to be clear on this, the key of getting the one big bill done is going to be a deal on mandatory spending. The Democrats never want to cut spending, and now they're going to saber rattle and whine and complain. But the truth of the matter is we have to get the fiscal health of the nation in order. They've massively expanded federal spending, which is irresponsible and unsustainable. And as long as we have the necessary spending cut deal on mandatory spending, we'll be able to get everything done, and we'll get it done pretty quickly.
Congressman Donalds, you're one of my favorites. Congratulations on your run for Florida governor, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
In the final chapter of the United States of America, a geriatric man that wears orange makeup gave the entire country to a South African drug addict. That's what happened. So as we all know, as we've watched, Elon Musk's investment to Donald Trump seems to be a lot more than just the $280 million, because Trump has handed over the checkbook, all of the data, everything. Musk controls everything. And very few Democrats are really, really calling it out, as well as Bernie Sanders. Listen to this clip.
We are not voting on who the next Secretary of Labor is. The next Secretary of Labor, the next Secretary of Education, the next Secretary of Housing, the next Secretary of the Treasury is Elon Musk. And let us understand that reality and not play along with the charade. Does anyone here really think that any Secretary of Labor, any Secretary of Education is going to make decisions by himself or herself?
Okay. That's the truth right there. It doesn't matter. All of this stuff, all of the people that he's popping out. Kristi Noem, we all know she likes to cosplay as a plumber and electrician and do photo shoots. We all know that J.D. Vance is dying to be a drag queen. It's obvious. Every single piece of footage that we've seen since he was inaugurated, we saw Elon Musk tripping balls in the Capitol Rotunda, and ever since then, Elon Musk is running the country.
Elon Musk has never left the side of the president. You see in the photo we discussed yesterday where he's having some type of presser, Elon Musk is looking over his shoulder. In the cabinet meeting, the United States of America appears to be dozing or at least looking down and not paying attention as Elon Musk stands over the United States cabinet. Make no mistake, Bernie Sanders is right. Elon Musk is making all the decision, which terrifies me on so many levels, not the least of which is his close personal relationship with with Vladimir Putin.
Okay, and to just talk about how dangerous and corrupt this is, I want to walk you guys through a 4-part tweet that I found from Chris Rilling. Okay, here's the first one. Biden wants to hire 2,000 air traffic controllers in 2025. This headline was March 11, 2024. Okay, the next one. Trump administration begins firing of FAA staff just weeks after fatal DC plane crash. Now, I'm no aviation expert, but that to me sounds like a really bad idea. The next one. Layoffs hit FAA, including employees tasked with producing air traffic navigation maps. And then here's the last one. Here's a post that Elon Musk sent out today. There is a shortage of top-notch air traffic controllers. If you have retired but are open to returning to work, please consider doing so. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, of course.
Here's the thing. Elon Musk wanted to get rid of the people in the FAA under the Biden administration because they were doing investigations into his rocket ship crash. And he didn't like being told what to do. They were fining him. They were investigating all the things. We've had more plane crashes in recent memory than I can recall. This man doesn't give a shit about people dying. He is now saying, oh, well, we want to hire you back. It was the same with the Ebola people and the nuclear security people. How about you pay attention first before you fire vital employees to the United States government? Not to mention that I read that he wants to replace the FAA with Starlink.
That brings me to my next. This one is actually the post from Chris Rilling. The other one, the 4 parts, was from Sam Stein. So Chris Rilling says the FAA is close to canceling a $2.4 billion contract with Verizon and handing it over to Starlink. Listener, Starlink is owned by Elon Musk. The timeline is as such. Musk fires FAA employees. Musk gets an inside look at Verizon's contract. Musk gets inside look at the communication system being built by Verizon. And then finally, Musk cancels Verizon contract and gets it for himself. Talk about such a massive conflict of interest. But to one of your other points, Angie, you said, why didn't he just think about this? I think the wrecking ball is a part of Musk's solution. There is a strong desire to dismantle and eviscerate the United States federal government. Who benefits from that the most? Vladimir Putin and the oligarchs. The days of United States being a world power are over. We are now going to join the axis of evil. And in this final chapter of this country that we were born and raised in, it will have been handed over by that man that wears the orange makeup that talks about Hannibal Lecter to an untreated South African drug addict. It's just, if this were in a movie, you would think that's so far-fetched. Right. That would never happen. And here we are.
Also in a movie, you would hope that the good guys would have a better plan than what we've got going on the Democratic side. I mean, other than Bernie Sanders, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, I just feel like it's been pretty weak in the response to this. But don't you think it's interesting? I have seen where President Trump, a.k.a. Elon's bitch, when asked about, well, is there a conflict of interest? Carolyn Leavitt said, oh, well, Elon Musk will determine if there's a conflict of interest. Downtrodden hangdog Trump says, well, I don't know what he'd be gaining. He's granted himself contract after contract after contract. But here's the thing. Do you know why Trump isn't up in arms over it? He can't do anything about it. Elon Musk has the power, not Trump.
Trump is owned by the Russians. And I believe that Vladimir Putin assigned Elon Musk to be Trump's full-time nanny to make sure he delivered the United States of America to the Kremlin. I believe that that is exactly what happened. And Musk said, what's in it for me? And he said, you go in and you get all of the money just like I have over Russia, and you can be my counterpart in the United States. Putin made sure, because he knows he had this window, this 4-year window, and he knows that he has to do it faster than the 2026 midterms because his ass will get impeached, because I don't think we're going to make it to those elections. I just don't think these people are going to give up power. Authoritarians do not give up power. They just don't.
Well, and then that opens up the conversation of the manipulation of votes and the power that Elon Musk has, all of our private data. He has everything he would need. I mean, I don't know. That's what scares me. It keeps me up at night, really.
It's terrifying. Okay. And here we have Trump in the Oval with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And somebody asks him about Putin. And listen to this little clip.
Yeah, please, ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. President, what would you be willing to do if Vladimir Putin did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine?
If he not what?
He did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine, because he has a history of not sticking to his word when it comes to international peace.
I think he'll keep his word. I think I've spoken to him. I've known him for a long time now. You know, we had to go through the Russian hoax together. That was not a good thing. It's not fair. That was a rigged deal and had nothing to do with Russia. It was a rigged.
It had everything to do with Russia.
Everything.
Everything. And the United States government has known this for a long time and done nothing about it. And that just makes you question the entire system and the fragility of all of it. That, of course, the CIA and other, agencies, FBI, knows that he's colluding with Vladimir Putin. I mean, Hillary Clinton said it. Kamala Harris said it. The Mueller report said it. All of everybody surrounding Trump and Trump 1.0 connected to Putin. Elon Musk connected to Putin. And we let it get this far? Do you think if some Democrat were palling around with Kim Jong-un, that they wouldn't have, charged him with treason and espionage and put him in bracelets and in a cell? It's like we're playing at two different games here. Right. How is he this compromised by Russia so obviously for so long and nothing happens? How does this motherfucker get away with all of the stuff that he's getting away with? And Obama can't even wear a tan suit without Fox News having a stage 5 meltdown.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer, but when you were talking about, there are people that know more than we know sitting in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And I'll tell you who one of those people is Little Marco. And Little Marco has just gone on the world stage and capitulated to all this shit.
He's in Oklahoma City?
No. I said, we're in Oklahoma City, but Little Marco was on the Intelligence Committee. He's Secretary of State. He knows better.
Of course he knows.
But he's not doing anything about it.
Of course he knows. The fix is in, you guys. This fix is in. This whole thing, and everybody's running around talking about, we're going to work with them where we can. You're working with fucking Russia when you do it. Their number one goal is to take a wrecking ball and wreck it down. Elon Musk does too much too quickly. And I'm sure Putin's like, well, hey, you can't have planes crashing. We're not finished with, completely dismantling the United States yet. I mean, I think that this fix is in, and it's so depressing. And the Democratic leadership is, I just was online and I saw Chuck Schumer doing a video, and I'm just like, buddy, this is not doing it. And I think this is a moment. This is a moment where people that really want to stand up to democracy, for democracy, stand up for it and use very crisp language about it. They do Sig Heils. This is serious. They voted with the axis of evil at a NATO vote. They voted with North Korea and Iran and other despot countries. This is insanity that you have Democrats out there saying, we're going to try to work with them where we can. They don't give a shit about Medicare. They don't give a shit about Social Security. They don't give a shit about Medicaid. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff. The fix is in, and you guys are appeasing it. Every time you work with them, it is the equivalent of World War II appeasement, in my opinion.
Well, we just saw a clip of Jasmine Crockett in a in the House saying, who is going to stand up and say that Russia invaded Ukraine? And not one Republican was willing to do it. Why is that not the headline on every news station? It's not
because it's appeasement. Even the media, they don't know how to handle this. They've never known how to handle Trump, and that's one of the shortcomings of the media during this whole entire time. It's just what a horrible job they've done covering him and never called him out. Look at the hysterics the media had when Biden pardoned his son. And if he hadn't pardoned him, Hunter would be in jail right now. And can you believe the media acted like that was a huge news story? Like that was a big surprise. Like that was so crazy. And look at this shit. We got Elon Musk doing Sig Heils, and at CPAC, Steve Bannon's doing it. Trump is basically, they're giving him little pet projects while Elon Musk dismantles the United States of America. But oh my God, Joe Biden pardoned his son and protected him from Nazis. Let's have chyrons going on, breaking news 24/7, 365. It's unbelievable.
It's shocking.
We're playing two different games here, people. Two different games.
I agree.
All right, we'll see you all later.
I've had it. Oh my goodness.
The happiest person on the planet right now is Vladimir Putin. Champagne bottles are popping. Russian caviar, I'm sure, is being snorted off of oligarchs' ass. And of course, all of this news hits. Pumps is in Vegas. So y'all are stuck with me. This is bananas. This is humiliating. This is dangerous. And most importantly, this was an ambush. The convicted felon, Donald Trump, who cosplays as being president of the United States, and former drag queen, failed drag queen, J.D. Vance, ambushed Zelenskyy in the Oval Office with the press all around, I'm sure at Putin's instruction. You guys have got to watch this video. It is so horrible.
Talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
That.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering
position
on
to
this
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what
I'm not
You're
dictating.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war,
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm
Yeah,
very
you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
What are you
You're
thinking
gambling
about?
with
What are you
World
thinking
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you.
your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States
what
of
are you speaking
America
about?
and the president who's trying to save your country.
That is absolutely disgraceful. That is unbelievable the way they ambushed him. And it was done at the direction of Vladimir Putin. Make no
calm
mistake
down.
about it. Trump has had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to confront Vladimir Putin, who is a war criminal, who is a murderer, who is a savage, is the opposite of everything that America is supposed to stand for, who, by the way, only 20% of the American public likes him. When's the last time we had a poll in the United States where 80% of the American public all agreed that Putin was a bad actor? And these two bozos sit there in the Oval Office and ambush him with the press all around. No question, live streamed over at the Kremlin. This is so horrific. And then what a titty baby is J.D. Vance. Have you said thank you? Have you said thank you? Grow up. I mean, grow up, go home and put on your smoky eyeliner, you queen. I mean, that is unbelievable. Zelenskyy has more balls than those men could ever dream of having. And those men sitting right there are the weakest position I've ever seen American leadership, ever. I've never seen anything like that in my life. They are defending the axis of evil. This is a complete realignment of the world powers, where we are shifting from being joined with democracies over to being joined with autocrats and dictatorships. They are defending a dictator, and he's trying to make this whole thing transactional. Donald Trump and all of MAGA, they think that you can run government like a business. Government is not a business. It's not about transactions, and they want to make everything transactional.
Thank you.
And then Vladimir Putin, you guys, MAGA voted basically for him. None of this does anything about eggs, which they all claimed. None of this does anything about inflation. They don't even talk about immigration anymore because they're too busy parroting Russian talking points. All right, let's play the next clip.
Get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred.
I mean, can you believe, like, he hates my girlfriend, and so I don't like him. I mean, grow up. That's unbelievable. Everybody should hate Putin. And why should Zelenskyy feel anything other than disdain and hatred for Putin, considering he started a war on their country, raped their women, kidnapped their children? This guy is a horrible, horrible war criminal, and Trump is sitting there saying, he's mean to my girlfriend. Grow up. I mean, this is unbelievable. It's unprecedented. This is a Russian coup of the United States of America, and everybody wants to dilly-dally around and act like it's something different. This is straight up exactly what Vladimir Putin wants. Musk is going in, dismantling the federal government. I was just on the news before I sat down here. All the national parks, there's litter everywhere. They're completely debilitating all the infrastructure, all of the support that the federal government to run this country, because they're about to turn it into Russia. And contrary to what some of you have seen when you watch Tucker Carlson's propaganda news, or whenever you watch Fox propaganda news, Russia is a shithole. It is a steaming pile of dog shit, that country. And that's what Trump and Musk and former drag queen J.D. Vance are doing to this country. All right, here's another clip. Here's some more assholery from these two bozos.
What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it?
So basically right there he's saying he knows that Putin's going to break the ceasefire. He knows it. But it's like that when he gets so defensive like that, this is not a position of leadership. From a position of leadership, he would say that's why we're in here meeting, because Vladimir Putin is not a man of his word. He moves the goalposts. He is a war criminal. This is what you should be hearing from the democracies, and we're supposed to be the superpower of all of the democracies. That is over. It is over. And so to all of the Democrats who have been dilly-dallying around, and, it appears like these people are authoritarian, and it appears that they have authoritarian tendencies, they do. They are doing Vladimir Putin's dirty work for him from the Oval Office. And let's just remember what happened last time we were in the Oval Office. We have Elon Musk towering over Donald Trump with his toddler. The toddler's picking his nose, wiping the boogers on the desk.
They love this.
Is
They love this
humiliating.
shit about
If
the
Barack
boogers on the
Obama
desk.
did this, I promise you, they would have him in jail and they would issue the death penalty. They would. That's how it would be handled. Why so many Americans allow this horrible person to get away with all of these things and move the goalposts for him and find all this duplicity. It's okay if he does it, but not okay if this person does it, is really disgusting. It is so disgusting, the cult that this man has cultivated in this country. And Russia and Vladimir Putin started this with him. They started all of this propaganda. This is a war. It's a different type of war. It's a psychological war that Putin launched because he knew militarily he could not beat us. So he started with a psychological war, and guess what he got? A civil war within the United States of propaganda and ideas. And in the interim, the United States of America is getting dismantled, defunded, turned over to the oligarchs, and straight to the Kremlin. This is abhorrent. All right, let's put up some comments. Impeach him immediately. Felon cannot talk to a real president like that. I could not agree more, but you know what? My 2 cents, the Republicans are impotent and castrated. These are castrated men masquerading as alpha males. That's what you saw in the Oval Office today. 2 men who'd been completely castrated. That is total castration. I have no faith. Okay, we have Bathtub Mary. They are worse than hypocrites because they are too low IQ to know their own minds. I completely agree, because they're sitting there with hubris thinking, oh yeah, we're badasses. We're being so badass right now, not realizing that anybody with an emotional intelligence or a high IQ immediately realizes they're operating from a position of abject weakness. All right, David Gennaro says, wonder how Fox will spin this shit. I guarantee you, David, they are going to be like, this is what real leadership looks like. Jesse Waters is probably beaten off to it right now, because all he does is ever talk about 24/7 what real men do and how masculine people are. I mean, this is wild. I cannot believe, as a child that grew up in the 80s and learned about the USSR and juxtapositioning their belief system with America's, that we are here right now. It's wild. Okay, Sonia says, he's such a coward, he would never speak to Putin.
We make the base.
What a disgrace.
Just
No,
outside the
he
perimeter.
always defends Putin. Remember in Helsinki when it was like, what do we know?
I
It's
know it's
Russia?
sad.
How do we know it's Russia? He always, every chance he gets, he defends Putin. He can't quit Putin because Putin owns him. I think he owns him financially, and I think they have very compromising information on him, and I think they have for decades. And you guys, the fix is in. The fix is in. The fix was in before anybody went to the voting booth. They have had the fix in on this thing. They are dismantling the government. This is a coup, and I don't care what anybody else says. It cannot be spun any other way. And if somebody tries to spin it another way, they're gaslighting you, or it's straight up propaganda. Somebody else here puts the United States of Russia, and that's just so heartbreaking. It is so horrible. Okay, let's play another clip.
Wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. Tough guy. I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
This guy lecturing people on niceties and gratitude is so rich, it's breathtaking. I mean, this is the most ungrateful piece of shit on the planet who could never, ever, ever stand up to a bully. He could never, ever, ever do it. How do we know this? Because we've seen how he craters around Elon Musk, his posture around Elon Musk, his demeanor around Elon Musk. Exact same goes with Vladimir Putin. Trump is smoke and mirrors. He is a total con man, grifter extraordinaire who has ascended to this position with the help of Russia and a South African oligarch who want to dismantle the United States of America. This realignment of the American power to align with Russia, North Korea, Iran, China should be the top of the news story. There should be pressure on all of these cowardice Republican politicians because it is slipping away. And while we are all sitting around talking about, well, he's not doing anything about inflation and he's not doing anything about this. Well, no shit, Sherlock, because he's colluding with Russia, and this is a coup by Russia over the United States of America. It's just that simple. For those of you that are just joining, Pumps went to Las Vegas last night. She offered to take her computer, and I said, darling, no. You know, it's probably just going to be more stupid Trump shit. You won't need to do it. If anything breaks, I'll go solo. So y'all are stuck with me and not the fun one, Pumps. I sure wish she was here right now, but I'm glad she's having fun with her friends. Okay, next up, we have Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend asking a question to Zelenskyy, and this is just about more than I can take.
I've had it.
Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't
the
have such.
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one. Maybe something like yours. Yes. Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for.
Gee, I wonder how he and Marjorie Taylor Greene ever hit it off. I mean, for fuck's sake, you guys. First and foremost, would they ever ask Elon Musk that? No. Why? Because they're pussies. This is what bullies do. They try to pick on somebody who they're jealous of. They're jealous of Zelenskyy because Zelenskyy is a badass. Ukraine is a teeny tiny country that has found more heart, more spirit, and more fight against this authoritarian,
I love that. Like originally, I was watching this lady to make fun of her, but then she's like calling them pussies and stuff. Like the more I watch her, the more I like her.
Vladimir Putin is a clear and present danger to the democratic way of life. Enter dipshit, orange face, shits in his diaper, moron Trump, who then gets bought by Elon Musk, who apparently has been colluding with Russia. And here's what we have. We're sitting here on this Friday afternoon talking about Russian propaganda, and Putin is able to humiliate his opponent in the Oval Office without even being there. Putin is not even in the United States of America right now. Think about how much power he has over Trump, all of Trump's cabinet, and over the United States of America right now. He's calling the shots from a very weak country right now. The GDP of Russia is the size of Spain's. Their military is completely diminished from this war. And we're bending our knee to this country that is in this horrible position of weakness. Why? Why are we doing that? Oh, because Donald Trump is compromised and has been compromised for years, and the Republicans are too big titty baby, crybaby pussies to do anything about it. And they run around and talk about family values, and they run around and talk about immigrants, yet they let a South African come over here and wreck everything. And then they talk about family values, and then we have Trump and Musk, who have all these baby mamas and all these kids, which I don't give a shit about because I'm not a religious hypocrite, but all these triple Trumpers do. And every single triple Trumper that freebases Tucker Carlson, and you think Russia is a good place to live.
Freebases Tucker
It is
Carlson.
A fucking pile of shit. You have completely ruined this country because of your addiction to right-wing media, and you're too intellectually lazy to just do a couple of extra searches to vet your information, to find out why is Tucker saying this? Is this true? Is it true that Ukraine attacked Russia when everybody in the world has said it was the other way around for 3 years? Why is the narrative changing? Because you're too goddamn lazy and you don't care about the truth, because the lies are just easier to believe, and you like to snack in that right-wing media because it feeds your biases, your racism, your Christian nationalism, your warped sense of nationalism. It's just, you guys, this is a complete nightmare. But I want to, before we do some more comments, during Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend's little thing about the suit, where he's trying to be a big power player, he's a tough guy, why aren't you wearing a suit? I mean, what a tough guy. This is Marco Rubio's face. Okay, look at that. I mean, here's the thing about Marco Rubio. I understand with every molecule in me why they called him Little Marco. I get it. He is a weasel. He is a slime. He knows. He's been to Ukraine. He was on the Foreign Intelligence Committee in the United States Senate. He knows exactly what's going on here, and he's too cowardice to say a word. There is no State Department. There's no State Department. There's no Department of Education. There's no FBI. There's no DOJ. All of this is controlled by, this is the pecking order: Vladimir Putin, Elon Musk. Everybody else is just obsequious to these maniacal, sociopathic dictators, and they have completely ruined our country. Completely. This is an alignment. It's an earth-shattering, seismic shift that we are aligning with the axis of evil. If you're a European right now and you're thinking of the axis of evil, you will now have to include the United States of America in that conversation. This is groundbreaking. This is humiliating for the office of the presidency. This is humiliating for every single person that voted for Trump any of the times that you were able to bend yourself morally to find space because you're, oh, I'm fiscally conservative and socially liberal. Fuck off. This is what you got. All of the evidence was there from the jump. Since 2016, all of the evidence that this man is a disaster has been there all of this time. And because you're too fucking lazy and you don't care about the truth, you'd rather munch on hate and munch on conspiracy theories, this is where we are right now. And it's just, this is horribly, horribly sad. Okay, let's do some more comments before I leave you guys. I hate that Pumps isn't here. I hope that she's the fun one. I'm a little bit more serious sometimes. Okay, Rhonda says, absolutely hate the way they humiliated Zelenskyy. I am so embarrassed. My heart breaks for him. It's absolutely heartbreaking. But I think, Rhonda, the ones who are humiliated for me when I watch that, because I'm not lazy and I've researched facts and about this Russian propaganda machine, is Trump and J.D. Vance. I mean, they really looked, in my opinion, just because you speak loudly and just because you're saying you don't thank us enough, to me that looks weak. They look like weak cowards to me. Okay, next Miss B says, hostage Rubio. No shit, he's got to be on the take. So I did some digging around a couple days ago about Marco Rubio, and at some point,
sure your
I think
research
the Russians,
skills are
in
impeccable.
2017, hacked into his computer, so they must have some shit. You know, Marco probably, I don't know, maybe he dabbled in some gay porn. I mean, who the fuck knows? But it would be much better just to say it instead of being like, embarrass yourself like that. Okay, Jennifer McKnight says, totally planned ambush, most humiliating display I have ever seen. Trump negotiations should never be filmed by the media. Too much ego. I completely agree. I think it was staged. I think it was an ambush. I think it was an order from Vladimir Putin. This has KGB, Kremlin, fingerprints, thumbprints all over it. And think about it. He's only been president for a month and a half. Think about all the collusion prior to this for this to have happened. Like during Trump's first 4 years, he tried so hard to help Putin,
suck.
but he
I
was
mean,
limited.
I don't know where I said
all
it was
of those
good.
limitations and guardrails have been removed. So the collusion has been going on for a very, very long time. That much is clear. Okay, Blue Hawaii. All former presidents must stand together and call for Trump to leave. I completely agree. Where is the leadership opposing this? Where is the leadership in the United States, the opposition that says 911, house on fire, Vladimir Putin is attempting a coup? And here's the thing. So many in the Senate and House, they've seen a lot more shit than we have. I mean, they know exactly what's going on. I'm sure they've intercepted calls, hacked computers. We're the United States of America. Of course they have intel on it. It's breathtaking to me that we don't have people calling for his impeachment immediately and impeach the entire cabinet. Okay, next up. I knew the convicted felon was going to pull this shit on Zelenskyy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Maddie, it's with the way, if you've studied this relationship from 2016 to now, it's, that Putin was going to put him up to this. And Trump's so stupid and he has no morals, he would do it immediately. Okay. Pinkerton Lloyd. Ukraine president is a real man holding it like that. Dump and Vance are weak babies. I could not agree with you more. A couple more. Tracy says, keep fighting U.S. to get this fucker and his cronies out. We have to. I mean, this.
Can you ask my views?
This lack of
with the
cohesive
people
leadership right now, leading a charge to put pressure on Republicans to 25th Amendment this situation is, I don't understand it. Olivia, okay, this will be the last one. They call themselves alpha males, LOL. They look like a couple of lovers fighting over a man. Olivia, that is chef's kiss, Michelin stars. That's exactly what they are. This is some Brokeback Mountain, I can't quit you shit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And I believe, and it is my opinion, this is a coup from Vladimir Putin, who probably has Elon Musk compromised, because the rumor has always been the richest person in the world is Vladimir Putin, that he has amassed massive, massive, massive wealth. And I think the fix is in. I think they've been colluding, and I think the fix has been in for a very, very, very long time. And if there is no American leadership that's going to stand up to this,
with the people, yes,
then
correct.
I don't know how much longer the First Amendment lasts, because if we're going to go ahead and just start aligning with the axis of evil right now, a month and a half in to Trump's second term, and we're going to rip up the Constitution, and we're going to spout lies from the Kremlin, Russian propaganda talking points being spoken in the Oval Office. It's bananas. I mean, I just think the fix is in, and there's got to be some Hail Mary pass out there, but I'm not very hopeful. All right, that's been very uplifting. Thank you for joining me on this live. I'll be solo over the weekend. We pre-recorded a show that's going to drop today at 4 for iHub News that Pumps and I recorded yesterday afternoon. That'll drop at 4 Central. And then I'll see all of you guys solo for Saturday and Sunday so that Pumps can enjoy Las Vegas and have a break from all of this fuckery. Thank you guys for sticking with me on my maiden solo live. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys soon.
Back to the White House, Jackie Heinrich has some new information for us. Jackie.
Yeah, I just went up to the press area to get an understanding of what we're watching. This is what I was told. The president has kicked Zelenskyy out of the White House. His delegation right now is telling him that he's got to go home. The president felt disrespected. Officials in the room felt that beyond the language barrier that we've heard some discussion about, Zelenskyy's body language, shrugging and eye rolling, was ungrateful, disrespectful, and the president feels that Zelenskyy is not ready for peace, and he can come back when he's ready to talk about peace, but he's not in that position right now, and Zelenskyy is being told he's got to go. The lunch that they were supposed to have is sitting right outside the hallway, and the press staffers are going to be eating that lunch. This is really pretty incredible. We see the
Jackie,
SUV,
hang on with us one
Zelensky's
moment.
SUV.
If you look to your left, you're going to see him. Let's watch.
Mr. President, is the deal off? President Zelenskyy, can you tell us what happened?
Mineralisopimuksen allekirjoittaminen peruttiin kokonaan ja Zelenskyy astui autoonsa. Sadat toimittajat.
Did you sign the minerals deal? Did you sign the minerals deal?
Why were you so disrespectful to the president?
Just get me through the intro so I can fucking...
We may be watching the floor
Screw
fall
properly.
through this moment in international relations and diplomacy, or this might be the art of the deal, and we're not going to know for some time. Jackie, it appears that even going into this meeting that this relationship was not great. About a week ago, President Trump called Zelenskyy a dictator. He was asked about that yesterday with the British Prime Minister, and he said, "Did I say that?" Next question. As if he wanted to brush that off and make sure that things today went smoother.
Well, Zelenskyy, we're told, was begging to stay and work this out. The Ukrainians were begging the president and the White House to...
What does that mean? Why are you streaming if you're going to respond with 2 words? With the people is 3 words, first of all. And what do you think it means? It means I stand with the people, not the government.
Continue talking. The president's having none of it. He felt that Zelensky's just not ready for peace, and this deal was not signed. There is no signing. There will be no joint press conference. The next time we're going to see the president is at departure. There he goes right behind me. Zelenskyy on his way out of the White House gate. No deal signed, no joint press conference, tensions at an all-time high between these two leaders. Really, the prospect of peace talks, what this means for the war that has raged on for 3 years, you cannot overstate what a moment in time we've just witnessed. And while the president left the invitation open to come back when you're ready to talk seriously about what it takes to achieve peace, Zelenskyy feels very dug in. He was dismissive of the U.S. overtures that you've got to accept a ceasefire first. You've got to deal with the other side. The divide between the two could not be wider. And so we expect to see the president at departure, Marine One departure later on this afternoon when he heads to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend. But that is the only other time we're going to hear directly from him. And I guess we'll hear from Zelenskyy on special report tonight. But that is going to be must-watch TV after what we have witnessed here today.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one of the Democratic Party's biggest stars. When she was first elected in 2018, she was very much an outsider, a social media phenomenon, often a critic of her party's programs and leaders. Now she's seen as more of an insider, a somewhat more senior figure, still a big star. And so we brought her here to Studio One to ask what she thinks her party can do with its current dilemma. Democrats are out of power in Washington. They're watching President Trump enact his agenda, and they know the president has great appeal with a large part of their traditional base, the working class, people Ocasio-Cortez would feel that she would like to represent. Here's some of our conversation. And I want to begin with how you see your party as an opposition party at the moment. Mm-hmm. If you had to pick one word, what is a word that describes the state of your party right now?
I think a word to describe the state of the party is resolved. If I had to pick one word, it would be resolved.
It's not shocked or dismayed or anything like that at this moment?
On
the defensive?
Moment, I think we've moved through shock. I think we've moved through dismay. I think we've moved through the 5 stages of grief. I think we've moved through that defensiveness. But it is, I think, a rapidly evolving situation. And I would say this week, especially in the light of last night's budget vote. The moment right now today is resolve.
We're talking here on a Wednesday, the night before there was this budget vote. Every single Democrat voted no.
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider that an accomplishment, that your party was united, even if it was united in a no?
Yes. I mean, of course, if we were not united in yesterday's vote, I think we would be in far, far, far deeper trouble. But the fact that there is this much unity is important. It is, I think, a baseline prerequisite for the moment to come and the fight over Medicaid, Medicare, and frankly, huge swaths of the American economy.
Do you assume that Republicans are going to give you the issues that are going to allow you to come back?
I do not make that assumption. I do not believe that elections are given. I don't think of them. I know many people think of them as natural pendulum swings, and I completely understand why that is. But I believe that in order for us to not just win a majority, but to win decisive majorities that allow us to govern, we need to be as strategic and tactical as possible. But I do believe that the Republican Party is making certain large errors right now, and that they are underestimating the public.
What are the errors?
I think that issuing a mandate to the Energy and Commerce Committee to cut $880 billion specifically, they are creating certain very specific numerical mandates in the budget cuts, and they're demanding them from very specific areas that make it nearly impossible for them to keep their promises.
$880 billion is the cut over 10 years from Medicaid, if I'm not mistaken.
From the Energy and Commerce Committee, whose jurisdiction is overwhelmingly Medicaid and Medicare, correct?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you think that is a mistake that will come back to them? Why?
President Trump has gone on the record saying we're not going to touch Medicaid. The Republican Party is saying over and over again, we are not going to cut Medicaid. We are not going to touch Medicare. And they cannot consistently hold both the $880 billion cut promise and not touching Medicaid.
Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, said just this week, come on, there's waste, fraud, and abuse. We're going to cut it out without affecting anybody's benefits. You don't believe that?
Sure. I think you can cut a bit here and there, but it does not add to $880 billion. Just last night, Republicans were saying kind of the highest water number that they could find was $50 billion. And that is if you cast the widest net and adopt all of their definitions of what waste is, what abuse is, long-term care, children's health insurance. That's still $50 billion. And they're talking about $880 billion. I mean, the math in what they are offering as waste does not square with the price tag and the mandate that they've been given.
So what happens at the other end? Ordinary people don't lose health care, I guess, but what happens, do you believe, if that cut actually becomes reality, which is another question as to whether it ever happens?
Yeah, well, if that cut becomes reality, it's important for people to understand not just are people going to be thrown off of Medicaid. Not only are Medicare recipients who receive, for example, long-term care benefits from Medicaid going to be affected, but people who are not on Medicaid are likely going to see their health insurance premiums go up, because the more people get kicked off of Medicaid, the more uninsured people there are in the United States, the more they use ERs, the more that they go directly to hospitals for care. And the cost of uninsured people is oftentimes then borne in health insurance premiums as well, and deductibles.
The erosion of Democratic Party support among working class voters has been pretty well documented. Mm-hmm. It seems to cross racial and other lines. It's real, and Democrats have talked a lot about what they maybe did wrong in the way that they spoke or the way they approached people or the way that they acted. But I want to flip that around a little bit. What do you think President Trump has done right that has appealed to traditional Democratic constituencies?
I think that some of his campaign promises, he does a good job of pairing what I would say some of the largest giveaways to the 1% and elites with very tangible policy promises.
No tax on tips.
Exactly. You take no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. These things sound great. They also directly appeal to very specific pockets of people who tend to be working class. And that creates a permission structure, right? You toss a crumb to us and you give the farm to the big fish. And I think he's very sophisticated in how he tailors those things together.
Some of those promises are things that Democrats themselves would like, capping interest rates on credit cards, to give one example. Has there been some discussion among Democrats that, I mean, you're almost a little envious? He's gotten ahead of you on some of these issues.
Well, the credit card interest rate cap is my bill from 2019 with Senator Sanders. And we're having some bipartisan momentum on it. Senator Hawley is interested in working with Senator Sanders and myself. I've also have been working with some Republican colleagues. But it is a signal that Republicans understand the trouble that they are in trying to pursue their own agenda in a very naked form. They need certain fig leaves, and they are sophisticated about that. But I think what people are seeing now is that increasingly they feel lied to, right? That these were campaign promises. Maybe they'll pass, maybe they don't, maybe they won't. But there is, I think, a slingshot effect that's happening right now when people are seeing the mass layoffs in the federal workforce, the cutoffs in life-saving research, the real discussions from Elon Musk calling Medicaid recipients and people who receive SNAP and other food assistance a parasite class. And I think people are realizing that the fig leaf was the fig leaf, and it wasn't actually, what's on the box wasn't what's inside.
You think the president has changed the subject effectively since he was elected?
I don't think he's changed the subject. I think he is who he's always been. But I think certainly some people feel that way.
I think of another aspect of this, though. Dean Phillips, one of your fellow Democratic members, was on television this past week, Fox News, as a matter of fact, and he appeared to wish Democrats acted a little more like Trump in this way. He wished that they would appeal to business people, to get smart people into government, to talk about efficiency. He seemed to wish Democrats would do what Elon Musk is doing, even if he doesn't agree with the way that Elon Musk is doing it.
I would say that instead of appealing to other politicians, we should be appealing to the American people. And if you ask the American people what they think of what Elon Musk and Doge are doing with government right now, they are vehemently opposed. The reactions right now are not just in Democratic districts, they're in Republican districts. Even Republicans in my district, they're saying, I voted for Trump. I did not vote for Elon Musk. I did not vote for this. I did not vote for mass buyouts of the federal workforce. We did not vote for the corruption of gutting NASA and then having the contracts go to SpaceX. We did not vote for Starlink to start replacing critical FAA operations.
Which is the thing that's in the news. It's being discussed. Okay.
Yes, and I think that there is a very, very deep corruption at the core of this. If Elon Musk wanted to divest himself of his businesses and enter public service with his so-called business expertise, that is his prerogative. But so long as he maintains a vested financial interest in gutting the federal government, he is acting in his own self-interest and not those of the American people.
I want to underline who we're talking about here, who you think is concerned about this. There are blue state voters who voted for Donald Trump. New York was more for Trump this time than in past elections. Your district was more for Trump than in past elections, and you've had social media discussions with people who voted both for you and for Donald Trump. Do you truly believe, though, that that class of voters is paying attention and cares about the details of what you see as corruption and exactly the way that Musk is going about what he's doing for Trump.
Oh, yeah. I'm hearing it. I'm seeing it. And I represent a district that is very working class. And by that, I mean that I engage in a tremendous amount of constituent services. This is not the kind of district that is where town halls are typically filled to the absolute brim. People are working 2 jobs. They're doing these kinds of things. I am getting emails. I am getting phone calls. I had a telephone town hall last week that had really high numbers of attendance of people. And we ask, out of all of these attacks on immigration, the assault on Medicaid, the budget conversation, and Musk's access to government, which is the thing you are most concerned about? And overwhelmingly, even I'm surprised, overwhelmingly, the answer is they are concerned about this incursion in what they see as corruption into the federal government.
To what extent is immigration as an issue part of your problem with working class voters?
I mean, I guess my question would be what does the word problem mean?
People voting for the other side and not for you.
Yeah.
Feeling that Democrats are not serious about the issue in ways that concern them.
I think that we have a problem on immigration because of the lack of progress that we've had on this issue. And as we know, Republicans weaponized that lack of progress. Of course, there was famously a bipartisan bill last year that Republican majority in the Senate and also in the House were willing to pass. President Biden was willing to work with them on it. And Donald Trump said, do not solve this problem. As long as it is broken, then it will be politically beneficial for us. And so it is a problem not just for Democrats. It's a problem for the entire country that Republicans do not want to solve any sort of issue with immigration. They are completely uninterested in addressing undocumented people, in addressing a path to citizenship.
Well, they do want to address undocumented people by removing them. I mean, that's what the president is attempting now.
Even then, you see what Republicans did with the Laken Riley Act recently in their passage with it, in that they authorized the complete gutting of due process. So now you can take a DACA recipient, a dreamer, just accuse them of a crime.
And deport them.
And however, they also understand that they don't even have the infrastructure to do that. So they're actually creating it's not even about creating a deportation pipeline. They are creating a private prison camp pipeline. So they're still creating pipelines to just increase this problem here in the United States.
Why do you think this issue did seem to be a political loser for Democrats among key groups and key constituencies, if what you say is true?
I think that a lack of a path to citizenship in the United States, the lack of addressing comprehensive immigration reform, creates a large population of undocumented people in the United States. And that is allowed to be weaponized in many ways. We have a large population of undocumented people in the United States. Overwhelmingly, it is not because they crossed the southern border of the United States. It's because they came here in a documented fashion and overstayed a visa and became undocumented. And it is the lack of ability for us to expand paths to citizenship, modernize paths to citizenship over decades that create this bubbling issue that Republicans are allowed to weaponize.
And you have voters in places like Arizona, which is a swing state that Democrats lost, or Colorado, which is generally a blue state, saying there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of lawlessness.
Yes.
I don't know what to do here. Who's looking out after me?
And I think when that is paired with divestment from the social safety net, when that is paired with lack of progress on minimum wage, when that is paired with rising costs of living, it sets the stage for a strong man to point to any marginalized group and say it's their fault, instead of looking at the gross income inequality that we have and its actual causes in the United States. And so that, I think, is the quandary that Republicans find themselves in, because even on the debate stage, you had Vice President Vance and others trying to say that undocumented people are why we have a housing crisis in this country.
I'm typing. What the fuck?
They can fulfill their entire agenda. You will never deport your way into more affordable rent. You're never going to deport your way into being able to make your mortgage meet or make your groceries more affordable. In fact, mass deportations may only make those things much more expensive, actually. And in my view, people voted to lower their groceries. People voted to try to make their lives affordable. And right now, the Trump administration is already running into roadblocks into fulfilling that promise. And they are in trouble. And that's an issue they're going to have to contend with.
You had a recent dispute, if that's the right word, with Tom Homan, the president's Homeland Security czar, so-called. You held an online forum, a Know Your Rights forum, that he didn't like. What were you doing? What was your goal as you saw it?
My job is to educate and act as a liaison of critical information to my constituents. And I was informing all of my constituents of their constitutional protections, and in particular, their constitutional protections against illegal search and seizure in the United States.
Homan was upset, I suppose, because he felt that you were giving advice to people who were here illegally. Were you?
I was giving advice to all of my constituents. Yeah.
He said he was going to report you, or even that he did reach out to the Department of Justice. Have you heard from the Department of Justice?
I have not, and I intend on reaching out to the Department of Justice to inquire.
Really? What would your question be for the Department of Justice?
Well, there is a member of the Trump administration who is threatening and seeks to open an inquiry, and are you going to do it?
What would you learn? What do you hope to learn from that exchange?
I think it's important to know where this administration stands and if they intend on using political intimidation to silence their critics.
The interim U.S. attorney here in Washington, D.C., where we are, Ed Martin, has several times said he has reached out to specific Democratic lawmakers, such as Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, to ask for clarification about various remarks that he regarded as threatening. I'm interested if you or your fellow Democrats are at all feeling intimidated or silenced or anything.
I'm not. I think it's important to call this administration's bluff. I think that this is what authoritarians do. I think this is what kleptocracies do. I believe that this is what corrupt administrations do. They rely on the illusion of power, on the suggestion of coercion in order to try to get people to comply in advance. And I think that one of our largest responsibilities is to not comply in advance. If they want to do these things, they can go ahead and do them and let the American people see what they intend to do.
Do you think there is a real risk of lawmakers being investigated, charged, arrested?
Potentially. I mean, we see that this administration is certainly wielding that threat, and we will have to see if they intend on carrying out their threats. If they are to be believed for what they are publicly suggesting, then the answer would be yes. But we will only find out if we call their bluff.
Do you think other Democrats are watching their words?
I think it's certainly possible, but I'm not sure. I mean, I cannot think of or point to any individuals who have said that. I do think that there are Democratic members of Congress who are preparing for that possibility.
How do they prepare?
I think they look to the possibility of litigation. I think they're saying do we have the best teams possible in order to carry out our work?
Some Republican, or many perhaps, will be watching this, listening to this, and thinking, wait a minute, actually, you're the ones who are prosecuting us. You are the guys who are weaponizing the Justice Department. How would you respond to somebody who may be thinking that?
In what way? In what way? Is the very presence
Putting
of
Trump on trial would be their example, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, here's the deal. In the United States, there is a jury where we are judged by our peers, and he was found guilty in court on 34 felony charges. If people want to say it was weaponized, I mean, it is hard-pressed to say that there's a partisan argument for that. You have Senator Menendez, famously.
Democratic senator from New Jersey.
Democratic senator from New Jersey.
Convicted, yeah.
And to 11 years in prison, I believe. We see over and over again that there has historically been an independent Justice Department whose job it is to be separate and apart from the presidency and the executive branch. Just because someone was held to an equal standard of the law does not mean that the Justice Department was weaponized. However, what is weaponization is that same previously independent Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office now turning around saying, we are not the American people's lawyers anymore. We are the president's lawyers. And that is a dramatic shift. That is a dramatic change in the structure of our justice system.
It seems clear you would want to make a case then that this is a corrupt administration that's abusing power. Does the Democratic Party have some challenge in making that case, though, because of certain things that go on in the Democratic Party, or even in your state of New York, or your city of New York, where your mayor is Eric Adams?
Yeah.
Who was indicted until recently, just for starters.
Well, I think it is important
Tried
that
multiple
we
times to check my contact for tears.
Not hypocritical
and fix
in
it.
that. I've called for Mayor Eric Adams, to resign or be removed if he refuses to do so. And this is what equal treatment in the eyes of the law means. It's that if you are a Democrat, if you are a Republican, we should both be held to the same standards. In fact, it's not even about the absence of corruption. It's the willingness to take corruption to account, to hold it to account, independent of one's party affiliation. And in Mayor Adams's case, what I think is transpiring is that, and again, what we saw coming out of the Southern District of New York, also in recent resignations and the letters that were made public, is that there was a pretty explicit quid pro quo arrangement that these attorneys saw in Mayor Adams approaching the Trump administration, saying, hey, you let me off the hook and I will exchange public policy implementation, which is just as damning not only for Eric Adams, it's also equally damning in terms of corruption of the Trump administration.
Is there another problem Democrats face because you would like government to work? And there's a broad perception, including among many liberals and progressives, that government doesn't work very well. It takes forever to build something in this country, to give a very obvious example. We do have a couple million federal workers, and a lot of people aren't sure how those people really touch their lives or do anything for them. Do you think government really isn't working well enough?
I think it's not just, it is about our society writ large.
So fucking hard when you don't know the controls and not used to them yet.
So that the gains that we have go to the wealthy, go to the corporate class, go to the largest corporations in America who pay the least in taxes, and everyday working people who pay much higher percentages of their income in taxes, seeing the least benefit in society. And that is a governance problem, it is a social problem, it is an economy-wide problem. And I think the boiling rage that exists at this sense of injustice that you are working 1-2 jobs. You are scared to go to the doctor because you don't think that you'll be even able to afford a blood test, that you're working tirelessly and you're not even making $8-9 an hour in a lot of places in this country. I think that is what we consistently see. And then on top of it, everything feels increasingly like a scam. That not only are grocery prices going up, but it's like everything has a fee and a surcharge. And I think that anger is put out at government. It is put out at a lot of different areas. And in terms of efficiency, our government can be tremendously efficient for the wealthy, but inefficient at times in delivering things for working people. That is not the same thing as justifying cutting the very few things that people actually interface with, going after the post office, going after the VA, going after Medicaid and Medicare. Those are two entirely different propositions.
Would you like a president to go in and break some China and mess things up, even if you don't like the way this president is trying to do that?
I think when we talk about breaking things, messing things up, I mean, to the FAA, no. To the NIH, no. To our ability to contain Ebola before it gets on a plane and comes into the United States, no. I don't want someone being reckless with the most critical infrastructure. I don't want someone being reckless, abandoning experimental medical devices that are implanted in everyday Americans who have no other recourse because their disease is so far progressed. I actually don't want someone taking a wrecking ball to someone's chemotherapy to just see what happens. Now, I do think that we can examine certain things like Medicare Advantage that I think is a scam, that in the name of so-called efficiency, ironically enough, we have handed over huge amounts of healthcare disbursements to private insurers who are pocketing it and giving less coverage to the people who receive this than ever before. Sure, yeah, let's go after that. But I don't think we just destroy everything that we have worked so hard for as a country to become innovative, to become just, to have some of the only lifelines that people have in this country, to a roof over their head or food in their children's stomach. No, I don't think that we gamble with that.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez, thanks so much for coming by.
Of course, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
This video was sponsored by MyHeritage. Russia has been ramping up its military for 3 consecutive years, building a powerful army with proven combat experience. Meanwhile, Europe has faced decades of military decline. Although defense spending is on the rise, the only European force with real battlefield experience is Ukraine. Europe's main strategic advantage, though, US deterrence. With 100,000 American troops stationed across the continent and a nuclear umbrella, this presence has long been a formidable counter to Russian aggression. But could this be changing?
We're also here today to directly and unambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the security of Europe.
And that's putting it mildly. Trump has repeatedly flirted with the idea of pulling US troops out of Europe, especially from Germany, and even hinted at leaving NATO during his previous presidency. Meanwhile, the likely new German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, vows independence from Trump's America, warning that NATO may soon be dead. Therefore, in this video we'll explore the reality of the Russian threat today, the current state of US military presence in Europe, and what Europe would need to defend itself if America pulled out for good. For Russia, the war in Ukraine has been costly, but the Kremlin continues to go all in, spending billions of dollars and mobilizing everything from military factories to social media disinformation. The result? A military that's bigger, meaner, and more battle-hardened than the one that stormed into Ukraine in 2022. By the end of last year, Russia had 700,000 troops in Ukraine, far more than 2022. And in just 1 year, Russia produced 1,500 battle tanks, a 220% increase compared to 2022. They also cranked out 5,700 armored vehicles, a 50% boost, and 1,800 long-range loitering munitions, a staggering 435% jump. Oh, and those drones they used to borrow from Iran? Not anymore. Russia is now producing its own. And then there's military spending, where Russia is, quite frankly, off the charts. The International Institute for Strategic Studies estimated Russia's military budget last year at $145 billion, or 6.7% of its GDP. That's over 40% more than the year before. Meanwhile, Europe's combined defense spending in 2024 was $457 billion. Impressive. Until you dig a little deeper. If you calculate Russia's spending in purchasing power parity, adjusting for the fact that things are a lot cheaper in Russia, the Kremlin's military budget jumps to a staggering $460 billion. And for the first time in a very long time, Russia is outspending all of Europe. Insane, right? And what makes this even scarier? Russia operates under a single command and speaks one language. Us Europeans? A very different story. NATO and several European countries believe Russia could be ready to attack a NATO country within 3 to 10 years, or even sooner. There's even a massive military exercise in Belarus this summer, simulating conflict with NATO, and that will showcase Russia's combat readiness. And if they can pull this off during an ongoing war, Europe should pay attention. But as said before, Europe has one big deterrence: NATO and the USA. But before we look into that, have you ever wondered about your family's past? That's where today's sponsor, MyHeritage, comes in. A true game changer in discovering your roots.
Wow, great.
When I first tried it, all I did was enter basic information about my parents and grandparents. And boom, my family tree started unfolding before my eyes. I uncovered my great-grandparents and traced generations I never knew existed. All easily done with MyHeritage's intuitive platform and its 20 billion historical records. What's more, I uncovered some fascinating 114 billion euros in financial, military, and humanitarian aid, an average of 38 billion euros per year. Crucially, this includes advanced American weapon systems and the powerful message that the US stands firmly with Ukraine. The US also has around 100,000 troops stationed across Europe. Most of them are in Germany, with smaller but significant numbers in Italy, the UK, Poland, and Spain. The idea is very simple. If Russia were to attack a NATO country, those 100,000 troops would be reinforced fast, by up to 200,000 more, mainly US armored units tailor-made for the Eastern European battlefield. That's a pretty solid force, but it doesn't stop there. The real ace up Europe's sleeve? US nuclear bombs as deterrence. During the Cold War, the US had over 7,000 nuclear warheads stored all across Europe. Today, that number is much lower, but still significant. Although exact numbers are classified, experts estimate about 100 US nuclear bombs are currently stored at 6 sites, 2 in Italy and 1 each in Turkey, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany. That's serious deterrent. So, that is the status quo. But with a new Trump administration in place, things could change.
Now is the time.
Oh my
to
God,
invest.
give me control of my mouse!
You can't make an assumption that America's presence will last forever.
Germany's
Can't
entire
even alt
defense
tab out.
is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not.
The new administration definitely isn't known for its strong Atlanticist views. In fact, they've made it pretty clear that America's days as Europe's security blanket might be numbered. So, while still unlikely, what happens if the US pulls out entirely, leaving Europe to defend itself? Could Europe step up and fill the gap? First, let's take a look at Ukraine. And here, there are 2 scenarios. In the first scenario, there's no peace deal, and Ukraine keeps on fighting.
I lose all that progress.
From a purely financial perspective,
Epic.
Europe
Love
could
it.
replace US support without too much trouble. To match US aid to Ukraine, the EU would only need to spend an additional 0.22% of its GDP. That's not a huge ask. The second scenario is trickier. Ukraine accepts a US-Russia peace deal, and Europe needs to secure the border with peacekeepers. An estimated 150,000 troops.
Oh my
likely
god, just let me bring
US
up the
help.
fucking
Meanwhile,
menu.
Russia would likely continue its military
I
buildup,
don't need to see an
posing a
animation
serious threat
of him
to all
stepping
of
away
Europe.
from the
And
fucking
this
console
points to the
before I'm
real
allowed to
problem,
open my
replacing
fucking
American
menu.
troops in Europe if they leave. To match the fighting power of 300,000 US troops, Europe would need to significantly boost its military strength, focusing on mechanized and armored forces. On paper, Europe, including the UK, has 1.5 million active duty military personnel. Sounds super impressive, right? But they're scattered across 28 national armies, each with its own chain of command. The combat power of 300,000 US troops is far greater than the same number of European troops divided among different national forces. US troops operate as large cohesive corps with unified
Don't let me
command
forget I'm muted.
structures and unmatched strategic enablers like strategic aviation and space assets, things that Europe simply doesn't have. For example, to prevent a rapid Russian breakthrough in the Baltics, NATO would need at least 1,400 tanks, 2,000 infantry fighting vehicles, and 700 artillery pieces. That's more than the combined land forces of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. The bottom line, it's not just about replacing numbers. It's about matching firepower, unity, and strategic reach. And right now, Europe is nowhere near ready. And then there's the big one, nuclear deterrence. If the US were to dismantle its 6 nuclear bases in Europe, it would leave a massive gap in Europe's defense. But Europe isn't entirely defenseless. France and the UK have their own nuclear arsenals, though nowhere near as many warheads as the US or Russia for that matter. However, things are shifting. French President Macron and Germany's likely next Chancellor Friedrich Merz are already discussing the possibility of sharing nuclear capabilities. This could even mean storing French nukes on German soil, aiming to create a European nuclear shield, independent of the US. But building a credible nuclear deterrent takes time. And in the short term, Europe simply can't replace the security provided by the US nuclear presence. So, the bottom line is clear. Europe cannot replace the US presence in the short term. But in the long run, that's a different story. With the right investments and strategic planning, Europe could achieve full military independence. And that brings us to a crucial crossroads. Europe must make a choice. Option 1. Build up national armies and rapidly enhance military coordination throughout Europe. Without better coordination, defense costs will skyrocket, and European national efforts won't be enough to deter the Russian military. Or option 2, create a unified European army, an additional force of at least 200,000 soldiers supplied by national armies to replace US presence in Europe.
We must build the armed forces of Europe so that Europe's future depends only on Europeans, and decisions about Europe are made in Europe.
Whichever path Europe chooses, one thing is certain. It will require a lot of money. Defense spending will need to rise significantly from the current 2% of GDP. Initial estimates suggest an increase of about 250 billion euros annually, raising the total to around 3.5% of GDP. And to make this affordable and economical, European scale procurement is essential to lower military production costs. German leadership will also be critical. Alone, they would need to increase its defense budget from 80 billion euros to 140 billion euros, about 3.5% of its GDP, on top of joint EU funding. Right now, German military capabilities fall short of NATO commitments. For example, Germany's pledge to provide NATO with 2 divisions, around 40,000 troops, by 2025 and 2027, is already facing serious setbacks. Here's my take. If Europe wants real deterrence and a seat at the table with the big boys, it has to act as one. Looking at the options, both have potential, but the second one offers far more advantages. By building a unified European army, mass procurement becomes easier and cheaper when Europe buys as one. Standardization also gets a massive boost. Instead of juggling 17 different types of tanks across national armies, a unified force could streamline to just one. A unified command under a...
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one of the Democratic Party's biggest stars. When she was first elected in 2018, she was very much an outsider, a social media phenomenon, often a critic of her party's programs and leaders. Now she's seen as more of an insider, a somewhat more senior figure, still a big star. And so we brought her here to Studio One to ask what she thinks her party can do with its current dilemma. Democrats are out of power in Washington. They're...
The fuck? Did using a controller skip the video?
This video was sponsored by MyHeritage. Russia has been ramping up its military for 3 consecutive years.
I'm very impressed with his wife, I must say. She's a beautiful, great woman. And I second that.
Did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK?
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there.
We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that. Otherwise, it's not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? How beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and we appreciate it. I've known him, gotten to know him very well, actually. Yeah. First term and now second term.
Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in
it's
Florida
just random
today on a private jet after
what?
being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already landed.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
I do. Look, obviously this involves, there's an English element here, so obviously it's important that justice is done, and human trafficking is obviously, to my mind, a security risk, and so we'll catch up with the story in due course.
You're aware? Are you aware? Well, I think we have just a great relationship. We actually had a good relationship before. We've met a couple of times, and I'm very impressed with him. I'm very impressed with his wife, I must say. She's a beautiful, great woman. And I said you're very lucky. He's very lucky. And no, we've had a very good relationship.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelenskyy is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question. You have done very well over the years, haven't you?
We have. I'm very proud of our country. And but we've also always been there backing each other up. Between our two countries. That is why this is the greatest alliance for prosperity and security I think the world has ever seen. Whenever necessary, we absolutely backed each other up, and that's at the core.
Could you take on Russia by yourselves?
Well,
how about one more?
Mr. President,
you've asked.
Mr. President, one on the Middle East.
Go ahead. You look so nice. Here we go. Here's the kill.
Mr. President, are there areas specifically of Ukraine that you're talking about in giving back, specifically Crimea? Have you gotten to those details yet on such an agreement?
Well, you mean the areas that were taken?
Yes.
There are a lot of areas that were taken. Yeah, we've talked about it. A lot of the sea line has been taken. And we'll be talking about that, and we're going to see if we can get it back, or get a lot of it back for Ukraine, if that's possible. We'll be seeing about that, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We're headed out.
Thank you.
The King. Not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make a state visit to the United Kingdom. An unprecedented second state visit. This has never happened before. It's so incredible, it will be historic. And I'm delighted that I can go back to His Majesty the King and tell him that President Trump has accepted the invitation. So thank you. Our teams will now work together to set a date, and we look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent. Thank you very much. I say often it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good, so I say God, love, family, wife. They're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world, because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you.
Mr. President, do you support Article 5 of the NATO treaty? And are you concerned that it might be triggered if European peacekeeping forces end up in Ukraine?
I support it. I don't think we're going to have any reason for it. I think we're going to have a very successful peace, and I think it's going to be a long-lasting peace. And I think it's going to happen hopefully quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it may not happen at all. And we want it for 2 reasons. Number one, I want to see on a humane basis, I want to see soldiers stop getting shot, because largely it's soldiers now. Towns have been obliterated, but it's largely that. And I don't want to pay billions and billions and billions of dollars, nor does the Prime Minister or anybody else, on a senseless war that should have never happened. And we're going to get it taken care of. But I think it's going to be a peace that's going to be long-lasting. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe if the peacekeeping force ends up in Ukraine. Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I thought we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has
me
to
off
come
that
first.
whenever I open a window,
yes,
it fucking turns
our
my
team
screen
is
black.
talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting, and enforced. So our teams will be talking about that.
Thank you. Mr. President, did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK? And if I may, Prime Minister, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a man who will keep his word? Thanks.
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these 2 great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see. But he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch, and I'm very receptive to it. I think we, in all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott and Howard, all the people are working on it, and I think we have a good chance at arriving at a deal that could be terrific, really terrific for both countries. Okay, I think we'll have 2 deals. I think we'll have a deal on ending the war, and I think we're going to end up with a great trade deal with you. And it's an honor to be with you, and I want to thank everybody very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen, did you have any clue that Zelenskyy was going to come in hot like this?
I don't think anybody had any idea that Zelenskyy would be so impertinent, so disrespectful, so insulting to the United States of America. Look, this is one of the great moments in the history of American diplomacy. The way that President Trump and J.D. Vance stood up for American interests on the world stage, the way that President Trump defended Americans after years of being fleeced and abused and taken advantage of and taken for granted, millions of American hearts swelled with overflowing pride today to watch President Trump put Zelenskyy in his place. The only reason that Zelensky has a country, that Zelensky is in power, is because of the United States. Americans have suffered economically, funding this war now for years. American security has been degraded, our stockpiles depleted, our ability to project power in other regions of the world negatively affected to protect and defend Ukraine. Americans probably don't even know the true extent of just how much military support on multiple levels and fronts America has provided to Ukraine. And then this man shows up in the Oval Office and lectures us, says we have to do more, says we're not as good as Europe, says that we need to provide them a forever war guarantee, fight Russia till the end of time. No American watching that today says they want to send their sons and daughters to die on behalf of Zelensky. And President Trump was clear and firm and principled, saying either you're our partner for peace in ending this war, or we can't work with you. And Zelensky, for the first time since this has begun, finally met a Western leader willing to assert their own interests, the interests of their own country, and not bow down to and venerate this man as a messianic figure. Americans have watched with horror as Zelensky has been treated as a messiah. Our hearts all break for the suffering and loss and death. But you know what will be even worse? World War III. And today, President Trump said, we are not going to let this escalate into World War III. He defended the Oval Office, he defended the White House, and most importantly, he defended the American people. And I was honored and proud to be there to witness this moment in history.
You know, what was so confusing is that Zelensky doesn't have a second option. It's not like there's other great nations that he can just turn to sponsor this proxy war. He doesn't even have Europeans willing to step up and help him out to the level that we are. So to me, this was a kamikaze mission. It was almost like he was unbalanced to come in here and explode like that. Any normal, rational person would have come in, been gracious, shown some gratitude. Where do I sign? Let's move forward and let's get this deal done. The fact that he didn't do that kind of scares me.
He couldn't even say thank you.
No.
Just couldn't say thank you.
Couldn't say thank you.
America.
That's like
Couldn't say thank you.
That's what they tell you to say on the plane. You're about to meet the president. He loves to hear thank you. The American people need to hear that. Say that right away.
But I mean, it was not just that, though. There were many remarkable and disturbing things that Zelensky said. He repeatedly rejected President Trump's statement that we should pursue a ceasefire.
Right.
How could you reject a ceasefire? And you know, he kept saying Europe's doing so much more than us. Well, then what do you need us for? If he's saying Europe's so great, then why are you coming and begging and pleading to us for money and protection and guarantees? President Trump is a peacemaker. He will fight for peace. He had peace for 4 years under his previous term. And today we saw what it's like to have a strong leader in the White House, and the whole world saw what it's like to have a strong leader for America.
All right, well, I think they're going to patch things up. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but I think they will. Stephen Miller, have a great weekend.
Yesterday, the world watched in horror as Donald Trump and J.D. Vance aligned themselves with Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky of Ukraine, exposed them for being the traitors that they are. And I would imagine after seeing such a thing that Democratic leadership is furious. They're organized and they're going to barnstorm the country with a response. Let's hear what Hakeem Jeffries had to say.
Is the case that we'll need to see some mature leadership from the Trump administration.
You think there will be some mature leadership from the Trump administration?
Congressional Democrats in both the House and the Senate will urge that this breach be repaired and that we stand by the Ukrainian people.
Maturity out of the Trump administration, and the Democrats are going to urge. Are you kidding me? They just completely realigned with the axis of evil, and you guys are acting like they have some sort of super majority in the House. You're talking about the slimmest majority ever, and that's your response? That's the Democratic response to kissing Putin's ass and berating our ally? Are you kidding me? This is why the Democrats lose, because they're always chasing this elusive independent voter. And then after the election, these reports came out, the Democrats are too woke, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to find this 10% of people that they want to govern for. 75 million people voted for Kamala Harris. Why don't you start speaking to them? The entire world witnessed a complete realignment, and that we have traitors in the White House, traitors. And that's your response? But let's look at what independent journalist Ken Klippenstein, he had a very simple tweet. The first picture is the MAGA response. Picture, of course, mugshot of convicted felon president. He can come back when he's ready for peace. That is about Zelenskyy, and that is just gaslighting. That is pro-Putin bullshit. Here's the Democrats' response. Here's what Democrats did in February. And then they have all of these lists that you have to have a magnifying glass how to read it. Hey, Democrats. Hey, DNC. How about put we oppose fascism as big as possible? How about Donald Trump is a traitor? We're all seeing it. You're a part of the gaslighting and you're a part of the appeasement. That is complete capitulation. The fix is in. The reason that they are firing generals and that Elon Musk is dismantling the federal government is there won't be midterms. They're trying to reorganize everything so that they can cling on to power forever, because that's what autocrats do. And when all of the autocrats in the world align, it always leads to war. And that's your response? Are you kidding me? I mean, we have got to get serious. By the way, Pumps is in Vegas. That's why I'm going solo. The star of our show will be back with me on Monday. But here is a response from John Bolton, who is a total right-winger, who served in Trump's first administration. He's a war hawk. Let's listen to his response as to what happened in the Oval Office yesterday.
Yeah, this is really one of the most disgraceful performances that I've seen, and I think it's important to understand that, in particular, Trump and Vance own this personally. This is the kind of attack on a country that's defending itself from an unprovoked aggression, and they just unleashed on Zelenskyy in public. And whether they planned it or not, I don't know. I'm not that concerned with questions of etiquette. I am concerned that the president, vice president of the United States have sided with the aggressor, with, as Mike Waltz was just saying there, somebody who's trying to recreate the Russian Empire, something he's been very clear about since 2005 at least. And now you have, sadly, both Mike Waltz and Marco Rubio in the administration and apparently staying. I just say, remember, this is not the second month of Trump's tenure. This is the 50th month of his 2-year term. And this is the point when somebody does 180 degrees from understanding American allies to backing America's adversaries, that you resign.
Mark, you're saying Marco Rubio should resign?
And Mike Waltz, this is really the time to do it. If they don't get out now...
He's calling for a resignation from Marco Rubio. So at least, I mean, this is somebody who I disagree with just about everything, except for the fact that we both agree that America needs to be the leader of the free world. And you don't have the Democrats on there calling for Marco Rubio's resignation. Everybody in the Senate that voted for him should be barnstorming the airwaves right now saying, we regret our vote. He's clearly compromised. He is a part of a realignment with the axis of evil, and we're not going to tolerate it. We need to haul his ass in front of this committee. And nothing. You saw the punch list that they came up with. And I want to just remind you all of this. It's a myth that Russia is some superpower. Russia is dead-ass broke. Russia's military is completely depleted. The only thing preventing Vladimir Putin from regaining any sort of power is the United States. So what he has done is he's waged psychological warfare on the United States, He has a compromised person that he controls, that he walks on a leash, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. They have a full-time nanny in Elon Musk, and the fix is in. The fix is in, and the Democrats have got to move. They've got to move rapidly. Hakeem Jeffries acts like there are 10 Democrats in the House, only 10. They have a very, very large minority. The Senate has a very, very large minority. This is a 911. House is on fire. And if Hakeem Jeffries cannot go on the airwaves and call this what it is, replace him. This is a moment in history. We are living in a historical moment right now where the United States of America just moved away from the safest alliance the world has ever seen, which is NATO. And we are moving to align with all of the autocrats, with all of the dictators. And every single time you study that, it always leads to war. Okay, next up we have Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham did a bipartisan chit-chat with Zelenskyy, Amy Klobuchar, Senator Chris Coons. This is before the Oval Office ambush. And he is, pro-Ukraine, yak, blah, blah. Well, I guess Putin or somebody saw this and probably sent him a screenshot of Lindsey Graham doing gay stuff with some D.C. prostitute. And here's what Lindsey Graham did after the Oval Office nightmare.
Never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelenskyy again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
Will somebody please release all of the gay evidence about Lindsey Graham? We all know it's there. We all know he's compromised. I am so sick of this. I know Americans are sick of this. He knows better. He says he doesn't want to do business with Zelenskyy. So you want to do business with Russia? You want to do business with a liar, a war criminal, a butcher, a murderer, a dictator? Are you serious, Lindsey? You've been on committees. You used to be best friends with John McCain. You know better. But clearly between the bipartisan meeting in some room in the White House and then Lindsey's embarrassing display of sycophancy on Fox News, of course, somebody said, buddy, get in line. We own you. We're going to release the gay stuff. So let's just release it. I know that somebody has it somewhere here, so at least we can have one little minor victory. But while all of this is going on, we have put up this tweet. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last week ordered U.S. Cyber Command to stand down from all planning against Russia, including offensive digital actions. You guys, Russia has been attacking us digitally for over a decade, maybe longer. And the Mueller report proved this. Marco Rubio is one in 2017 that was whistleblowing that Russia tried to hack into the Florida voting machines. And we've just waved the white flag. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance saying, say thank you, wear a suit. You think that's tough? Yeah, maybe they spoke loudly. Maybe they pointed their fingers. That's not power. What they're doing is handing Putin every single thing that he wants. They're waving the white flag, and Putin has won a war against a country that has a larger military, the largest economy this world has ever seen. And then we have to ask ourselves, why? Russia has an economy 1/20th the size of the European Union. Why are we aligning with such a weak power? Their military is so depleted. They have donkeys and World War II stuff on the front lines, and they're losing hundreds of thousands of men in this war. Why are we aligning with a country that is so weakly positioned? Why is Hegseth waving the white flag? Why? Well, I think we all know why. Because they've been telling us since 2016. Hillary Clinton told us in 2016. The Mueller report told us he is compromised by Vladimir Putin. The President of the United States is compromised. He is a traitor. This is outrageous, and the Democratic response is pathetic. This is a historical moment, and all of you triple Trumpers, your vote's going to be there forever. But those who are running the country right now, those who are in the minority, and it is a very, very large minority in the House and Senate, stand up, speak up. Expecting Donald Trump to be mature is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life, and I feel dumber for having heard it. Using the word urge is like bringing a toothpick to bringing a Q-tip to a sword fight. So the Democrats need to straighten up. They need to strengthen up. They need to stand up. They need to organize. They need to start browbeating their sane Republican counterparts. They need to record these Republicans, because they say off the record all the time, when they're not on camera, they're always bashing Trump. They're always bashing Putin. Come on. Get it. Get the goods. Let's go. This is serious, because the more time that goes on, the more the fix is going to be in. There will not be a midterm. There will not be one. Autocrats and dictators never, ever cede power. And they might have a for-show election like Putin does, but they'll have the books cooked. The fix is in unless the Democrats move rapidly. Start playing dirty. Get the Democrats who you know have just a modicum of moral clarity to get on board and get these people impeached immediately. Okay, guys, I know it's not as uplifting when it's just me, but thank you for joining me, and I'll see you all later.
I've had it.
Well, over to this. Fox News is confirming that President Trump is set to sign a historic executive order later today. This is on top of that rare earth minerals signature. And this would establish that our country would have a first ever official language. That would be English. Now, Trump's order will declare English as the national language of the United States. It also rescinds a Clinton-era mandate that requires federal agencies and recipients of federal funding to provide language assistance to non-English speakers. This move is something the president promised to voters on the campaign trail, where he talked about uniting the country under one language a little over a year ago.
We have languages coming into our country. We don't have one instructor in our entire nation that can speak that language. These are languages. It's the craziest thing. They have languages that nobody in this country has ever heard of.
You know, it's interesting, Tony. We've never had an official language in the country. We will, I guess, starting today. We know 30 states have said English is the official language. And J.D. Vance, interestingly enough, as a senator, proposed an act to do just this. Ended up not going anywhere.
Some folks might look at this as small or petty, kind of like the Gulf of America. But for me, it's really Donald Trump saying, we're going to put America first. And let me show you all the ways we're going to put America first. We're going to respect that our language is English. We're going to call it the Gulf of America. We're going to be proud of our country. The apology tour for the United States is over. And we're going to be proud to be American. And this is the language that we speak here. I also think that this is part of reinforcing the immigration stance that this president has. Listen, you're not going to come into our country from all over the world and establish yourself. You are a visitor. You will speak English. You will learn our ways. You will assimilate into our culture. To me, this is just further signifying that. And I think it's a great step in saying this is our country and we're not going to let our culture and our values go out the window. This isn't a globalist, idea or narrative anymore. And I think it's great for the America First agenda.
And Emily, we're a diverse nation. That's very obvious. But we also are a nation, according to the Census Bureau, where 78% of households use English as their primary language. So this is kind of solidifying something that is, in fact, very much the case for the majority of U.S. households.
Right, and some argue, look, it's obvious. We're part of the Anglosphere anyway. This is, how it's sort of been. So why are we concretizing what already has been in existence? And I think that the argument over efficiency and this commitment to stewarding our taxpayer dollars is where the crux of the argument would be best made. So if this means that all court documents and all everything and all the money that we pay in the millions of translations, if that sort of only puts that onto an as-needed basis, is that cheaper? Great. Is this something then that will be sort of streamlining the judicial process and a lot of the administrative beast process? And if so, I think that, frankly, that's quite easier. But I hope a lot of people, I think, are going to thwart this. Critics will thwart this and call it a racist undertone, when the reality is that it's simply, I think, for streamlining efficiency, an important note to make about the unity under this U.S.-American flag. But I think as long as we're not wasting money and saving money, then it's a great argument.
And Steve, assimilation has always been a part of the idea behind U.S. immigration. That is why there is a requirement that you demonstrate an ability to read, write, and speak English on a naturalization test.
Absolutely. Because we're in the land of the free, I think it's always been felt that you should be able to, you should be free to speak whatever language you want to. A friend of mine out in New Jersey, his father-in-law died about 2 weeks ago. To the day he died, in New Jersey, every day he lived there for 50 years, he spoke Croatian. And he lived a kind of a narrow life because there weren't many people who spoke Croatian. But that's just one of the things that goes on. When I went and passed my New Jersey driver's license test, there was a question, do you need a translator? And I think there were like 30 or 40 different translators of different languages who could assist me. But ultimately, it comes down to, if you want to be in the United States, to your point, Kaylee, to pass a citizenship test, you have to be able to read, write, and speak English. It's just the cost of admission to this great big club.
Jerry.
Right, and I'm kind of surprised we haven't done this already, right? That was my shocker at reading this story. But I will say one thing, this is one of the problems that Europe has had in integrating all the immigrants into their culture. They live separately, they speak different languages, they cannot communicate, and it has created chaos for so many countries there.
I think the flip side, I will say this, my grandfather never spoke English. He only spoke Sicilian.
That means you
Italian.
probably speak it a little bit too.
Well, I'm from the generation where my dad wanted us to be Americans, so he didn't want us to speak what he thought was a dying language. So it was hard for us because I couldn't understand what my grandparents were saying. So I can get the gist, but and I think at the time those homogeneous communities were important. But you can argue now that the extreme complexity and diversity means that this is a move toward a commonality that everyone can share, rather than those distinct groups that needed that comfort zone to thrive.
Well, be bilingual, that's great.
Yeah.
Speak 2 languages, speak 3 languages, that's fine by me, but one of them should be English.
Yep, and President Trump said the goal here is unity, according to the White House readout that was provided to the Wall Street Journal. 250 years, no national language. That changes today.
Okay. The guy was kind of making an argument on why the language shouldn't be English, is what it sounded like to me.
Tell us about my all-time favorite member of Congress, Dan Crenshaw.
Yeah. So he's a tough one. He's a hothead on Twitter now.
He's out of control.
Yeah, I don't understand why he's taken this stance a little bit.
Because I think his personal life is out of control.
Yeah, because he used to be like a right-wing darling. Like he was, with the Navy SEALs, I think early on. Again,
not with me. I always thought he was a freak and a warmonger.
Really? Yeah.
Weirdo. Yeah. He's a freak and a warmonger weirdo. But yeah,
he's showing it now.
Yeah.
Did you see the free press he did where we posted this? He essentially comes out and he's like supporting politician stock trading. He's like, if you get rid of it, you're gonna get crappy politicians, and it's like, what are you talking about? Like, we're not asking you guys to.
That's like saying,
not get paid.
If you don't allow the police to shake down speeders at gunpoint, you're going to get a worse kind of cop.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's yeah. So he had a fiery one
doing a little
with
fighty.
the free press, probably about like 2 months ago, right before Thanksgiving.
I saw that.
So sure, yeah, why not? Don't let us trade stocks. How about we'll just keep whipping ourselves. How about we don't make any money either? How about like just cut our paychecks? We haven't gotten a pay raise since 2008. Even a COLA increase. So yeah, this is a great idea. Let's make Congress a place where only the millionaires can actually afford to do the job. This is a wonderful idea.
His portfolio, though, in particular, he's up around like 48 to 50%. And all of this, I got to say this for compliance reasons. Like, you can see all this on our app. It's all right there. So I may kind of be, depending on the day. But he outperformed the market. He was right below Pelosi.
He's an idiot, though. I mean, with no business background that I'm aware of. So, like, how would you do that?
His stocks, the one that in particular that really frustrated me about him was Meta. So with the stocks that he's buying, his portfolio is comprised of Meta, which he's crushing it, up like 200%. He bought the dip perfectly back in 2022, I believe, like pretty much perfectly. The thing started flying. He bought Amazon. He bought FAS, which is a finance ETF. He bought the SPY, and then he bought Wynn Resorts, and then he bought some other company. The stock, though, that crushed it for him was Meta. And the part that I get annoyed about, aside from TikTok bans, this and that, he buys the stock. A couple months later, starts pushing and publicly vocalizing like, hey everyone, we should ban TikTok, and it's like pretty convenient to say when you own TikTok's main competitor, and every time you're saying that, the stock's going up 5%. He then goes off and starts asking for the ban on, and again, like I feel like I'm pretty pro ban TikTok, so there's a whole world with that, but he then goes off and votes against the bill to ban TikTok. So now you got a politician that is buying TikTok's main competitor, Meta. You're then publicly talking about how you want to ban it from government officials' phones, to then voting on the bill to ban TikTok, all while the stock has gone up 200% while you've owned it.
This is like, you're shocking me.
Yeah, I'm numb to it.
And when he gets called out on it, and this is one of the reasons I dislike him, and I do think that there's a lot wrong with him personally, so I do feel sorry for him. A lot wrong. I mean, I know that. But anyway, leaving that aside, the reason I don't like him is because he's self-righteous.
Yeah.
If I catch you shoplifting and then you punch me in the face and scream how you're being victimized, I can't deal with that. Just admit you're shoplifting. Say sorry, and I'll forgive you and move on. But don't yell at me.
Yeah. Or even just help the conversation. Be like, yeah, I mean, if you guys are allowing us, like, I'll vote on it, this and that. Like, just be open and be transparent about it.
Yes.
Like, you don't have to attack and, gaslight.
No,
American
that's exactly
people.
right. That's exactly right. And boy, is he a specialist in that area.
Yeah. Yeah, the Free Press one, I'll send it to you after.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
Yeah, that one gets my blood boiling.
When you sleep better, you live better, you feel better, and you live longer. Sleep is really important, but there's a lot acting against us. Science back proved over 40% company.
You can't be voting on these things. You can't be doing all this stuff in front of the American public. Meanwhile, I have a friend that is a consultant at EY or Deloitte. He can't trade individual stocks. I got friends in banking that can't trade individual stocks. It's like, why can you not let the low-level analysts at JP Morgan buy, Apple?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got these politicians buying up this $500 million military construction company all right in front of us.
I know the answer. You want to hear the answer? Because after the financial crisis that Congress helped cause, Congress runs in with Dodd-Frank, Chris Dodd and Barney Frank, member of the Senate, member of the House, both Democrats, and they come up with all these regulations that are supposedly going to protect America from future disasters of this kind. And they, pass these so-called reforms, destroy the banking sector, really, don't make it less corrupt, just kind of wreck it, take all the innovation out of it, and then they don't apply those same standards to themselves. Right? I mean, that's kind of the short...
Rules for thee, not for me.
Is that a fair...
Yeah, 100%. And the history of the Stock Act, it started because of the housing crisis.
Yeah.
So it was initially introduced in 2006. And the Stock Act, literally, what it says is stop trading on congressional knowledge. That's what it means. So if you have a bill that literally says stop trading on congressional knowledge as the name of the act, you know that there's something already sketchy going on. And why was that not a thing to begin with?
And so what happened to it?
So in 2006, it got introduced. No politicians cared about it, whatever. After the housing crisis, they found out and they realized that there were around 33 politicians that set their portfolios up after talking with the officials at the Fed and, the people building out the monetary policy. They reconstructed their portfolios while that whole crisis was going on. They didn't have to display or publicly talk about it because the Stock Act wasn't announced. All that stuff came out after that, while the housing market is crashing and Americans are losing their homes left and right, these politicians are moving millions, reconstructing their portfolios after getting out of the meetings with the Fed officials. So that's how it came back onto the center stage. The Stock Act then gets introduced in 2012, and then it gets passed shortly after that. What is crazy in my head, though, is what the heck was going on before it?
Yeah.
that I think was, we were talking off camera, like our generation, we grow up with it and we're used to it now because of things like that. It's like, how can they have not had any limitations before 2012? What were they doing?
I can't answer your question. Clearly, it's been very corrupt for a long time. Well, they murdered the president of the United States in 1963, and no one was ever held accountable for it. So, looking back, you can say, boy, we've had big problems for a long time. But I can tell you, as someone who grew up right in the middle of it in D.C., in Georgetown, while this stuff was going on, like when those COVID trades, you started our conversation by describing how Kelly Loeffler was involved in that. And all this stuff. I was like, part of me, I think I was the only person at Fox News who did anything on it because it was a great story. But even as I was doing the story, I was like, there's got to be another explanation. This can't be real. That trading on a pandemic?
Yeah.
Insider trading on a pandemic. Like, I was like, you have to be a monster to do that. Like, this can't actually have happened.
That was me with the Pelosi tracker every day in the early days. I remember a couple of these trades, and there's so many now, but I remember calling my dad up, and I'm like, wait a second, like, is this actually, like, are they actually trading?
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can hit the little bell on there and get notifications every time we produce a video. We hope you'll do that also.
Who are they talking about? Dan Crenshaw.
First of all, Canada has been there for Ukraine from day one, indeed from before day one, as in 2015 we started training Ukrainian military forces on the ground in Ukraine, which was a significant part. Western training to the Ukrainian armed forces is one of the reasons why Ukraine has been able to stand up to the Russian invaders so effectively over the past years. It's not just Canada, a number of countries have been involved. But for historical reasons, Canada having the second largest diaspora of Ukrainians in the world means that we felt deeply connected to Ukraine. But we also believe deeply that it's not just about Ukraine. It's about the rules and the values and the principles of sovereignty, of independence, of territorial integrity that protects every country in the world. All of us rely on those rules to be able to build peace and security. And we know that with the world changing, we're all going to have to do more around peace and security. One of the key themes that we heard today, as we've heard from many, many partners around the world in NATO and elsewhere over the past number of years, is people are going to be doing more on defense. 9.5 years ago, when I took office in Canada, the previous government had us down below 1% of defense spending, even though the NATO 2% pledge had been made a year or two before. In the subsequent time, we have more than tripled defense spending on the path to 2030, and we're on our way to 2%. And we know we're going to have to continue to do more and more in an uncertain world, and Canada will be there. As to how we will be there, we will work with our neighbors on it, but everything is on the table because we need to make sure that might no longer makes right in this world. That's what has led to 80 years of incredible stability and prosperity, not just in Europe, but around the world, because of the institutions we built out of the ashes of World War II. And standing up for those institutions is in the best interest of every single one of us. Now, as a collection of different nations, we will have different perspectives from time to time on the best way forward, and those will be worked out in forums like this or at the G7 forum or elsewhere. But we are united in our values. We are united in wanting to see peace and fairness and prosperity for all our citizens, and that's what continues to drive us forward. Le Canada va toujours être là pour l'Ukraine. On est là depuis les débuts. On va continuer de l'être et on regardera comment on peut mieux aider dans les années à venir. Parce que défendre l'Ukraine, c'est pas juste défendre l'Ukraine, c'est défendre les principes et les valeurs qui nous protègent tous.
Merci à vous.
We are back, and I am so happy to be joined once again by Liz Pancotti, Managing Director of Policy and Advocacy at Groundwork Collective, former economic advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. Liz, thanks so much for coming on the show today. It's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So you want to start with this, because we got to laugh as the flames dance around us, but the Doge people are idiots, and it's taken less than 24 hours to disprove their claim that they have saved $55 billion by scraping our treasury for personal data so Elon Musk can make his version of Venmo on Twitter. So this account, all of this stuff, they're just taking screenshots. It's really been backed up by other reporting here. Went through it really well. Momentum Chaser, got to give them credit here. They're claiming that $55 billion has been saved via the Musk groypers going through everything. And let's see if this is the case. All right. So here's one. The first thing this person did was add up the saved column for all the canceled contracts in real estate. The numbers are 16.5 billion and 0.14 billion respectively. Odd. Since almost all the purported savings come from contracts, let's focus on that. So this is the biggest ticket item. They're talking about a DHS contract, and they listed as saving $8 billion. Actually, it's $8 million. So they must have tried to automate scraping.
Math is hard, Emma. Math is really hard, Emma.
They missed a zero. So now...
it happens to all of us.
Yeah.
All among us.
All of us. So... that's an $8 million contract that they had publicly claimed was $8 billion. All right, here we go. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the only error that they made. And clearly they're using AI for this, which we can talk about. But scroll down to the next one. Then these U.S. aid contracts listed at $655 million each. So $2 billion total. Wow. Wait, these are IDVs, not contracts. The $655 million is the entire set-aside being triple counted. In the first 5 years, only $73 million was awarded, and only 2 years remain. People are going to get the idea, but keep going.
This is like if you had a lease for 12 months.
The contact is still bugging me.
And you said you saved your last $1,000 in rent, but you've already paid the other 11 months worth. But because you're canceling your lease early, you can say you saved all 12 months worth.
Right. Is there any more here? Just keep scrolling down a little bit. The Social Security IT services contract, they say it's worth $1 billion. Well, again, this contract spans 6 years. 80% has already been spent, to your point, Liz. More like $250 million in savings spread over the next 3 years. That's $80 million a year.
Well, we don't need IT services at the Social Security Department because we've got Doge over there.
We do. We have them, and we can rely on those 19 to 24-year-olds. People get the idea. There's a series of lies that this claim has relied upon. Where are we at right now in terms of the actual amount saved by Elon and Doge?
Our friend Momentum Chaser added it all up. It's actually really annoying for people who are purportedly computer scientists. Their table, you have to just scroll through it. Like you can't just export the whole thing to Excel. So
that's probably by design, right?
No, sure. Yeah. They've corrected it to $8 million.
I don't want this.
Total. Which 7.9 of that is just like newspaper subscriptions.
So, and last night, Elon Musk claimed and Trump that they're going after $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse. But now, after nearly a month of this, they found $8 million in contracts that they're going to categorize as waste, fraud, and abuse to cancel.
Yeah, I think my colleague Alex said it really well this morning. He said it's come from misunderstandings, math errors, and typos. So, can you get $8 million worth of misunderstandings, math errors, and typos? Probably. Can you get $1 trillion or $2 trillion? I'm bearish on that.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess then take us through this past month. As somebody who works in economic policy, as I mentioned, you work for Senator Bernie Sanders, and I did mistakenly say the Groundwork Collective. I meant Groundwork Collaborative. My bad. But what has your assessment been, I guess, over the past few months? And can you explain to people why this effort by Musk to essentially cut funds that have already been allocated by Congress should be considered wildly illegal and unconstitutional.
It's definitely illegal. It's definitely unconstitutional. You know, I think the courts are, Republicans unfortunately spent 45 years stacking the courts full of conservative judges and justices. So it's gonna take a bit, and they've got some favorable folks to go through. I think the issue we have is that, you know, the lawyers are going to fight this in court. That's great. It takes a lot of time to do that. And what the real problem is that our elected officials are really not realizing that normal people don't care about courts, and they want them to do something about it. And so there's pulling out from our friends at Data for Progress this week that 67% of Dem-leaning voters say the party is not doing enough to stand up to Trump and Musk, which I think, I'm not sure what the other 33% of people are seeing, but I feel like we're all rolling over here, which is really unfortunate. You've got a couple folks, you know, I think Greg Casar, chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, had a great clip in a hearing last week where he said that Elon Musk is going after your grandma's $1 a day instead of, you know, wealthy billionaires' money. I think they've got to do something. So we partnered with Hart, a research firm, and Public Citizen to figure out how Democrats can talk about this. And you'll be shocked to know. Yeah, you'll be shocked to know that all they have to do is say that Elon Musk is raiding Social Security, Medicaid, and food stamps to pay for tax cuts to billionaires. It's very easy. That's exactly what they're doing, and we just need to call them on it. So they're already plummeting in popularity. I mean, Elon Musk is like, by generous metrics, -15 in favorability. So folks already intrinsically understand that they don't like what's going on. Bradley, do you have like that PDF that I just mentioned? So this is from last week. You mentioned the Groundwork Collaborative and others, Public Citizen, Hart Research, worked on this. Looking at just the bar chart at the end here, yeah. So when you describe things in the terms that you just did, Liz, you can see how that means the baseline unfavorability versus the one where you use the messaging that you just said, where you get specific about what they're going after, and that's a plus 23 increase in very unfavorable,
allegedly what I just
plus
did
2
should
increase
fix
in
the
somewhat
crash.
unfavorable, and you're well over, I think they're 50% with unfavorability for their actions. Why did you think it was important to test some of these messages, and what were some of the other findings that you found that you and others found when looking at this? You know, we saw folks, especially in the fall, as Trump and Musk announced Doge, if you just say government efficiency, that's pretty popular. People want their government to be efficient. They don't want it to be wasteful. They want it to work for them. So if you say we're going to create a Department of Government Efficiency, on face, people are not skeptical of that. They are okay with that mission. They don't know a lot about it. And so when we first ask people, what do you think about Doge? 33% say, I don't know what that is, and I don't know what they're doing. And it's very, very easy to close that gap if you simply say a billionaire, the world's richest man, is using the shell of a government agency to go in, get all of your personal information, get your grandma's social security number, fire literally veterans who take care of veterans. I saw you tweeted this out. Veterans who take care of veterans at the Veterans Administration, fire them, fire the scientists working on avian flu in the midst of an egg price crisis. And do all of this for the sole purpose of giving themselves tax cuts. If you just tell voters exactly what it is, then they're not so hot on Doge or on Elon Musk. And in fact, when we tell them that Elon Musk is in charge of Doge, they are even more cold to the idea. So I think on its face, I think we have an issue of, saying we're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse is very popular. People have been saying that. Bernie Sanders has been saying that about Pentagon contracts for 30 years. And when you get down to the brass tacks of what they're doing, defunding Medicaid, throwing people off food stamps, firing nurses at community health centers, that's not so popular, especially when they're going to use those savings to pay for $5 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires.
And how does this work in combating what the Republicans are trying to do with their budget proposal? Because you have part of what makes it so, I think, difficult to attack, and it shouldn't be as difficult as Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are making it, but part of why I think it's hard to get your foot in the door here is basically because you have Donald Trump going on television saying, I'm not going to cut any Medicaid, not going to touch Medicaid, not going to touch Social Security, not going to touch Medicare. But the House Republicans' budget, and really the Senate's too, I know Lindsey Graham's working on one, not sure what the status is of that, but the proposal would almost eliminate Medicaid as a program, and they're also slashing food stamps, student aid, and more. What are some of the difficulties of messaging against this when you have this Republican agenda that sounds different than what Trump is saying publicly, and even Elon Musk?
You know, I think Republicans are in for a ride to see if they even have the votes for this over in the House. You've got 10-ish members of the House Freedom Caucus who are very insistent that these tax cut extensions have to be paid for and that we have to reduce the deficit. Unfortunately, finding $2 trillion in mandatory spending, things like Medicaid, SNAP, programs that really do help a lot of working class people who they themselves voted for Trump and the Republicans. Cutting those programs is not so popular, even in the Republican caucus. You've had 8-ish members come out and say, well, whoa, I didn't know that I was signing up for cutting Medicaid. So while the House has passed this kind of blueprint, it's a budget resolution. It kicks off the process. It's technically not a law. While they've passed a thing that says that they will cut up to $800 billion from Medicaid, $200 billion from food stamps, they're gonna, I think, have a really tough time getting that over the finish line, even to kick off the process. They don't have a lot of votes to spare in the Senate. You can pick off 3 or 4 members that say, well, I don't want Medicaid touched in my district, and then you're back at square one. So I think, Speaker Johnson, Donald Trump today is saying, I want to move forward with Speaker Johnson's plan. Speaker Johnson, the House is out this week. Speaker Johnson thinks he can get it over the finish line next week when they're back in DC. I think they're going to have some real problems now that their members are looking under the hood at exactly what it takes to offset $4.5 trillion for tax cuts for the wealthy.
And the way to message that you describe this, I think that piece of it is really important, talking about billionaires basically stealing from us. But the second piece to connect it, for me at least, to the Republican legislative agenda is to say, okay, you're concerned about, waste or the government not being efficient or whatever, or us needing to be very financially responsible, fiscally responsible. The simple solution is to raise taxes on the wealthy. And outside of a handful of Democrats, frankly, I'm not seeing that as a message that is being kind of aggressively pushed forward by Democratic leadership as a counter message. I mean, we saw what just reacting to and criticizing Trump, and now by extension Musk, gets us. There has to be a yes and then an and, or a criticism and then an and. What has your reaction been, and what are some of your suggestions for Democratic leadership to have a positive vision on this front, even in the midst of chaos? What can break through the noise that connects well with this criticism of billionaires?
I think they've really got to offer an affirmative vision of okay, they've done step one, which is identify the right villain, the billionaires who are running this country, who are literally taking money out of poor people's pockets to pad their own. That's great. We've got step one in this 2-step plan. And the second is to offer an affirmative alternative that would do the opposite, that would tax the wealthy, that would regulate corporations' ability to price gouge people, that would make sure that people not just have enough to get by, but have a little bit of breathing room to take their kids to Disney World or whatever, or take their kids to a baseball game. Right now, there are a lot of families who just feel like they can't do that. And Democrats really aren't doing anything to bring down those costs, to make it more affordable to have a 2-bedroom house when you've got kids. I think they've got to offer policy solutions for stuff like that instead of, a lot of Democrats right now are talking about the price of eggs. if you've been to the grocery store lately, if you've been able to buy them, they've been expensive. We can sit here and talk about Trumpflation or egg prices or whatever, but what we're not seeing from either party, to be very clear, is how are we going to bring down the price of eggs or other grocery or, household staples. I don't know, Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico has done such a great job on this that I feel like we've got to compare
I'm
here.
so jealous.
Yeah, same. I'm my socialist president in Mexico.
Yeah.
But she's created this basket of goods. It's like a basic basket. It's about $45 in equivalent. Rice, beans, ground beef, milk, eggs, normal stuff for a family. And instead of doing price controls actually at the government level, she bullied Walmart and other retailers in Mexico to sell this basket for $45. And in fact, the price of it over the last year has come down by like 12, 13%. And so, I think Democrats have really got to say, hey, Walmart, stop charging $9 for eggs and instead charge $45 for a basket that'll feed your family of 4. Why aren't we hearing those affirmative policies from Democratic lawmakers instead of this kind of hashtag resist stuff? It's so easy. It's like, it feels very natural for me to be like, hey, groceries should be cheaper for people, and here's a way to do it. I really hope they start embracing that stuff. I think throughout the tax fight, they've got to emphasize that like our vision is taxing these billionaires, not letting them raid your pocketbooks. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of that. I think the other problem is you've got to make sure that you've got Democrats in office who do believe we should tax billionaires. And so I think we've got some work to do there.
Right, and the stuff about the eggs, like, okay, that's the first piece. But we saw this with the pandemic, and I know Biden really won because there was so much outrage about the handling of the pandemic and how horrific things were at the time. But it didn't last, and people basically now think, okay, Trump did the best that he did with the pandemic and the economic collapse that happened and the inflation and greedflation that resulted from that. That was the price gouging. Okay, like there's no villain there that the Democrats have nailed, and that's I think because there isn't that second piece that you describe of a solution. When they just react, what do you stand for? And frankly, I'm not sure how we can get them to respond outside of like the polling that you guys are doing, saying that people want a response. I'm concerned that it's still going to just be that piece.
So the first time I noticed that this game actually has +1,
the party
which is
developing an
fucking cool.
identity for like the first time since, I don't know, the Obama years early on.
I don't know, but I mean, before that, really, you've had this shift in the Democratic Party for the last 45 years as their donors and their elected officials have become wealthy elites as opposed to working class people. They are serving wealthy elites as opposed to working class people. And it's not hard to understand why working class people are searching for something different. And I think instead of, doing the culture war stuff or voting for Lake and Riley and throwing immigrants or trans kids under the bus, Democrats have really got to offer an affirmative vision here of, okay, Republicans are handing the keys to Social Security to Elon Musk, who's going to invest it in his private companies and privatize it and cut grandma off of like the $1,000 she gets a month. And instead say Democrats are going to strengthen Social Security and make sure that it actually provides dignity in retirement. Or instead of raiding Medicaid and Medicare, Democrats are going to make sure that, you've got Medicare, dental, vision, hearing in your old age. Like really offer an alternative. Find the right villain, find Elon Musk, find the billionaires, find the corporations that are doing terrible stuff to American families and say, not only these guys are bad, but here's what we're going to do instead.
And the Republicans developed a villain in immigrants, and it's been that way, and they've been building towards it since Trump first went down that escalator. I mean, even prior to that. But in 2012, there was a reckoning and saying we have to be more pro-immigration because Romney lost to Obama, which that was a GOP-wide memo, which is insane to think about, but it goes to show that the opposition party can change the political realities of the other party if they choose to fight. And, this is a few days old, but I saw it just today, and I headlined it, that we have reached a new record of credit card debt in this country. It's over $1.2 trillion. What do you see as some of the possibilities of that amount of money being put on credit for people? And it seems like a lot of folks are offsetting the cost of living crisis onto credit, and they're, accumulating debt. This is, I feel like, one of the hidden just horrors of our economy right now that could really harm people as like this if the Trump administration continues to pursue our austerity. What's your assessment of where people are at largely and where the pitfalls are of relying on some of these traditional economic indicators that don't take something like that into account?
I think, we do have, it's interesting, the Fed actually publishes really good data on household debt, which is how we know that. So I think we just have to look at the entire macro picture and not just, what's the unemployment rate, 4%, okay, we're good, no worries. I think the bigger issue is, who regulates the credit card debt issuers, the CFPB that Elon Musk is shutting down actively. Bank regulators, Republicans are proposing to entirely defund bank regulators as part of their reconciliation package. I think that I don't know if you saw this, but Mark Cuban is like the leading investor in a new exciting fintech startup that's going to let you take equity line of credit out of the equity in your car. So like a home equity line of credit you can borrow against the value of your house to like do upgrades on your home or send your kids to college or whatever. And so we're gonna take a depreciating asset like a car, and we're gonna let you pull money out of the depreciating asset to, I don't know, pay off your credit card bill or buy your kid a new backpack, and that'll go over well. I think Elon Musk wants to turn Twitter, X into the everything app and is partnering with Visa to make it a new PayPal. And guess what? There's nobody to regulate that either. So I think credit card debt is perhaps, I don't know, the better kind of debt we've got on household balance sheet right now. It's about to be a lot worse. Trump floated the 10% cap on credit card interest rates, and to give him credit, Bernie immediately said, great, let's do it. And I think that, we've really got to look at this usury issue, and if we want to work on a bipartisan basis to do so, great. I don't think Trump is so serious, and when he got calls from his Wall Street donors about capping credit card interest rates at 10%, I'm sure he's backed off that one.
Yeah, he certainly has. Well, lastly, Liz, how can people support the Groundwork Collaborative, some of the work that you're doing, and if folks want to get involved? And today, actually, we have a day of action to support federal employees. These are the kinds of things we're going to try to promote more. But your work as well, what can people do to support?
Groundworkcollaborative.org. All of our socials are on there. Would love to have you follow us and uplift our work. We've got a bunch of cooking. But I think really keeping an eye on the events around town in DC supporting federal workers is great. And I know our friends at AFL-CIO have got a bunch of resources on events and actions and litigation there.
Appreciate your time, Liz. Thanks so much.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
How you going, everybody? It's a whirlwind of 24 hours as I record this video and trying to make sense of what happened. I recorded a live stream sooner after with more of my raw reactions, but I felt I wanted to re-record my key sort of takeaways because I've had a bit more time to reflect on it and consider some more opinions from other people. If you want to see the live stream, it's in the description below. And if you want to hear my opinions of what this means for US-Ukraine relations going forward, the survivability impact for Ukraine's resistance, and also US-Russian relations, I'll come to that at the end of the video. But what I wanted to start out was with the context, the situation in the White House, and then sort of expand outwards, whilst considering each main player in terms of Zelenskyy, Trump, and Vance in turn. So first and foremost, context is important, not just in terms of what we're talking about in the clips that we saw, but the overall length of the clip. The conversation between the three was over 50 minutes, not 4.5. A lot of social media clips have taken the key disagreements and intense confrontation at the end. And each character had a role in that, which was exacerbated more by some, unnecessarily misunderstood by others, and one of the key arguments is whether or not this was all staged. Now, I think certainly the Trump administration had an agenda. There are many people within Trump's administration who vehemently are against supporting Ukraine in any capacity, whilst some others might just see it as if they can get a good deal out of it, then they might continue to do it if it benefits America, right? The distinction there being Vance's perspective of it versus Trump, for example. Simply speaking, for the first about 45 minutes, if you watch the video, the conversation is, and this word is very important here, relatively civil. It's predominantly between Trump and Zelensky. And the language barrier of Zelensky, which is another important component here, doesn't seem to be too difficult. And they're talking, and, you know, there's going to be tension. They're three men in the most filmed, infamous political room in the world, with cameras everywhere, on arguably the most fraught and difficult geopolitical issue of our time. So it was not going to potentially get heated. I expected it to. It was inevitable. But to the extent that it did and the rate at which it did, I don't think anyone expected that. And that's why I'm skeptical that it was fully, you know, each bit was planned out. I certainly think the question about Zelensky's suit was probably inserted as a sort of bit of a jab. You can see from the way that Zelensky reacts that he doesn't particularly appreciate it, but also from J.D. Vance's actions and sort of mannerisms that he found it quite amusing. So there is that. But this brings me to Zelensky himself. Now, Zelensky is the leader of a country that is facing one of the worst things that anyone can have, a war of conquest to dominate and physically, you know, destroy or occupy completely a nation and its identity. So he's not going to have a difficult position and be fueled with tension and wanting to represent his people and stand his ground. But equally, it was insane not to have an interpreter. It was a very big mistake, and we could see that it was a mistake because the ambassador to the US of Ukraine had her head in her hands as the situation deteriorated. Zelensky's interpretation of comments by Trump and subsequently Vance didn't help things, and he perhaps became a bit defensive or, in the eyes of Vance, combative. And that's where, sort of after about 45 minutes, that's where things began to escalate, because Vance interjects and Zelensky responds to him in quite a specific manner. Vance, who has the very large antipathy to the whole Ukraine situation, versus Trump, who I think is more open to the idea of supporting Ukraine if it benefits the United States. If he can get some kind of transactionality from it, i.e. the minerals deal, then he might continue to support it. He doesn't really care about Ukraine, but if it benefits America, therefore he'll do it. And so the escalation really begins and evolves as Vance and Zelensky go back and forth. However, where it gets then worse is when Zelensky says about, well, if the United States is going to feel the effects of this long term, which is a true point, but unfortunately that was received badly by Trump as rather sort of dismissive or sort of speaking for the United States, and Trump, being a patriot or a nationalist or whatever, responded. And once Trump got pulled in, then the whole thing was, it deteriorated rapidly and became the dumpster fire that we saw, with relations between the two of them personally quite unsalvageable. I don't think Zelensky conducted himself as effectively as he could. This was not the place to do this or in a public area. You should raise these things behind closed doors. And of course, that's not to justify the behavior by the Trump administration. I think the body language and behavior of Secretary of State Marco Rubio made it clear that he was not very comfortable or necessarily endorsing of the way that Vance particularly was conducting himself. But at this point, the raw emotions and sentiments about the situation came through, and it was very difficult to see how it could be clawed back. Zelensky, unfortunately, this is realpolitik. He is the one coming to the United States for that support. And whether or not you think the United States should be giving it, that's not how Trump and people of that more realist camp view the world. Trump expects Zelensky to come with a bit more humble behavior about him and to mind his P's and Q's. And for them, Zelensky got carried away. In the eyes of people who are even more pro-Ukraine, felt that Zelensky got a bit too carried away. Again, that's not a defense, it's just the reality. Ukraine is coming and seeking help from the United States, and therefore he has to bite the bullet and play the game, which he maybe, you know, and then the last bit, which I do think was the worst decision objectively, to go on Fox News after he was evicted from the White House. Trump and his inner circle had a conversation. They made a quick decision to axe the conference, and the Ukrainian delegation waiting in another room who wanted to continue the conversation were asked to promptly leave. And you can see from the facial expressions of Zelensky, he's quite dumbfounded, doesn't know what to do. So he makes some phone calls and he goes on Fox News. Right-leaning, obviously, which is, you know, again, trying to play the optics, but he shouldn't have done it at all. He should have waited for things to settle a little bit, had a private conversation with Trump or something, not gone on Fox News and doubled down, because it only would have alienated the viewers who are either Ukrainian skeptical of the situation or the ones who are heavily pro-Trump and anti-supporting Ukraine anymore. So I think that was a very bad decision. But it goes more broadly than that, because the behavior of the Trump administration towards Zelenskyy is illustrative of the way that Trump views the world. He sees the world through power politics. Now, you might think that's kind of obvious, but even the way that he chose to make phone calls to certain leaders, to certain countries, and then host them is indicative of where he has priorities. He met Netanyahu of Israel and Modi of India before he met the French president, the oldest diplomatic relationship America has, and the British Prime Minister, the special relationship, right? That illustrates that he views Israel and India, at least right now, more important to engage with than the European allies and partners. And that's also indicative of the way that he sees Ukraine, first and foremost, as maybe a bit of a nuisance, and it is only Ukraine, right? That he has more time for the big powers, Russia and China, and his desire to restore relations with Putin as much more of a preference than trying to support and continue great relations with Ukraine, as was fostered by the Biden administration. Ukraine is largely expendable in the great game of power politics and seeking to come out on top versus your main adversaries, be that Russia, China, or competitors, whatever. Trump is a businessman, and he thinks there are more business opportunities to better America and his own, reputation than with Ukraine. And I think that leads into this sort of the main emphasis of this, which is that you can have your issues with Zelenskyy or Ukraine, but my biggest concern is the long-term implications of this for the United States, the world order that it has been overarchingly seeing since the end of the Cold War and 1945 by extension. It's very tragic to see the short-sightedness of many MAGA Americans who don't seem to understand that this is a net negative. It is an absolute loss for America. In two ways, it's a double whammy, because not only is America, one, losing trust, dependability, and, the greatest asset of its alliance network. The difference between America and China is that the US does business, but it's also very popular amongst many countries. If you look at polls of foreign populations on the United States, many of them may have their issues, but the Philippines, for example, 83% of Filipinos love the US versus their relationship with China, which is they have trading relations, but they don't support China's, they appreciate America's values and the export of democracy, freedom of expression, rule of law, and so on. But it's a double whammy also because this is a absolute gain for, shall we say, US skeptic or anti-American leaders and powers that want to see the end of the US-led order. They want to see the US's hegemonic status toppled so that they can undermine its leadership even more and gain more from it. Putin is the biggest winner out of this by no means, and he hasn't had to do anything. He's had to pull no finger, no string at all to get this to happen. And it's very sad because we are seeing the end of the international order of, many things that we have taken for granted in the West. And as a European or someone who aspires to be aligned with Europe, it illustrates more than ever the growing division and lack of transatlantic stability anymore. And that Europe really has to step up even more than it did a couple of weeks ago with J.D. Vance's comments at the Munich Security Conference to take ownership, ensure that we can ensure our own prosperity, security, and future. So that leads me to the final part of this reflective video, which is, what does this all mean? What does this do for the Ukraine-US relationship? What does it do for US, Europe and Ukraine relations there? And what does it do for US-Russian relations, including sort of Trump and Putin's own personal dynamics here? Now, to begin with, I think it's worth looking at Russia and the US. As I said earlier, the Trump administration sees things through great power politics, and his priorities are very clear. He wants to restore some kind of relations with the Russians because Trump believes it benefits the United States ultimately. He gets a lot of opportunity from Russia, an abundant, resource-rich country, and that it's absurd in his mind that we don't have some kind of relationship. My obvious opposition to that is that if you think that you can take what Putin says at face value and not believe that he won't try to screw you over or double standards and stuff, then it shows the naivety and lack of diplomatic experience that Trump has. There's a lot of debate about whether Trump is intelligent or not. I don't believe someone who's able to command as much popularity as he does can be completely stupid. There are different types of intelligence. Some academics consider 7 types of intelligence, right? You can be academically smart, but you have very poor street smarts. You can be socially very good, but not be very, well, academically smart. So it depends. Trump might not know every intricate detail about which members are in NATO or how many people spend what or the dynamics of etc. Russian-Ukrainian history. But what he does know is how to command a room and play the game in certain ways. The way he walked back comments over his dictator suggestions of Zelenskyy when hosting Secure Summer of the UK on Thursday, I think illustrates that he was playing to the room. And on the UK, as a slight digression, this is an incredibly important